Button Press presents Unknown, Book 2 in the Unreal series, written and narrated by Cindy Gunderson. Prologue. Channel. April 12th, 2161. You're telling me you were able to escape the coalition and somehow find your way back to P3? How? Cass sat at a desk, her long blonde hair pulled to the side and draped over her shoulder. Her eyes flitted between Aave and me as she prowled for any hint of dishonesty or betrayal. No. I forced my voice to remain steady. We didn't have to escape. They aren't holding people against their will. I remembered when I used to look up to Cass, how much I'd wanted to be like her. All of the P3 community leaders were inspirational, but especially her. She was the one I saw at all the meetings, dressed in her crisp sky blue blazer. Now, though her virtual form seemed perfectly at ease, her voice sent a shiver down my spine. Cass chuckled to herself. That's an interesting interpretation. The coalition isn't holding people, they're only taking them against their will. This was not the holier-than-thou Cass we were used to seeing in community presentations. As expected, she was fully aware of Kenna's raids, but I couldn't tell whether she was baiting us or honestly searching for answers. How much did she already know? Cass sniffed. So why would the coalition go through all that effort just to let people go? I don't know. Aave shifted in his seat. They're searching for something, trying to find the right people. We obviously weren't them. Cass leaned back in her chair and crossed her arms under her distractingly large virtual chest. After spending more than a week in the real world, being linked back up to the edge made my head spin. Everything was garish, so bright it hurt. And the augmentations, to people or otherwise, felt more obnoxious than anything. I was struggling to keep my eyes trained on Cass's face, which meant Aave was doing a doubly remarkable job of staying focused. Cass didn't move a muscle, just stared forward and cocked her head as if her connection suddenly glitched. During our training, Kenna had explained that community leaders, since they weren't connected to the edge the same way we were, gave nothing away with their body language. At least not anything true. Their forms were predetermined and virtually rendered with a set number of motions and reactions, catalyzed by the sensors on their wrists. Which was a long way of saying our leaders showed us what they wanted us to see. For days, I'd been searching my memory, wondering how I hadn't noticed this before the meeting with Vera about Cerebrolink. But why would I have ever questioned it? Cass remained still, and the silence was unbearable. My mind spun out of control and raced through all possible outcomes of this conversation, while simultaneously questioning everything I thought I'd known about P3. Physically being here brought back feelings I wasn't ready to deal with. When Cass finally spoke, her voice was sugar-sweet. So, you simply told the coalition you wanted to come back? I nodded slowly. Right. We said we weren't going to help them with whatever plan is in the works, that we love it here in our community and want Cerebrolink. Channel tried to run away, Aave joked, and I laughed a little too quickly. As soon as we convinced them we'd only be trouble, they dropped us a few kilometers out, I added. Cass exhaled audibly. One of your friends, your partner for world build, came back earlier than you. Said she'd seen you specifically, Channel. Why didn't you come back when she did? My mind raced and my palms began to sweat. Glyn. Of course she would have ratted me out. I cleared my throat. I know it doesn't show on my form, but we came back later because of this. I pointed to my forehead. Cass leaned forward. No world builder or community leader had an implant. She'd be able to see the still healing wound because she wasn't unreal. At least not anymore. My face flushed under her scrutiny. I was with Glyn that night, the night of their trek into P4. Glyn's name felt bitter on my tongue, but I pressed forward. I offered to go back to camp and make sure nobody escaped before the Unreals could inform the community of their location. I tripped and hit my head on the way up the hillside. Cass pursed her lips. How did you get back to their camp then? I shrugged and ignored the blood rushing in my ears. I woke up in a vehicle. My heart pounded as I thought of Alec, his dark eyes inches from mine, inspecting me like Cass was now. It matters because I'm curious, and because I think you still need some time to sit still and rest, so I'm stalling. I pushed the memory away, hoping my face had remained stoic, praying my thoughts hadn't given anything up. Cass leaned forward. So it's just happenstance that all three of you, your entire World Build team, were taken in the same week. When we're doing hundreds of surgeries a day? Simply coincidence. Her tone begged us to make a misstep. Aave shook his head. No, I don't think it was. They're looking for coders, and all three of us fit that bill. They want people young enough to be impressionable, and theoretically we're that too. I nodded in agreement and silently applauded him. It was the perfect answer because it was 100% true, while expertly avoiding the most incriminating detail. I was the one who'd pulled Aave out of P3. The coalition had nothing to do with it. Why didn't you stay? Cass asked, as her face tilted to inspect her elongated fingers and perfectly manicured nails. I wondered what her hands looked like in the real world. She sighed. I'm sure they filled your heads with all kinds of lies about what we do here. They did, I admitted. But why would we stay out there to fight some unknown societal battle when we could come here and be comfortable? Do you know what it's like out there? The food looks disgusting. It doesn't taste much better. And you have to wear masks full time. The entire landscape is tired and dead. I shook my head and spoke with such disdain, I was instantly worried I'd oversold it. Cass didn't move, but the drop of her shoulders made it clear she'd softened. It shouldn't be hard to believe that a couple of teenagers would be too selfish to latch on to a higher ideal. That they'd spent every day wishing they were back in paradise. She drew a breath and picked up her tablet. No, implant, I reminded myself. She had to use old-school tech. Now that I was sure we'd succeeded in quelling her skepticism, at least partially, a part of me raged to be set free. I watched her tap and swipe on her handheld console, and I wanted to unleash the powerful newfound thoughts I held on how hypocritical all the community leaders were. Mere weeks ago, Cass had spouted off to all of P3 about how revolutionary our technology was, and here she was, refusing to be touched by it. But I knew going off about social injustices would be anything but helpful right now. She was likely just another pawn in a much larger game, and our only goal was to convince her to let us play. Cass looked up from the screen. Both your parents have already received Cerebrolink, and based on what you've told me, I'm assuming you'd like to join them as soon as possible? Yes, please. I nodded and worked to keep my eagerness in check. Cass tilted her head, her voice pure honey. Do you have any questions about Cerebrolink? I know you were both well informed before, but this new perspective those traitors exposed you to. She smiled widely, parting her plump cherry lips to reveal glaringly white teeth. Well, I'm sure it was all very disconcerting. I'm an open book. Aave shifted in his chair. I overheard one of the coalition leaders talking one night. She was frustrated because they couldn't hack into the signals from the Cerebrolink network. Is it hidden or something? I held my breath, impressed and terrified by his brazen question. Cass laughed out loud, seemingly delighted by this admission. Oh, she scoffed, the smile still plastered on her face. They won't find it, but it's not hidden. It's simply not projected. What does that mean? I dug for more details. It means our network is closed, only utilized by individuals directly connected with community infrastructure on site. She placed her hands on the desk in front of her. But even if they could find it, it wouldn't tell them anything. It's probably beyond what they've ever seen. Aave laughed nervously as he purposefully patted Cass's ego. Something like that, Cass muttered. What we're doing here is revolutionary. It's saving lives while simultaneously raising quality of life beyond anything the human race has ever dreamed of. Why someone would fight against that is beyond me." She sat there unmoving, staring directly at Aave. He gulped nervously and wiped his palms on his pants. She finally looked back at her screen and sighed. "Anyway, we can get you in tonight. We'll just need both of you to go through a preliminary scan to—" "We already did our scans," I interrupted. "We were both cleared already." Cass stood and set her tablet on the desk. "I'm aware." Even with the movement, her hair still sat glued to her shoulder, perfectly in place. "However, I'm sure you can understand our need for caution, given the circumstances." A door opened behind us, and 2 community workers in blue jackets entered the office with warm smiles on their faces. Cass nodded, and they approached the desk. "Channel?" The woman on the left motioned toward the door. "You'll come with me." "I assume that means I'm with you." Aave addressed the second worker. She smiled demurely and nodded. I walked forward obediently when something yanked on my hand and ripped my body backward. Before I could turn my head, Aave pulled me close and wrapped his arms around me. "Good luck," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion as he held me tightly against his chest. I'd barely caught my breath when he stepped back and put his hands on my shoulders. "I hope everything goes well." He lifted his voice so the others could hear, a mask of calm pulled back down over any vulnerabilities that may have been visible a moment before. "I'll see you in there." I gripped his hand tightly, then forced myself to let go. I was going to need that luck. We both were. Because right then, our trackers were somewhere in our bloodstream, and if it was impossible for Kenna to find that network, those minuscule chips were our only hope. And their scanners were built for finding things that didn't belong. Part 1. Mila. April 8th, 2161 through April 13th, 2161. Chapter 1. "You weren't ever planning to keep us out." Channel spoke the words as the rest of our group watched intently. She'd been talking with Kenna, going back and forth, and I was desperately trying to follow. Kenna nodded and motioned for Channel to continue. Channel sucked in a breath. "You want us to go in." Aave stepped past me, obviously upset, but didn't interject. "Do you always make realizations mid-sentence?" Kenna grinned and crossed her arms under her chest. "She does," Aave spoke up. "It's a common problem." I could almost see the wheels in Channel's head turning. "But how?" she asked, ignoring the rest of us completely. "We can't alter something when we're inside it." Kenna shrugged. "You do it all the time, don't you?" I looked between the two of them. I wished I could pause and ask for a more thorough explanation. "What's going on?" Alec asked as he pushed past me and Kay to get closer to Channel. I shifted uncomfortably on my feet. "The grid," Channel gasped, and her eyes flew open wide. "But that's a simulator. It was built for us to be able to alter it, for us to give it input and have it react under the current code, and—" Her words tumbled out so fast I could barely catch them. "So is Cerebrolink." Her voice was low and intense. "Kenna, it's a simulator. Our brains are giving the input and the code is reacting, and vice versa. Whatever goes forward can also go backward." "What's going on?" Aave asked, echoing Alec's earlier question. Channel spun toward Aave. "I know why we're here. I finally get it. We have to go back in, you and me, and the others from Paradise. We have to be implanted with Cerebrolink." Aave stepped back in surprise and tried to process this new turn of events. Alec turned away as his face flushed, and he tromped back toward the log he and Channel had been sitting on earlier. I was frozen to the spot. I wanted to help my brother, but was also desperate to know what this new realization meant for Channel and Aave. For all of us. "Today, we travel." Kenna reached out and put a hand on Channel's shoulder. "Tomorrow, we start training. Welcome to the Coalition. I stood next to Aave, Zane, and Kay as I replayed the shocking past 5 minutes over and over in my mind. It looked like Kenna and the Coalition had an ulterior motive after all, just like Zane had predicted. I hated when he was right. Channel ran up the hill, probably in search of Alec. A lump still sat in my throat after witnessing her epiphany. Go back in? Everything we'd done. All we reals risked by infiltrating Paradise 3 community to get people out? For what? So Aave and Channel could train with Kenna and accept Cerebrolink anyway? What was Channel even talking about? Simulations? Things going forward and backward? The grid? All concepts I had absolutely zero understanding of. And Kenna... I'm going to pick up the game. Zane was the first of us to break out of our catatonic state. I'm not up for playing sticks after this. I nodded and adjusted my mask as he turned and walked away. Aave took a deep breath and ran a hand through his short, wavy hair. You okay? I asked. Kay stood next to us, her arms folded around herself as she stared along the path Channel had just taken away from us. She looked nearly as forlorn as Aave. Sure, Aave answered with a wan smile. I was beginning to see why Channel liked him so much. After knowing him for less than 24 hours, I could already tell he was easygoing and charismatic. He had a positive energy about him that naturally attracted people. Did you understand all of that? I asked. Aave shrugged. Honestly, no. I think I know what she's getting at, though. Channel or Kenna? Yeah, sorry, I meant Channel. When she was talking about the grid, I think she was saying there's a way to reverse program Cerebrolink. Kay finally turned her head. What does that mean? Reverse programming? It's like... Aave searched for the words. Where you start with the end result and work backwards. What Channel did last night to help us get out of P3. Kay and I stared at him blankly. Aave sighed. How much do you understand about coding? I cleared my throat. Channel explained a few things, about signals and how the communities keep them localized. I know about smart cities. Kay smiled weakly. Aave chuckled. Okay, that's great. Those things don't have much to do with coding, but at least you understand some of the backstory. He motioned for us to follow him, and we moved to the side so Coalition members didn't have to continue dodging around us as they worked to clean up breakfast. Aave opened his mouth to speak, but I held up a hand. Zane was on his way back down to us with the game slung over his shoulder. I motioned for him to hurry, and he broke into a jog. He completely ignored the bag of sticks that bounced against his back. I didn't exactly mind watching him run these days, which meant I had to force myself not to stare. I looked back toward Kay and pretended to be indifferent. Zane slowed, barely winded, and stopped next to me. I nodded for Aave to continue. Last night, as far as I understand, Channel took the end result of the Edge software and worked backward to reintroduce a problem into a specific section of the code. She unraveled something that was already working ideally to create something less efficient. This code alteration created lag, a slowdown in data transmission, so we could change locations without community leaders being able to follow us. My eyes widened. I didn't understand all the terms he used, but I got the general gist of what he was saying. Channel did that? It's brilliant. Aave rolled his eyes. Don't tell Channel. Her head's too big already. I laughed. Kay leaned back against a dead tree trunk with her brows knit together. But what does that mean for both of you now? Aave exhaled. Isn't that the question of the day? I have no clue what she has in mind for Cerebrolink. I don't like this, Zane grumbled, dropping the bag of sticks at his feet. What Kenna told us was not the whole story. For the past week, she's been insisting the Coalition only wanted to disrupt things, find a way to get the communities to listen. I shrugged. Maybe she told us that because she didn't think we could handle knowing her whole plan. It doesn't matter, Zane argued. If we're going to be putting our lives in her hands, volunteering for her little missions, we better be getting all the information first. I nodded slowly. I could see both sides, but as far as our safety was concerned, I had no choice but to agree with him. That seemed to be happening more and more these days. Rolling out! We heard a coalition member call across the camp and looked back toward the vehicles. The supplies that had been strewn around the ground a few minutes earlier had vanished, and people were stacking the last few storage cubes into the back of an open transport. Come on, I muttered, motioning for the others to join me in heading back. Where's Alec? Zane asked. I shrugged and looked back to see if I could catch sight of him or Channel. He took off up the hill, but I haven't seen him. Zane planted his feet. I'll wait for him. You go ahead. Channel's up there too. Aave squinted and scanned the incline. You guys, Kenna is not going to leave without them, I huffed. Let's go. They're fine. We can head to the van and wait there. Zane nodded reluctantly and lifted the bag of sticks off the ground. He fell into step with me but couldn't keep his eyes from drifting back to the hill behind us. Since when was he more concerned about my brother than I was? I smiled to myself. Alec wasn't going to miss his ride, but I could get used to me and Zane being on the same team. 15 minutes later, as expected, Alec slumped into the seat next to me. Channel, however, was nowhere in sight. Ames closed the back door to our van and slapped her hand against the metal doors twice. Our driver, Nat again, from what I could tell by the back of his head, started the engine. Where is she? Aave asked with concern. Alec motioned behind him and pointed vaguely out the window. In another van? Aave wondered aloud. Alec stared at the ground beneath his feet. With Kenna. Ave's face looked pinched. Should I mean, maybe she wants me there too? He stood abruptly and walked toward the back of the van just as Nat hit the accelerator. He threw his arms out and was barely able to brace himself against the back doors before smacking into them face first. Sit down, Nat commanded harshly, and Aave scrambled back to his seat. He laughed nervously, obviously shaken. Guess not. I patted his shoulder. Sorry. I probably should have asked where Kenna wanted us to be. I assumed since we were all here last night. Aave waved me off. No biggie. I can talk with her later. He placed his hands on his knees and looked anything but comfortable. Alec hunched over and rested his head in his hands. I'd never seen him look so dejected. Even when things made him angry or upset at home, he was never so down and closed off. My curiosity rankled. I wanted to talk to him, but his body language all but forced me to hold my tongue. Maybe I could ask my questions later, when there weren't so many people around. Well, one person in particular. Nat, I called instead. How far will we be driving today? Nat's head perked up at the sound of his name, and he glanced in the rearview mirror. Unless we have major complications, it should only be 3 hours or so. We have to charge up in Southern Territory, or we won't make it through the New Mexican reservations. Reservations? Those are still intact? I excitedly gripped the seat as the vehicle bucked over the uneven terrain. Nat held on to the steering wheel tightly. Where do you think we've been driving all this time? Though it was technically a question, he asked it flippantly, which meant it was rhetorical and not an invitation to ask the millions of new questions buzzing through my brain. I recognized his need to stay focused on the rocky path ahead of him and settled back into my seat. My chest felt tight from the patience I was being forced to exercise on all fronts. Aave leaned forward. What are reservations? His voice was purposely low to avoid Nat's attention. This wasn't the first time I'd noticed him trying to figure things out about the real world behind the scenes. He didn't enjoy coalition members seeing evidence of his otherness, and it felt good knowing he trusted us enough to bring it up. I moved closer. They're lands preserved for native people. Those are the indigenous tribes that lived on this land before settlers came. We learned about them as kids. I guess I always assumed the communities would have expanded into them by now. They tried to, Nat called out, and Ave's cheeks colored. He dropped his shoulders in defeat. Tried? His interest was piqued, despite his apparent embarrassment over the obvious gap in his knowledge base. Nat nodded. Yep, unsuccessfully. They couldn't get the whole council on board. They ended up expanding north instead. The council? As in the council? Aave asked. Like the people who work with Bryn Lee? I looked at Aave in confusion. I'd never heard that name before. Nat scoffed. More like the people Bryn Lee has to coerce into signing off on his dirty work. I barely caught his comment over the sound of the vehicle straining and groaning over the rocky ground. Our conversation was abandoned as the walls around us pitched from side to side. Even Alex sat up and flattened himself against his seat as the muscles in his arms strained to hold his body in place. After what seemed like forever, we skidded onto level road, and the collective sigh of relief was audible. Zane, Kay, and I all looked to Aave as the vehicle picked up speed. He picked up where we left off. You guys know about the council? Aave asked. I nodded. Vaguely. We basically know whatever our parents told us, before the edge was cut off in our area. The muscles in Zane's jaw tensed. I couldn't help but think about Alejandro, his dad, that day in our yard when we were kids. So arrogant and sure of himself. Positive that he'd be the lucky one if he simply followed the community's orders and gave in to their demands. Cool, but you don't know about Bryn? Aave asked, jolting me back to the present. I nodded and noted that Alec had resumed his sulky position next to me. Aave sighed dramatically. Bryn Lee is the guy who took over for Joel Hank at Hollow when he died. I know that name. Zane cut in. Hollow is the company that spearheaded the AR software used in Unreal. Your implants. Exactly. Aave sat up excitedly. Joel could easily be dubbed the father of modern AR and possibly even the first few communities. But Bryn is the visionary behind current community expansion. And he's on the council? I asked. Yep. Aave nodded emphatically. Easily the most influential member. My eyes widened as it clicked into place. Because he owns all of the technology. Exactly. You got it. Aave leaned back, satisfied with his teaching moment. This is the council Kenna talks about. Kay looked up. She'd been so quiet I'd nearly forgotten she was there. I heard her the other day. Kay continued. She was telling another coalition member to request a meeting. Huh. Aave looked impressed. That's a big deal. Are you sure she wasn't talking about a committee within one of the communities? Wait, so the council governs all the communities, but then there are committees for each individual one? I clarified. Aave laughed. I know. It's a little confusing. Sounds way too similar. You'd think they'd come up with a better name to differentiate them, right? Aave yawned and covered his mouth as it opened wide. I waited for him to recover. Their official name is the Executive Council, he continued, which I guess sounds more unique and important. In our communities, we say P3 Committee or whatever. We don't usually have a reason to refer to the council anyway. Again. Zane crossed his arms over his chest and his biceps bulged. What are we missing here? Even if Kenna's only meeting with local committees, she's got all these things going on behind the scenes and we don't know any of it. I chewed on the inside of my cheek. I got that we didn't have a right to know everything she had in the works, but we'd acted as if we trusted her implicitly. Mostly because of my insistence. I settled back in my seat, suddenly feeling anything but conversational. What if I was wrong? What if Kenna was just as bad as the communities and I'd forced our group into something we couldn't get out of? Zane's question still hung in the air. None of us knew how to answer that. I shrugged apologetically and lay my head back on the top of the seat. I was shaken awake when our transport hit an area of uneven ground. My back complained as I sat up slowly and cautiously stretched out my shoulders. I didn't know how I'd dozed off in such an uncomfortable position, but my body was not impressed with that particular life choice. Across from me, Aave was asleep with his head propped against a supply bag and his mouth hung open. I had to hold back a giggle when I saw Zane leaned over next to him, his head resting comfortably on Ave's shoulder. Kay was somehow fully curled up in her seat, her thin arms wrapped around her knees as she pulled herself into a tight ball. She rested against the back wall of the vehicle and swayed gently with each small bump. Only after inspecting the three of them did I notice Alex sitting next to me. He was awake and staring out the small patch of windshield visible between Nat and the passenger seat. "Hey," I whispered. "Were you able to sleep?" Alex shook his head, his eyes still trained forward. "Alec, I know you're upset." His jaw clenched. "Do you want to talk about it?" He was still for a moment and didn't acknowledge my question. Finally, he shifted in his seat so I could at least see his face. "There's not much to talk about." "Yeah," I sighed. "You're right. Nothing much has happened over the past week." I pulled one leg up and crossed it under the other on my seat. My sarcastic comment pulled a small laugh out of him, and I grinned as his features came to life for a brief moment. He breathed deeply and reached for his water canister that was sitting on the floor by his feet. I waited as he took a drink. "What have we gotten ourselves into, Mila?" I smiled, relieved to have him talking again, if only in short sentences. That is a great question. I was dying to know what happened between him and Channel on the hillside, but it still didn't feel like the right time to dive into all of that. "Where were you before we left camp?" I asked instead, hoping it would lead to some of the juicy details. I doubted the vagueness of my question fooled him. His reply was automatic. "I needed some space." And there was my answer. Clearly not ready to talk about it. I didn't know exactly what was going through his head the past few days, but I wasn't clueless. Based on how he acted around Channel and the fact that they were holding hands the other night behind the house, I knew there was something going on between the two of them. He cared for her. How much, I wasn't sure, but the way he was acting now made me think it was serious. Why else would he be so upset about her decision to go back? "I'm not upset about Channel, if that's what you're thinking," Alec grunted, and I blinked. No, I stammered. "I was thinking about Kenna and the mission." I cleared my throat and drew a breath, then leaned in a little closer. "You're not? Upset, I mean?" He shook his head and scoffed callously. "Not about her. These Unreals, Mila, they've been trained to believe in this system they've grown up in. Even if they recognize some benefits to living the way we do, it's too hard. They can't give up their life of luxury." My brow furrowed and I quickly glanced across to Aave to make sure he wasn't listening. It wasn't like Alec to be so negative about other people. Between the two of us, he was usually the one to see the best in others. What did Channel say to him up there? "Do you still believe in Kenna and the Coalition?" he asked, his jaw tense. This question took me off guard, and I glanced toward the driver's seat. Alec's voice was low, but based on our earlier chat, I was sure Nat was probably eavesdropping on anything we said. And here I'd thought I'd be pressing my brother for information. Now I was the one sweating. I answered honestly, "I don't know. I want to. I think we have to at this point. They know how to get us directly to the people we're looking for. You saw the boundaries. We were way off in our estimations." Alec nodded slowly. "We would have figured it out." I barked a laugh. "Seriously? In what reality?" The corner of Alec's mouth lifted slightly, and he looked back out the window. "I get that they helped us out there. I want to trust the Coalition too. I'm just not sure if we can." I wished I had some piece of information, a nugget, that could confirm that we'd made the right choice in joining this group. Instead, the reality was we were trapped by something either way. Trapped by the communities if we left and potentially trapped by the coalition if we stayed. Of the two, at least the latter wasn't a known evil. Yet. An idea occurred to me and I nudged Alec's shoulder. We still have the life watch and panels, right? He nodded and turned to me curiously. So we can track our location, pin the spot we're looking for and watch our progress. If at any point it looks like Kenna's not holding up her end of the bargain, we can jump ship. Alec scratched his chin. You think they'll let us leave? Why not? I'm pretty sure they've got much bigger fish to fry. It's not like we're adding anything besides extra muscle at this point. That's what me and Aave are adding. What do you have to give? He reached out to sarcastically measure the width of my arms. Ha ha. I rolled my eyes. I'm trying to be serious here. Alec held up a hand of apology, but he was still grinning. As I was saying, I said pointedly, with Aave and Channel training and preparing, they'll probably be too distracted to notice us anyway. Alec's expression clouded over as soon as I said her name. I backpedaled. All I'm saying is, at least we have the tools to double-check her position. Alec considered this, then turned back to look out the window. Right. Not upset about Channel at all. Chapter 2. The orange sun was still high in the sky when I spotted buildings in the distance. I pressed my face to the window and squinted to get a better view. We're not stopping there. Nat noticed my sudden excitement in the rear-view mirror. What is all of that? I kept my voice low so I didn't wake Alec, who'd finally dozed off on the seat next to me. Another abandoned town, Nat answered. Another abandoned town. The words were tragic and somehow hopeful all at once. This was what our world had been reduced to. Dead earth and broken down buildings, and yet here we were, survivors. Zane opened his eyes and took in his surroundings, then quickly sat up when he noticed where his head had been resting. I stifled a laugh. Where are we? He asked groggily as he worked to ignore my obvious amusement. Nat called from the driver's seat. Southern Territory. Zane grunted. That doesn't tell me much. Nat pointed at the horizon. We're almost to our actual home base, a small town in what used to be southern New Mexico. My eyes widened. We're that far already? Nat yawned and stretched an arm over his head to rub his shoulder. Our temp camp was just outside of P3. Hualapai Reservation lands. After the fiasco of getting everyone out of there, we drove through the night to the San Carlos Reservation. Couldn't get all the way here without stopping for a bit of rest. I remember, I breathed. But even knowing I'd slept through a big chunk of drive time, it didn't compute that we were already so far away from home. Zane looked equally impressed and disturbed by our progress. He moved over so he could fully stretch his legs. We'd settled into a comfortable friendship, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't catch my eyes lingering on him longer than they would with any other friend. Or anybody else, period. It wasn't that I liked him. His body was just hard to ignore, and he had surprised me on this trip, in a good way. Still, those feelings of closeness that were beginning to blossom made my stomach swoop. Something about him still felt wild and unpredictable. I didn't know what motivated him or what he was looking for in a friend. He wasn't exactly forthcoming with his innermost thoughts, and I wasn't ready to think about asking him. Kay unfurled her long legs and dropped them onto the floor. She leaned forward to loosen out her cramped back and yawned. Since Alec was passed out and I couldn't think of an easy conversation starter with the others, my mind returned to the unanswered questions about the reservations. Do they care? I called forward to Nat. He flashed a confused expression in the rear-view mirror. The native people. Do they care that we're using their roads and trails? Staying in their territory? Nat shook his head. We're on the same team, at least for now. I don't think they fully trust us, but they trust the community leaders even less, so we have that going for us. They had to fight hard to stay on their land. They know the agreement with Paradise is tenuous at best, which means they need us almost as much as we need them. What's the agreement? Kay asked, and I had to repeat the question so Nat could hear it up front. Basically, that the communities won't take away their land as long as they don't cause any problems. Alex scoffed and blinked his eyes open. Look how well that turned out for us. He lifted himself to sitting and gave me a small smile. My brow furrowed. But we were dependent on the communities. Maybe they aren't. Don't you remember learning about that? Zane asked. How the native tribes were self-sufficient until colonizers came in? They were almost wiped out completely, and their way of life was... He lifted his hands and mimed a growing cloud, then made an explosion-like sound effect. I nodded. I know. I remember. But then it got better for some, didn't it? In the 2060s after the Great Return? Mila, just because the government returned their sacred artifacts and burial grounds, that doesn't mean they suddenly had their traditional way of life restored. Alex said matter-of-factly. You can't force people to suddenly revert back to how they lived 100 years ago. Nat shook his head. No, but Mila's partially right. That was a big turning point. Chiefs of multiple tribes pushed for a return to traditional ways. I don't know if they accomplished it fully, but they definitely didn't rely on the communities like the other reals. He cleared his throat. No offense. I smiled smugly in Alex's direction and he rolled his eyes. They probably just want to be left alone. In unison, we all turned our heads toward Kay. What? She asked hesitantly, discomfited by the sudden attention. Wouldn't you want to be left alone if you and your family could take care of everything yourselves? I shrugged. I guess. Alec frowned. As we've seen, that's not realistic. The world is constantly changing. If you want to survive, you can't expect to live in a bubble. I didn't say so, but that was pretty much exactly what we were trying to do. Keep things the same. Not have to evolve and live like people in the communities. I guess it was easier to see through behaviors when they weren't ours. Kay's expression clouded over as if she, more than any of us, was aware of this fact. I wondered if she wished she would have stayed. Given everything we'd gone through, and the uncertainty that lay ahead, did she regret not holding out in her own little bubble as long as she could? We're getting close, Nat called, and I twisted back around to peer out the van window. The buildings were gone now, just a blip on the landscape of craggy sandhills and skeletal remains of desert plants. If I thought our home was bleak, this was beyond dreary. Moments later, the vehicle pulled to a stop outside of a large concrete building. The vibrations from the engine disappeared, but my body still buzzed from 3 hours of motion. I sat in the sudden silence and watched the other transports pull in beside us. Alec reached under his seat for his mask, then pulled it over his mouth and nose. The rest of us followed suit. Home, sweet home. Nat smiled as he opened his door. He jumped to the ground and walked along the side of the vehicle to the back so he could free us. The metal door creaked as he pulled on the handle and swung the hatch wide. I can't wait to get some fresh air, Zane joked, and I elbowed him lightly as he shuffled out onto the dusty ground. Can I help with anything? Aave asked, and Nat motioned for him to follow. They walked along the side of a large concrete wall and turned a corner, disappearing from sight. I regretted not going along with them instantly. Being in an unfamiliar situation was stressful, but having a job to do always made it more bearable. Having missed my opportunity, I stood helplessly next to Alec, Zane, and Kay and scanned the area, trying to take it all in. People poured from the rest of the transports, and I watched with avid curiosity. Ames immediately began pulling out boxes of supplies and doled out instructions to other coalition members on their final resting places. People formed a small group around her, then hauled box after box past us, following the same path Aave had taken moments before. A metal door opened in the outer wall to our right, and people I'd never seen before exited the building and jumped in to help the group with the boxes. It hadn't ever occurred to me that the coalition we'd gotten to know over the past week was not the whole coalition. Seeing them, men, women, and children, made me yearn for home. For my family. My eyes darted from one person to the next and eventually rested on a girl with a brooding expression. She was leaning against her transport and looked just as overwhelmed as I felt. Alex stiffened next to me when he saw where my eyes had landed. I sniffed. "I'm going to talk to her. Are you coming?" He grunted. "I'll take that as a no," I muttered and stalked away from him toward Channel. "Hey." I waved when she didn't immediately notice my approach. "Oh, hey." Channel smiled gratefully, but I didn't miss her quick glance over my shoulder toward Alec and the rest of our group. I stood next to her and leaned against the vehicle. "Aave ended up in our transport. Sorry about that. I didn't know you were going with Kenna." She waved my apology off. "No, it wasn't anybody's fault. It was all kind of rushed. I should have found him myself." She stood up straight and dusted off her shoulder. Her gray, community-issued clothing looked a little worse for the wear. "It gave me a good chance to talk with Kenna." "Yeah? About plans for—" I stopped, unsure of what to say next. Channel laughed. "Exactly. I don't know what to call our mission either." Her smile quickly faded and she looked at me hesitantly. "What did you guys talk about on the drive?" I shrugged. "We pretty much just slept." Someone with a large box in his hands whipped around the front of the van and I quickly dodged out of the way. The sudden motion jogged my memory. "Ooh, we did talk about the reservations." Channel's face drew into a frown and I laughed. Aave didn't know about them either. It's a name for land set apart for indigenous people. The coalition uses native lands to avoid detection by the communities. That's where we've been driving. Right now, they've got some sort of agreement with them or something. Her eyes widened. Wow. I had no idea. "I know. Nat was telling us about it. Pretty cool." She looked at the ground and I noticed the dirt collecting on both of our pairs of shoes. When she spoke, her voice was low. "I know what you're probably thinking, but I'm not doing this because I want to live my old life." I nodded, not sure how to respond. She lifted her eyes and looked at me intently. My whole life I've wanted to be sure of who I was and what I wanted. I never felt like I was sure, you know? Like I fit and had a purpose. I chuckled. "Yeah, I do know, unfortunately." She smiled and took a deep breath. "I guess I still don't know, no. Maybe I never will. But I'm positive this is what I have to do, Mila." I nodded and sobered with her sudden conviction. "Will you tell him that?" My brow furrowed. "Who? Alec?" She nodded quickly and again flicked a glance over my shoulder. "Sure, but it might be better if you—" "I have to go." She turned hastily and I saw Kenna motioning to her. "Right." She jogged over to a small group of coalition members. "See you soon." I folded my arms around myself as I watched all of them disappear inside the wall. Aave reappeared with Nat moments after I trudged back to our group standing by the transport. After flashing a smile in our direction and wiping his dusty hands on his pants, he scanned the area, searching for something. Or, most likely, someone. "She's not here," I exhaled slowly, and Alec looked up. He may as well have been a statue before that moment. He hadn't moved an inch since I went to talk to Channel. Kenna took her inside. Before the last words left my lips, Kenna leaned out of the door and called Ave's name. I pointed. And there they are. Aave looked more than relieved at being able to join the one person he actually knew in this mess. "I better go," he said cheerily. "Talk to you later." He turned and walked determinedly toward the entrance without waiting for a response. As I watched him go, I wondered what it would be like to have a boy scanning the area just for me, worried about where I was at all times. What was it about her that had such a magnetic pull? Before we met Aave, I thought Alec was drawn to Channel purely because of her foreignness, energized by the natural exhilaration of meeting someone completely different from himself. But clearly, it was more than that, because she wasn't foreign to Aave.
So, what are we supposed to do?
Zane asked. His voice pulled me back into the moment.
Can we go in too?
Nat, somehow overhearing while neck-deep in the engine of our transport, called out.
I'll show you around in a second. Sorry, I need to clean out this valve before I park for the night.
Zane nodded and turned his head for a panoramic view.
This place is huge.
Looks that way. I bit my lip. One by one, transports were being moved from the unloading zone in front of the complex to an undisclosed location around the back side of the wall. There was so much wall. It was tough to get a lay of the land. What do you think is back there? Kay shrugged, just as entranced by the hubbub as I was.
It's storage.
Nat closed the hood and wiped his hands on a cloth.
I can show you that too if you want, but I think you'll find it anticlimactic.
He looked between us and took in our silent, wide-eyed expressions. A broad smile spread across his face and he laughed out loud.
Come on, you guys. This place isn't that scary. You look like you're expecting me to feed you to wild animals or something. If they existed,
Alec muttered, and Nat chuckled.
Wouldn't that be nice?
He clapped Alec on the shoulder and motioned for us to follow him toward the door in the wall.
I'll show you around. Then, if any of you want to come along to see the storage unit, you're more than welcome to join me. Be warned, though, he teased. I'll be putting you to work.
I smiled gratefully. Work was something I could do. Nat winked mischievously.
Ready?
Chapter 3. The mysterious space inside the wall looked nothing like what I expected, though I didn't know what I was expecting. The imposing rock and minimalist facade gave an impression of what I saw in P3 the other night. Plain buildings, efficient use of space, technology making up the difference. But besides the mundane and threatening exterior, this was nothing like the communities. This was like nothing I could have imagined. What is this place? I slowed to take it all in. Nat stopped in the middle of a long aisle that extended from the door we just walked through to the back of the enclosure.
This building has a long history, so I'll try to make the introduction as quick and painless as possible.
A woman walked past us without a mask, and I automatically reached up to lower mine.
Right, first things first, Nat said. It's filtered in here, so go ahead and take your masks off.
This entire space is filtered? Kay asked, relieved and overjoyed. Nat puffed out his chest and continued with a smile.
The Reals built this warehouse over 100 years ago. For decades, it served as a place where people would come to buy food, home goods, clothing, you name it. After Campy, this area, not surprisingly, given how remote it is, became completely desolate. Besides sandstorms, the weather here has been temperate, allowing the buildings to remain in relatively good repair.
He gestured to his left.
So, on this side, you'll find all of our offices, if you can call them that.
Right then, in the middle of his sentence, my brain checked out and finally made sense of what I was seeing. If this was a warehouse once upon a time, the coalition must have been using old materials from inside to create the spaces they needed. The walls, for each office, were constructed out of old shelving units pushed together, then decorated with who knew what? Clothing? Sheets of fabric? Each space had its own unique flair with colors and textures filling in the gaps in the shelving to create small nooks of privacy.
On the opposite side, we have our living quarters,
Nat said, and I followed his gaze across the aisle.
Some of us have been here for a few years already. We each have our own space for ourselves and our families.
Families? The word blurted out before I could stop it. Nat chuckled.
I know. Hard to believe, right? We've got actual lives outside our work with the coalition."
He turned and began walking down the aisle. We followed.
"Food is served there," he explained, pointing to the back corner. "We eat 3 meals most days, though we do have times when supplies are low."
He continued to narrate and pointed out different areas within the massive space, but my brain couldn't take in anything else. It was bursting at the seams with unanswered questions. If this area was so remote, how did they have supplies? How did they have enough food? Where was their water source? How were they possibly supporting this many people? Where did they shower? The last question reminded me to at least attempt to tune back into what Nat was saying. I didn't want to ask questions he was already answering, and showering options seemed like something he'd need to cover. The area to our right opened up as we neared the back of the store, and I gasped. 4? No, 5? Small children were chasing each other, giggling as they dashed and dodged after a small, faded ball bouncing along the floor. I couldn't remember the last time I saw actual children. Small, tiny, live humans. I couldn't stop staring. A smile involuntarily spread across my face as I watched them, their explosive and carefree energy so shocking it almost hurt. In one vibrant instant, I was painfully aware of the weight I carried daily. The weight of survival. Of factors outside of my control, the weight of unknowns. A weight they seemed to be blissfully free of.
"Mila?"
Zane's voice was soft, and I looked up as I hastily wiped at the moisture collecting along my lower eyelids.
"Are you okay?"
I looked past him to see the rest of our group nearing the far wall of the warehouse. "Yeah, sorry. Just got distracted." Zane looked over my shoulder at the children playing.
"It's a little unnerving."
"Them?" I asked, pointing to the kids. "Or this whole place?"
"Both, I guess."
He grinned.
"But mostly them."
It's incredible. I exhaled slowly and turned to take one last look. They've built their own community here. Zane nodded.
"Nat's going to show us where we're staying. Come on."
I followed him forward with the faint glow of new hope growing within me. We had more allies than I ever could have imagined, and we hadn't even made it to the other reels. If the coalition could find a way to thrive here, or even just survive, we should be able to figure this out too.
"Are you sure you're okay with this?"
Alec asked, and I nodded as I rolled out my sleeping mat.
"Because you threw a pretty big fit back home."
I didn't throw a fit, I muttered, attempting to ignore him.
"Mila, seriously? You were adamant that we have 2 different sleeping areas. You scoured the neighborhood for shelter material."
"Shh," I hissed and turned on him. "I know, okay? I don't dislike Zane as much as I used to." I kept my voice low, knowing Zane and Kay could return from the bathrooms at any minute. While I recognized none of this would be news to them, I didn't necessarily want to bring my feelings to their attention again. Alec narrowed his eyes.
"What changed?"
"Nothing big. I've just seen that he has other sides to him, and he's trying to help, regardless of his social ineptitude, but that's not even the point." Alec's eyebrows lifted. "I'm not going to throw a fit about sleeping arrangements when the coalition is putting us up, all right?" He nodded and accepted this explanation more fully than my first one.
"You don't like him or something, do you?"
My cheeks flushed and I put my hands on my hips. "No!" I spoke a little too loudly and pulled back. "But even if I did, it would be none of your business. Would you like it if I started asking you questions about Channel? Like, why were you holding her hand the other night?" Alec's jaw tensed and he turned away, unloading the panels from his pack. I cleared my throat. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have—"
"No, you're right. It's none of my business."
He set the panels on the floor, then pulled out his dirty clothes and dropped them in a pile on his mat. "I'm not like you, Alec." I reached back into my pack to retrieve the last of my food.
"What does that mean?"
"It means that girls naturally like you, you know?" I shook out my bag, making sure I hadn't missed anything.
Girls don't like you?
He asked with a smirk. I rolled my eyes. You know what I mean.
People like you, Mila. You're very likable.
Ha. I gave a wry smile. How many guys do you know who have been interested in me? He drew a breath and pondered this.
I didn't think you were interested in anybody.
That's beside the point, I muttered as I methodically organized my food packets along the lower shelf next to my mat.
Not really. If you want to get to know someone as more than just a friend, you kind of have to, send them some signals.
How exactly? I asked, standing up straight. Every time I've been around someone I felt interested in, I freeze up. I fidgeted awkwardly with a loose fingernail. Can't think of anything to say. Alec shrugged.
I guess you have to trust that someone's going to see you for who you are and give you time. Make you feel comfortable.
He lifted his empty pack and checked the exterior pockets one last time before setting it aside. I'm not a magnet. I turned back to my things, not intending for Alec to respond. He did anyway.
What does that even mean?
I don't have that thing, you know? How some girls have something about them that pulls you in, makes you interested? I don't have that. There's nothing about me that's intriguing or exciting. I'm just flat, quiet, boring. Alec laughed out loud, and I frowned as I turned around with my now empty pack in my arms.
Mila, you're anything but boring.
Says you, my brother, who has to try to make me feel better.
I don't have to say anything. If you were boring, I'd fully call you out on it.
That was probably true, I realized.
You're just overthinking this. You'll find someone, and it will just click.
He walked toward the entrance of our temporary home with an armful of laundry.
And I'm just relieved that person's not Zane. What's not Zane?
A deep voice sounded from outside the walls, and my stomach dropped. If Alec breathed a word of this conversation to anyone, especially Zane, I was going to die right there on the spot. I shook my head in desperation as Alec raised an eyebrow, and the corner of his mouth curled into a wicked grin. And that's when I knew. My first act of true rebellion was going to be violent. I was going to murder my brother. Chapter 4. Alec waited just long enough before speaking to inflict the maximum amount of torture. He took in my flushed cheeks and the sweat forming on my brow and stifled a laugh.
Glad it's not you who has to wash all these clothes,
he called out.
Mila offered to help me. You would have complained the whole time.
Zane grunted and I gasped with relief until I realized what Alec had just said. Groaning, I held my breath and reached out to pick up the other half of the dirty clothes pile. All things considered, it had been a clever cover, but I wasn't going to thank him for it. I stalked out of the room behind him and past Zane on the way out. Alec led me to the back door of the warehouse, and as we stepped outside, I nearly dropped the bundle of soiled clothing in my arms. A wide platform of concrete covered the area in front of us. It was dotted with 3 small rectangular pools of water. Alec looked like he knew what he was doing and walked purposefully to the first pool in front of us. I must have missed this part of Nat's speech earlier. I knelt next to him and set my pile on the hard rock. I followed his lead and plunged the scrubbed shirt into the water. This is incredible. The water was hot, and the sensation took my breath away. I hardly have to work to get everything to come out. I watched the dirt disappear from the fabric without any effort. Nat chuckled as he walked past us. His arms were wrapped around a crate overflowing with supplies for dinner.
Welcome to the power of thermal. If you ever wondered why we set up shop here, that's why.
He disappeared into the warehouse before I could question him. Thermal? From the way he said it, it sounded like a new source of energy. Why didn't we ever think of heating water like this? Alex scoffed.
Probably because it would use power we didn't have.
So how are they doing it? We have solar too. I glanced over at the row of panels stretching across the desert in front of us. Maybe they have access to something we don't? Alec shrugged. I don't know. I think Nat meant this water doesn't need to be heated in the first place. I wrung out the shirt I was working on and stood, then clipped it to the drying line overhead. How? Was all I could think to say as I tried to process a possibility that seemed more like magic than science. Alec opened his mouth to speak, just as Nat re-emerged through the back door. Before he could get far, I called out, Nat, what did you mean about thermal? He cocked his head to the side and paused in his trajectory. You've never heard of geothermal activity? I shook my head. He took a few steps closer as I reached for another soiled garment. It's the transfer of heat from deep in the earth to the surface. It can be seen through things like warm or steaming ground, fumaroles. I've heard of those. Alex spoke up. They happen in volcanic systems. Steam coming out of the ground. Nat nodded. The most common type of geothermal activity is hot springs. I blinked. Like freshwater springs? But preheated? How? Underground? Yep, you got it. There are springs all over down here, hot and cold, all at varying temperatures. Are they safe? Alec asked. Of course not. Nat laughed. The ground around them isn't always stable, and some of them are hot enough to boil your skin off. Alec blanched. I meant safe to drink. I know, I'm just messing with you. Nat laughed. Yes, they're mostly safe to drink, but we have specific purposes for each one. Some we use for cooking, some for cleaning, like this one, some for drinking water, and some for soaking. Soaking? As in showers and swimming? I asked hopefully. I missed the beach more than ever in this arid climate. Nat smiled. Both, but not at the same time. You can go tonight if you want. There's always someone heading over after dinner. We'll find a group that can show you the way. Thanks. Excitement bubbled up inside me. Nat turned to continue his task, and I knelt back next to the pool to keep going with mine. Alec and I were making headway on our piles, and right now, with my hands in the gloriously warm water, it felt like anything but a chore. I was taking laundry duty from here on out, no question. I sighed. Mom would be in heaven. Alec asked, looking up. Mom, she'd love this. I focused on the towel in my hands and worked the fabric slightly more vigorously. I miss them, Alec. Both of us were silent as we scrubbed, our thoughts a long way from Southern territory. When I was satisfied I'd cleaned the towel thoroughly, I rinsed it, wrung it out, and stood up to clip it on the line. Did you see the grow houses back there? Alec asked, and I lifted a soapy hand to point behind the storage unit. I followed his finger and nodded. Inside the concrete walls seemed like another world. An alien place with harsh lighting and the natural cacophony of noise to be expected from a large group of people living in close quarters. But out here, despite the unfamiliar features and layout, there were so many things I recognized. It felt calm, peaceful, a lot like the home I missed. Alec and I continued to wash until the swollen orange sun began to drop on the horizon. We finished our own laundry quickly and decided to bust into another dirty pile placed off to the side by Ames earlier. With hands flushed and wrinkled from the warm water, we finally stood and clipped the last item to the line. I'm starving, Alec grunted, and I laughed in agreement, feeling my stomach grumble. Well, perfect timing. They should be dishing up inside. I shook my hands in the cool evening air and encouraged them to dry as I walked toward the door. My eyelids felt heavy. The emotions of the day began to take their toll. I hoped the food would give me a mental boost because there was no way I was skipping out on swimming to go to bed early, even if my body disagreed with me. You're back. Zane found us immediately as we walked in. His smile was warm and sincere, and I was glad sitting so close to the hot water gave my cheeks an obvious reason to be flushed. My brow furrowed. Where's Kay? He nodded in the opposite direction. Kay was sitting at a table with the children we saw playing ball earlier. Their little faces stared up at her with rapt attention as she talked animatedly, telling a story of some sort. "How did that happen?" I laughed. "She's saying more to them than she said to me total over the past 2 weeks." Zane shrugged.
"We were helping with setup, and they just gravitated toward her. She's been entertaining them nonstop."
I noticed a group of women chatting together off to the side. They tittered and flashed grateful smiles in Kay's direction. Must be the mothers. Watching them activated an ache deep in my chest for my own mom. I missed her, and Dad, so much it hurt. I wondered what they were doing in this exact moment. Sitting down to dinner after a long day in the gardens? Imagining my house without Alec and me in it was depressing, and I tried to shake the image off. Alec breezed past us toward the food line. I watched as he stepped into the queue directly behind Kenna, Channel, and Aave. As soon as she noticed him, Channel turned and threw her arms around his neck. Alec, clearly surprised by the gesture, hesitantly returned the embrace and his face softened. I gaped at the exchange and only realized my inappropriate ogling when Zane cleared his throat next to me.
"We should probably get in line."
I kept my voice casual as I ripped my gaze away from them and shoved my hands in my pockets. Zane nodded slowly.
"You know Alec's in trouble, right?"
My brow furrowed. How so?
"He's falling for her, and she's leaving to go back to P3.
I scoffed. I don't think he can feel that strongly after knowing her for a couple of weeks. Zane clicked his tongue.
"His body language says otherwise."
I put a hand on my hip and my eyes narrowed. You're an expert in body language now? I think I know my brother a little better than you.
"I think I know guys a little better than you."
He gently nudged my shoulder as he walked past. The touch, though I was sure was more of a peace offering than anything, sent my heart racing. I swallowed hard and followed behind him. I'd always known Zane was attractive, physically, objectively, but somehow the shaggy, wild look he'd adopted out of necessity during our travels made him even more so. I hated that I caught myself watching him without thinking. Maybe that was normal? Whatever the case, sometimes I legitimately couldn't help myself from getting stuck. One moment I'd be there, and then the next, my brain would get sucked in and I wouldn't even realize it was happening. It was easier to keep in check when the only people around me were my family, and the only distracting things were inanimate. Zane, however, was very, very much alive. I stepped into line behind him and tried to act as normal as possible. I scanned the room and pretended to be interested in anything besides the tall, muscular guy standing directly in front of my face. After dinner, the whole group of us, minus Channel and Aave, followed two of the moms we saw earlier to the hot springs. They insisted we join their group after Kay's impressive results with their children during the meal. One of the little boys was notoriously stubborn about eating anything good for him, but Kay was able to convince him to try. She walked happily ahead of us with two different children's hands in hers. She swung her arms gaily with each step. It was like she was an entirely different person. I smiled to myself. It seemed things were looking up for everyone in our little group. Tell me about Channel." I turned to Alec as my insane curiosity about that embrace in the line suddenly resurfaced. They had sat together at dinner, and I hadn't gotten a chance to get the juicy details.
"Good."
He answered crisply and pointed his hand light at the ground straight ahead of us. Zane flashed me a look. I sniffed. She and Aave are certainly taking this training thing seriously. They hardly get a break. Alec nodded.
"There's a lot to cover."
"I guess so. But tell me this. I don't get why we came all the way here just to have to transport them back to P3. Wouldn't it have been better to stay close to the boundaries?" Alec shrugged and kicked a rock off the path.
"Maybe they have tasks here that can't be replicated at a temporary camp."
"Maybe. Still seems inefficient."
This is the first time they've done anything like this, right? Zane asked. From what Kenna said, it sure sounds like it, I answered. He exhaled. Then it makes sense that they wouldn't have the process perfectly honed yet. I pondered this, and stubbornly wished he didn't have a point. Even though I could see his reasoning, something about it still felt off. I couldn't tell if it was a gut feeling or that same old anxiety about leading my family into a community trap talking. Probably the latter. We crested a small hill and I gasped. Ahead of us, small solar lights dotted the landscape, leading us toward a billowing cloud, growing and swirling in the air in front of us. It looked mystical and otherworldly. The kids let go of Kay's hands and ran excitedly toward the steam. They stripped off their clothes, tossed them on the path behind them, and shrieked with excitement. Their chubby legs churned forward with nude, reckless abandon. Alec paused and looked at Zane, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Without warning, he tossed me his handlight and took off down the path. He mimicked the two little boys as he kicked off his shoes and threw his shirt on the ground, thankfully not stripping completely naked. Yet. I laughed out loud until Zane decided to join the fun. My voice died in my throat as heat rose to my cheeks. I hastily averted my eyes. I was used to seeing my brother in his underclothes, but not anyone else. I'd seen guys with their shirts off before, obviously, even Zane, but my body wasn't swayed by that rationalization. A disorienting swoop in my lower abdomen told me there was something very, very different about the idea of seeing this particular guy undress. Zane whooped and hollered as he sprinted after Alec, and the young mothers ahead of us jumped to the side to let them pass. I glanced at Kay, and she mirrored my bewildered look. The dark sky and ethereal misty cloud seemed to be working a strange sort of magic tonight. "Wait for me!" I called, and breathlessly pulled my shirt over my head. I slipped out of my pants and set everything nicely on a rock near the path. One of the young mothers motioned for me to bring my pile further up the trail, and Kay, grinning from ear to ear, kindly picked up the boys' forgotten clothing along the way. I grabbed Zane and Alec's shoes. They were going to owe me for that. "It's Mila, right?" one of the women asked, and I nodded. "Kay's told us all about you." I smiled. "There's not much to tell." "Isn't that how we all feel?" The woman laughed lightly. "I'm Tish." She leaned her head back and pulled her long hair into a knot on top of her head, then secured it in place with a loop of fabric. As she turned, I noticed the bottom half of her head was shaved. I tried not to watch as she pulled off her outerwear, but her swimming attire was like nothing I'd ever seen. Sleek and tight, it covered her entire midsection with thin straps over her shoulders. It fit like a second skin. I was suddenly very self-conscious of my worn underclothes. Tish grinned. "Let's get in there. I don't want to leave Nyla with Ren for longer than I have to." She spun and led the way through the thick mist. "Ren's her son," Kay whispered to me, and I nodded as I tried to remember which little boy that name belonged to. My skin prickled as we walked into the thick cloud, and despite the fact that I could hear the kids splashing and laughing, I couldn't find them. I could barely see a few centimeters in front of my face. As if hearing my internal complaints, a slight breeze shifted the water vapor just enough for me to glimpse the edge of the pool. Crude stairs had been cut into the side of the rock, and Kay and I cautiously dipped our toes into the water behind Tish. My eyes widened in surprise as my foot sunk into that liquid heat, and I yanked it out in shock. Alec, having already immersed himself completely, laughed out loud. "Mila, it's fine. Your body will adjust." He flicked his wet hair out of his face, grinned, and motioned for me to move inward. "It's scorching." I looked at the water skeptically, remembering what Nat had said next to the laundry pool. Zane leaned against the rock and pointed to the young boys jumping in and out of their mother's arms excitedly along the opposite edge of the pool. I shrugged resignedly and replaced my foot on the top step. I gritted my teeth and sucked in a breath as heat pulsed through my foot, but I forced it to stay put. Kay dropped in next to me and immediately closed her eyes and clenched her fists.
Just like Alex said, within a few moments the intense sensation faded. I stepped a little deeper. Kay followed and gasped as the water creeped above our hips. I wrapped my arms around myself as goosebumps rose on my skin. We slowly made our way along the slippery rocks to Alec and Zane, and I was forced to hold my arms out for balance. I caught Zane's eyes on me and quickly looked away, down through the crystal clear water at the rocks below. Kay reached out once, grabbing my arm and giggling as she tried desperately to hold herself upright. When we finally made it across the pool, I perched myself on a submerged shelf and let the water rise over my shoulders. A deep sigh escaped my lips. So, this is what hot water is like. No wonder people used to take baths. Alex snorted. Could you imagine bathing in this? We'd get clean so fast. I thought back to the laundry earlier and smiled. I don't think I'd be willing to leave fast, though. Didn't Nat say that they do have some pools for bathing? Tish turned toward us. The bathing pools aren't this hot. We mix it with cold spring water. It's not good for people to be in heat like this for too long, especially little kids. She reached under Ren's arms and lifted him out of the pool. Few minutes break, bud. Ren folded his arms in complaint, but didn't budge. Is it dangerous? I suddenly felt nervous. Tish shook her head. If your body gets too hot, you could pass out. Alec nodded. Hence the rule, never go to the hot springs by yourself. You got it. Tish kept one eye on her son as he wiggled slightly closer to the water. I held back a laugh. The woman next to Tish, Nyla, if I was remembering correctly, had her back turned to us as she tossed a small toy to her son sitting on a rock. The water was only up to his waist, and I could tell he was younger than Ren, not only by his size but by the way his body moved. He threw his arms in the air and swung them back down erratically as he joyfully splashed his hands in the water. He spluttered when it hit him in the face. It was hilarious and mesmerizing. Nyla's hair was cropped short. It was dark brown, made even darker by being wet, and barely came below her ears. It was strange seeing an adult woman with hair shorter than my brother's. Nyla wore a nearly identical suit to Tish, and I wondered if it was a coalition uniform of some sort. Mila. I barely heard my name above my thoughts. I asked if you're about to pass out. Alec laughed and reached over to wave a hand in front of my face. I slapped it away. No, I was just thinking. About what? I shrugged. How we don't have kids at home? That seemed as good an answer as any. I certainly wasn't going to admit I'd been inspecting the other women in their flattering bathing suits. Of course we don't. Alec grinned. We're barely not kids ourselves. Ha ha, I rolled my eyes. You know what I mean. Southwest Territory doesn't have any little kids in general. Tish and Nyla both turned to me aghast. What? They asked in unison. Their reaction took me aback, so I repeated my prior statement without any clarification. Why? Tish asked. You're reals, right? You shouldn't have any restrictions. My brow furrowed. Unreals had restrictions? Yes and no, not that I know of, but I'm not sure. Most of the families we're acquainted with have joined the communities, and the ones who are left. My mind jumped back to that conversation overheard between Zane's dad and Nea at our neighborhood meeting years ago. If we don't start increasing our population, the communities won't have to do anything to keep us out of their hair. We'll be doing it ourselves, Nea had said. The look of disgust on Alejandro's face. So you're suggesting we force people to... Nea rolled her eyes. Encourage, Alejandro, not force. Before the Industrial Revolution, people were marrying and having babies by the time they were 15. Nea put a hand on her hip. If our life expectancy continues to go down, we're going to have to adjust, or the real world won't exist past the next few generations, if that. A pit formed in my stomach as I remembered her commenting on my healthy body, primed for reproduction, and Zane's face as he laughed along with Stupid Tam's comment. It's too bad she'd never be able to find someone who'd want to get with her, even if we are the last real people on Earth.
Mila, I'm seriously worried about you.
Alec cocked his head to the side to get a better look at me.
I think it's time for us to get out.
I lifted myself out of the water and sat on the edge, my head dizzy. I don't want to leave yet. I'll take a time out like Ren. I waved at the little boy as he jumped gleefully back into the water, finally getting the go-ahead from his mom. So, you've never spent time around children before? Nyla looked specifically at Kay, who shook her head. Wow, I'm impressed. You're so naturally good with them. I assumed you had a lot of younger siblings at home or something. Nyla tossed the toy in front of her son, and he giggled as he reached forward to pluck it out of the water. Kay watched him and grinned from ear to ear. Once again, I was stunned by the way her face transformed when she was with children. I knew we were all this little once, but I couldn't envision it. What had I looked like at this age? Was I just as happy and playful? In a few minutes, I'm going to go to bed. Kay yawned and sank a bit lower into the pool as she closed her eyes and floated her arms peacefully away from her body. Alec looked concerned.
Is it safe for you to go back by yourself?
We'll be leaving soon too, Tish cut in. We can make sure she finds her way back. Thank you. Kay nodded gratefully. I slipped back into the water and warmed my now cool skin. This time there wasn't any burning sensation, only deliciously pleasant heat enveloping my body. How long do you think we have here? I asked. Alec shrugged.
Probably a few days. Whenever they're done training, we can move on.
What's the next stop? Alec gave me a bland look.
Why are you asking me? You know just as much as I do.
I blushed. Yeah, sorry. Just thinking out loud. I had to stop doing that. First it was Zane on our hike and now Alec. Constantly asking them questions instead of being patient. That was the problem, though. I hated being patient and not having answers. Maybe I could track Kenna down and ask her myself. Ready, Kay? Tish turned to Ren and gave him a 1-minute warning. Kay nodded and lifted her body, now flushed with color, out of the water. She was long and lean, and her bones jutted out in places mine didn't. It served to remind me how long she'd been without resources. Though, even my clothes had felt looser over the past few weeks. Low rations and excessive walking would do that to a person. Voices drifted toward us as Kay approached the steps, and I glanced toward the entrance to the pool. Through the steam, I saw 2 pairs of legs, and I was guessing I knew exactly who they belonged to. Chapter 5. Channel, Aave. Kay gave a small wave. Hey. Channel smiled as they both walked into the pool. Her eyes grew wide as she entered the water, just as mine had the first time. At least the Unreals were just as new to this as we were. She and Aave were wearing suits similar to Tish and Nyla. Ave's was only on his lower half. Definitely Coalition issued. I needed to ask about how to get my hands on one when we got back.
We didn't know where you guys were.
Aave surveyed the pool and locked eyes with Alec. Channel shifted uncomfortably on her feet as her mask steamed up.
We were about to head out.
Alec looked my direction meaningfully. I surreptitiously shook my head. I didn't want to leave yet, even if he was attempting to avoid an awkward moment. Alec sighed, puffed out his chest, and walked past me toward Kay.
I'll stay.
Zane inched closer, and I smiled gratefully. I'm feeling a bit lightheaded, Kay explained, recognizing the situation. Tish and Nyla, with little boys on their hips, made their way to the steps along with Alec. You're the ones. Tish spoke the words reverently, and her eyes locked on Channel and Aave. Alec stopped in his tracks. I'm not sure, Channel started, but Tish cut her off. Thank you for being willing to sacrifice like this, for all of us. We've lived in exile for over a year now, and I couldn't see her face, but it sounded like she was getting emotional. I leaned forward so I wouldn't miss a thing. Tish sniffed. Anyway, we're so grateful to have your help. All of us want this to end." Channel nodded, a look of steely determination on her face. Kay stood and walked past her, then reached out to squeeze her shoulder. Alec followed and barely glanced their direction as he passed. The crack in Channel's facade was visible, if only for a second. Ren wriggled to get down, and Tish eventually set him on the steps. He reached out to the rock for stability and quickly climbed out of the pool, then zipped to hold Kay's hand, not even looking back for his mother. "Don't forget, you can take a quick dip in the bathing pool to rinse off when you get back." Tish turned back to us momentarily. "There are drying sheets there to use when you change." I nodded and waved goodnight as she followed the others into the mist. Channel and Aave stepped further into the water and moved our direction. "Pretty amazing, isn't it?" I asked. "Incredible," Channel sighed. "I'm used to warm showers, but this? I've never felt this before." "I bet there's not a 90-second limit," Aave smirked, and Channel laughed. Zane nodded knowingly. "We didn't have shower limits, but even if we had our water sitting out in the middle of the day, I still wouldn't call it warm." "And we had to limit ourselves," I added, "unless we didn't want to drink anything that day." Zane smiled mischievously. "My solution was, I just didn't shower." "Gross!" I laughed, feigning total disgust. "Glad I'm not the only one." Aave grinned and reached out to slap hands with Zane. Then he lifted his arms behind his head and leaned back to rest against a boulder. Channel shook her head and met my eyes in feminine solidarity. "So, what has Kenna been giving you for training?" I asked as I pressed down on the rock beneath me to lift myself in the water. It felt blissful to let my legs float. "Everything," Aave groaned. Channel rubbed her wrist tenderly, but before I could inspect it, she dropped her arm beneath the surface. "You understand Cerebrolink, right?" she asked. I nodded. "I only know what Kenna told us, that day in our temporary camp, about how it takes over all the senses, and the communities are forcing people to get it." "Right," Channel smiled. "Before we came here, Aave and I worked with simulations, coding for our retinal implants. The difference is, that programming only took instructions from the code world builders fed it. Even if I looked out across the town and wished everything was purple, it wouldn't change. I didn't have access to making those adjustments." "But with Cerebrolink, you do? You could change things?" I asked, and suddenly grasped a small fragment of what they might be trying to accomplish. Aave looked proud. "Yep. Kenna helped develop Cerebrolink, so she knows the algorithms. The tricky part is, Cerebrolink is going to be reacting to us subconsciously. We don't know what that's going to feel like or how it will affect our ability to keep things straight." "Kenna built it, but she hasn't experienced it," Channel summarized. Zane sat on the rock next to mine, and my calves brushed his knees. I quickly moved them to the side. "So, you're going into this with no actual knowledge of what it's going to feel like?" Zane asked, incredulous. "I mean, Kenna has some idea, based on reports from initial trial members." "But pretty much." Zane left his statement hanging. Channel looked down at the water. "Right. Pretty much." Zane let out a low whistle. Aave leaned forward and dropped his arms back to his sides. "Even better, we have a super tight timeline before our brains will be permanently linked. So, seems pretty smart what we're doing." He laughed good-naturedly, but the underlying tension in his voice was palpable. "Why are you doing this?" I drew a shaky breath. "It seems too risky." Channel sunk into the water past her shoulders and tipped her head back as she closed her eyes. "Why are you traveling across the country? Seems too risky." A small laugh escaped my lips and she smiled. "Right." I suddenly noticed sweat collecting on my forehead, and my cheeks felt like they were burning up. I turned to Zane. "I think I do need to get out. I feel strange." "Sounds good." He stood, and I followed him carefully back to the stairs. Once I was stable on the steps, I turned back toward Aave and Channel. I know you're busy, and I know things are slightly different now than they were before, but if you ever want to hang out or talk, anything, we're here. Channel nodded slowly. Kenna would have to give you some time off to play sticks, right? I teased. Aave laughed. I still didn't ever get to play that. See? I smiled. It needs to happen. I think we'll take you up on that. He grinned appreciatively. Zane stood dripping by the edge of the pool and I quickly stepped out. I shivered as the cool air hit my skin. Good night, Zane called, and I waved as we disappeared into the fog. Why is Alec being so weird? I asked as our footsteps crunched along the path. We held our belongings wrapped in our arms but held at a distance from our wet bodies. Zane snorted. Hell hath no fury. Okay, Alec is not a woman scorned, I muttered. He may as well be. Channel's leaving him and, oh, by the way, before she takes off, she's spending every waking moment with another guy who obviously has feelings for her. His pride is taking a major hit. A guy who has feelings for her? Who, Aave? Obviously. I scoffed. Regardless, he's making it worse. Shouldn't he be taking every opportunity to spend time with her? He could have stayed and talked with her tonight, but instead, he literally turned a cold shoulder. What do you think that's saying to her? Zane was quiet a moment. I think it's saying, I care about you and I'm sad. Ha! I laughed out loud. Seriously? That's what guys think? Zane's mouth twitched, his prior confidence visibly shaken. No, Zane, to a girl, that's saying, I'm a huge jerk and I'm self-absorbed and my own stubbornness takes precedence over your feelings. Zane looked taken aback. Okay. Ouch. Well, if he really cared about her, he should set those things aside and show some humility. And that's too risky. Zane spoke softly and I looked over. His eyes were fixed on the trail ahead of us. Explain. He cleared his throat. You're asking him to take a huge leap. Based on Channel's choices, he doesn't know she cares about him. Of course she cares about him. She turned and gave him a big hug in the line tonight. Shouldn't that be enough of a signal? Yeah, no. You say that, but it doesn't help him know for sure. She could have hugged him because she pitied him, or because she's a huggy person. Channel? Whatever, you get my point. If he goes all blubbery and vulnerable on her now, telling her how he feels, he runs the risk of being completely shut down. Wouldn't it be better to know? No, Zane shouted, and I jumped at his intensity. It would not be better. Right now, he can pretend it's all her fault. She's the one who messed things up. He can be mad at her and convince himself he doesn't care, that he didn't ever care in the first place. That sounds horrible. Zane chuckled lightly. Better than thinking he put it all out there and she didn't want him. I pondered this a moment as the warehouse came into view. Where did they say the bathing pool was? Zane asked. I pointed to the north wall. Should be over there, where Aave walked with Nat when we first got here. Zane nodded and we walked together in silence until the rectangular pool came into view. No steam plumed off of this water, but at least it looked simpler to navigate. It was obviously man-made with its perfectly square walls. We set our things along the pool's edge and I noticed a long covered shelf with stacks of folded white sheets. I walked over, lifted the clear covering, and pulled two out, placing them next to our partially dry clothes. A splash sounded behind me and I yelped as I whirled around. Zane swam effortlessly across the length of the pool and beckoned for me to jump in. Is it cold? I asked as I slipped my mask off and set it down. He shook his head. Just jump in. I wiggled my toes hesitantly, but I did as he said and took the few steps to the edge. I launched myself forward and folded my arms and legs into a ball as my body plunged into the water. Though not as warm as the spring, the water felt more than pleasant on my chilled skin. Surfacing, I glided into an easy front stroke and landed on the opposite wall next to Zane. This is slightly easier than swimming in the ocean, I grinned.
Want to race?
Zane asked, lifting an eyebrow. Yeah, hilarious. Look at you. I pointed to his muscular arms.
You have less body mass. I think it's an easy trade, he goaded.
I pursed my lips and pointed to the opposite edge. Long or short?
Long side, definitely. We'd have to start over there.
He immediately took off to the wall perpendicular to ours, and I rushed to follow. This was stupid. I had no chance of beating him, but if I said no, it would be just one more thing he could look down on me for. I had to at least put forth a solid effort. My heart beat nervously as I held onto the wall and pressed my feet against the hard surface for a quick start.
Ready?
He asked, as he flicked his hair out of his face. I nodded and kept my eyes trained straight ahead at the opposite wall.
3, 2, 1, go!
As soon as the word left his lips, I exploded forward and kicked my legs as hard as I could. I pulled the water with cupped hands and nearly forgot to tilt my head and breathe. I could feel the water disturbances to my right. So far, he hadn't pulled too far ahead. This realization fueled my confidence and allowed me to kick even harder. My arm stretched forward over and over again until finally my hand hit the wall with a slap. I gasped as pain seared through my arm and inhaled a mouthful of water. I flailed to stand as I spluttered and choked. Zane grabbed my shoulders and slapped my back with firm, consistent pressure, helping the water escape from my lungs. The urge to vomit was almost uncontrollable, but I desperately held it back. Coughing a few more times, I sucked in a ragged breath and felt my heart rate start to drop as the air hit my lungs. I cupped my hands and brought water to my face to rinse myself off as I shivered. Zane pulled me to his chest, and I tensed, unsure how to react. I'd never touched so much of anyone's skin, let alone his. What was he doing? I was jittery and breathing hard, but his warmth was immediately soothing. I relaxed into him, and my shaking dissipated.
I said, race, not drown,
Zane teased, and I laughed lightly. Who won? My words disappeared into his shoulder. He pulled back in shock.
That's what you're worried about?
Of course. I nearly died. I better know whether I came close to winning or not. Zane dropped his hands and placed them on his well-defined hips. I scoffed. You're not going to tell me?
I'd gladly tell you if I knew.
I groaned. Seriously? You didn't see?
I was trying just as hard as you were, and then I stood up and saw you trying to drink the pool.
I smacked his arm playfully.
What's going on out here?
A man's voice called from behind us, and we spun around. An older coalition member I didn't recognize looked at us patronizingly.
I know you're new here, but this is for bathing only. No roughhousing or whatever else you were doing to make that much noise.
My cheeks burned. I'm sorry, we were just...
Swimming.
Zane nodded.
Needed to stretch those legs, you know?
The man's face remained stoic.
Bathing, pool,
he repeated, then turned on his heel and returned the way he came. As soon as the door shut behind him, I clapped my hands over my mouth and did my best to hold in my nervous laughter. Zane's shoulders shook, and a guffaw burst out of him. Shh, I squeaked, and tears collected in the corners of my eyes. We're going to get in more trouble. I dropped back into the water and began to swim to the side of the pool where we'd set our belongings. Zane grabbed my foot under the water and pulled me back, then kicked to swim past me. I surfaced and drew a breath. Cheater, I called, just as his head popped up. Shh, he mimicked, putting a finger to his lips.
You're going to get us in trouble.
I scoffed, rolled my eyes, and swam the rest of the way. Zane pulled himself out of the pool and walked to a dispenser hanging on the warehouse wall.
Catch.
He threw something my direction. I could barely see the tiny dot sailing through the air, but I grabbed for it anyway and missed dismally. The tablet landed in the water and instantaneously began to foam. Oh! I scooped it up and began to scrub my skin. These are smaller than at home.
Individual use.
He sat down on the edge of the pool and dropped back into the water.
Now, nobody can get mad at us. We're bathing.
He grinned smugly. I laughed and lifted my right leg to scrub my foot. Where exactly did this Zane come from? He was funny, kind of charming and fun. How had I not seen this side of him before? Suddenly, I viewed our past interactions in a new light. He was still pretentious and self-righteous. I wasn't letting him get off that easily. But maybe it was compounded by the situations we found ourselves in. Maybe he just didn't deal well with stressful circumstances. Zane rinsed and jumped out of the pool, then walked toward the drying sheets I'd set next to our things. My lungs were beginning to burn. We'd had our masks off long enough, and I was sure breathing water didn't help my case. I took one last step and followed him onto the deck. I leaned over the edge of the pool and wrung out my hair. It was already beginning to spring up into wavy curls, and I'd likely need another drying sheet to keep it from dripping down my back once I put my clothes on. Suddenly, a thought occurred to me, and I caught my breath. Zane? I don't have any other underclothes.
Yep, me either. Avert your eyes.
I quickly turned my head back to the water as he reached down to drop his wet shorts. He was expecting me to change out here naked? Where anyone could walk out and get an eyeful?
Okay, I'm all good, he informed me.
I turned and walked toward him now that it was safe. He ran the drying sheet over his hair, fully dressed, and already mostly dry. I pursed my lips. Zane, I am not going to stand here naked in the open. He shrugged.
I don't think you have another choice, unless you want to wear wet clothes into the warehouse.
That could be an option. I could dry off and change inside our living space, where Alec and Kay were likely getting ready for bed and there would be no room to hide. Okay, fine, I groaned. But you need to stand there and block me in case someone comes out. Zane laughed, but obediently stood where I was pointing. And don't turn around.
Hey, I've already seen you in the shower.
You have not, I hissed as I frantically pulled my wet clothes from my skin and wrapped the drying sheet around me. You only saw me in my towel. There's a big difference. I held the sheet under my armpits and awkwardly positioned my mask around my mouth and nose, then took a massive breath of filtered air.
Says you,
Zane quipped. My eyes flashed. There was no way he could have seen anything between those boards. Maybe a small strip of skin, but that was it. I muttered internally about him being obnoxious and insufferable as I finished drying and attempted to pull my clothes on quickly. The harder I pulled, the more stuck the fabric became, and I forced myself to draw a deep breath. I paused to collect myself and tried again. Carefully this time, I opened the leg holes in my pants and slipped my feet into them first, then shimmied to pull them over my hips.
Finished?
Zane asked, and I panicked. Almost. Why? Is someone coming? No. He chuckled.
Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you.
My heart was pounding as I pulled my shirt over my head and sighed with relief. Okay, done. Zane turned just as I flipped my head over and wrapped the sheet around my head, then twisted it to stay in place. It was still surprisingly dry after using it on my body. I didn't think I'd need an extra. When I stood straight, Zane was closer than I'd realized. He was watching me again, looking at me in that way that made my stomach churn. We locked eyes, and my limbs suddenly felt shaky. I turned, somehow feeling more naked now than I had moments before, and pretended to be scanning the area for anything we may have missed. I think we're good, I said hurriedly, then took a large step toward the warehouse door. Zane lagged behind me and didn't say a word. Chapter 6. The next 2 days passed similarly to our first, though we were given assigned tasks that, thankfully, made the time pass more quickly. Kay had been officially designated the coalition babysitter, and she happily spent her time bouncing between families to give exhausted parents time to work or take a much-needed break. Alec and I worked in the grow houses like we did at home, and Zane helped Ames with food preparation, which I personally found hilarious. Ames ordered him around nonstop, and I made it my daily goal to catch his attention with a thumbs up any time I was lucky enough to see him hauling heavy boxes. His grimace told me he appreciated it. The grow houses here were significantly different than ours, and that made it impossible to ignore the fact that our territory was forcefully embedded in the past. The coalition entrances were double sealed, so the filtered air couldn't escape. They had supplemental lighting that doubled what we could produce, possibly tripled it, because of our shorter growing period. Multiple times a day I geeked out over new technology we hadn't encountered, and I wished more than anything I could run home and tell Dad all about it.
I think I'm going to miss this place.
Alec hunched over a row and snipped tender leaves from their stems. I almost reminded him to put his mask back on when I remembered we didn't have to wear them here. I suppressed a giggle as I remembered our last altercation on that topic. It seemed like forever ago that we were arguing about whether he was ruining the CO2 balance while he worked. It seemed so silly now. Funny how things that felt like a massive deal in the moment could fade into a tiny blip. I swept some dead leaves off of the path with my foot. I'm going to miss it too. Do you think we'll ever find a hot spring again?
They have to exist other places, right?
You'd think. But maybe we won't ever be in those other places. I pressed my trowel into the soft earth and dumped a small pile of compost into the depression I'd just made and mixed it in. I assumed that seeing more of the world would make me desperate to be back in my comfort zone, but it was having the opposite effect. I yearned to be home, but not because I wanted to be home. I wanted to see more, do more, experience more. I just wanted my family to be there with me when I did. Alec stood and gently placed his last handful of greens in the gathering container, then brushed off his hands.
I'm going to take a break. Head back to the warehouse for a few minutes.
But our break isn't for another half an hour.
I cleared it with Nat.
Alec turned to walk back down the row. Hold on. I put up a hand. Cleared it with Nat? What's that all about? Alec sighed.
Nothing, Mila. I'll be back in a bit.
My eyes widened with understanding. You're going to say goodbye. Channel's leaving today, right? Are they leaving now? Why didn't you tell me? He ran his hand through his hair.
You're really asking me that? This is why, Mila. Because you always...
He groaned.
I didn't want you to make a big deal out of it.
But what if I want to say goodbye too? As soon as the words left my lips, I regretted them. Sorry, no. I swallowed hard. You go. I turned back to my patch of dirt. I'll come in later, and if they're still there, I'll say my goodbyes then. Alex stood still a moment.
Are you sure?
I nodded and picked up my trowel. Absolutely.
Thanks, Mila.
A few seconds later, I heard the door close behind him. 30 minutes passed, and I stepped out of the grow house, officially on break. Figuring I'd given Alec plenty of time to say his private goodbyes to Channel, I walked toward the warehouse. I trudged around back, past the laundry, and stepped through the door into another world. One with constant motion, colors, and noise. I had to admit, it was kind of growing on me. I weaved through the walls of shelves toward our unit, but before I could get there, Zane turned a corner and nearly smacked right into me. I stopped abruptly and yelped in surprise. Zane put a finger to his lips and motioned for me to follow him and Kay, who appeared behind him, past our sleeping quarters and back to the central aisle. Once there, we turned right and walked to the open space where we saw Ren and his friends playing the day we first arrived. "What is it?" I whispered when they finally slowed. Kay looked to Zane, and their somber expressions made me anxious. "What's going on?" My voice caught and I started to panic. Please, no bad news. I don't think I can handle bad news.
It's Alec.
As soon as Zane spoke the words, tears began to form in my eyes, and he quickly backtracked.
No, Mila, he's not hurt or anything. Well, I guess not physically hurt.
Spit it out, Zane. What's wrong with Alec? He motioned for me to lower my voice, and I clenched my jaw.
He came back to talk to Channel before she left.
I know. We were working in the grow house together. Oh no. Did he put himself out there and she told him she wasn't interested? The worst case scenario Zane had explained the other night? Zane's shoulders fell.
She was already gone.
I blinked.
Channel. She was already gone.
Zane repeated. Wait. My brow furrowed as I tried to wrap my head around this. I didn't think Nat was leaving until this afternoon.
Neither did anyone else. Turns out they decided to leave first thing this morning.
Zane grimaced, and Kay put a hand on my shoulder. I exhaled slowly. So he didn't get to talk to her. Didn't get to say goodbye. Kay shook her head, a wan smile on her lips. My shoulders slumped. Where is he?
In our unit,
Zane answered.
He said he wants to be left alone.
I nodded and my nostrils flared. That worked out well because Alec was not the one I needed to talk to right now. I stepped back and clenched my already shaking fists and steeled myself. I'm going to find Kenna. You two want to come with me? Zane's eyes widened and Kay's mouth dropped open slightly. Is that a yes? They nodded their heads and followed as I spun on my heel. I walked determinedly down the aisle toward the offices and scanned the area for Kenna's tall frame and sleek dark hair. I breathed deeply and worked to keep my emotions in check. I'd been justifying her actions to everyone, and this felt like the last straw. Why would she do something like this? A part of me recognized the entire coalition schedule couldn't rotate around our piddly preferences, but another part of me was convinced she did this on purpose. Why tell everyone they were leaving at a specific time and then change it without giving a heads up? If they had to leave first thing in the morning, surely they were making preparations last night, which meant she could have made the change known. The fact that she wasn't upfront about this expanded the quickly growing list of doubts within me. Doubts about the coalition, and even more doubts about our place within it. I spotted her talking with Ames and another coalition member in front of one of the larger offices. They were looking down at a screen she held in her hands, in apparent deep discussion. I ignored my natural inclination to wait off to the side until they finished, or to run away and not say anything at all. My heart pounded in my ears as I approached. Mila, hi. Kenna smiled warmly, and it immediately put me on edge. She hardly ever smiled, especially at us. We need to talk. Her smile faded slightly as she glanced between the three of us, and she nodded. Of course. Here. We can use this office. Handing the screen back to Ames, she walked between the two shelving units and led us inside.
Do you want me to shut this?
Zane motioned to the rolling cart that acted as a door.
That depends.
Kenna walked to the table near the back of the space.
Do you want other people to hear what we're talking about?
Zane looked to me, and I shrugged. I didn't care either way. Kenna, why did you change the timing of Channel and Ave's departure? We were told they were leaving this afternoon. Kenna busied herself with organizing items on the table. She moved an extra mask back to the shelf on her left.
We have to be flexible with things like that. We received information that made it more attractive to make the drive this morning.
My eyes narrowed. What kind of information?
We track community movement through various contacts. We didn't want them to run into anyone before they reached the eastern boundary of P3.
I crossed my arms over my chest. When did you receive this?
Late last night, she answered simply, then used a cloth to wipe down the surface of the desk.
And you didn't think it would be important for us to know about the change? She looked up at me innocently.
Why would it matter?
Zane stepped closer to me and our shoulders brushed. His presence gave me the strength to say what I needed to say next. Kenna, they're our friends. They're doing something risky enough that we don't know whether we'll see them again. We should have been given the opportunity to say goodbye. Her lip twitched as she put a hand on her hip.
I had no idea you all had become so close. I haven't seen any of you together since
you kept them in training 24 hours a day? Kay asked, and I hid my surprise at her comment. Kenna wasn't so practiced. Her eyes widened as she took her in, as if noticing there were 3 of us for the first time. She cleared her throat. That was necessary for the mission. As your friend said, they're doing something quite risky. You knew we were close. I kept my voice low. You knew that Alec and Channel— What about Alec and Channel? Kenna asked abruptly. They've known each other for what, a week? 2. Whatever. He'll get over it. I don't have time to worry about people's feelings when I'm focused on breaking down a threat to our entire world population. She steeled herself. I'm sorry you didn't get to say goodbye, but I've got a few slightly more important things to deal with right now, if you don't mind. Kenna motioned toward the door as she pulled a tablet from a bag next to the chair behind her. With my heart still pounding, I slowly turned toward the door. When are we leaving? I asked. First thing in the morning, like we discussed, she answered crisply. Any chance that will change? Not likely. She didn't look up, now bent over the screen as we walked out of the office and back to the aisle. Alec? I spoke softly and moved the curtain over our entrance to the side. Mind if I come in?
Looks like you're already here.
He rested his arms over his eyes to block the incoming light or hide emotion, I wasn't sure. He was lying on his mat with his shoes still on his feet. At least he took his mask off. I just needed to get something.
You can just say you're checking on me, he muttered. I'm not stupid.
I smiled and sat on the floor next to him. Phew, at least that's out of the way. I hadn't decided what I was coming in to get yet. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, and it gave me hope. I'm really sorry, Alec. Zane and Kay told me everything. I went and told Kenna what I thought about it.
You talked to Kenna?
He dropped his arm and propped himself up. His eyes were swollen and red.
What did she say?
I shrugged and wished I had something better to share with him. She told us it was necessary. They received some information that forced an early departure. I left out the part about Alec getting over it and her patronizing assessment of our ability to care about each other after only a short time. My fists subconsciously clenched just thinking about it. Alec lay back on the mat, and he took a deep breath as he replaced his arm over his eyes. I wanted to shake him, ask him why he didn't talk to her earlier, why he kept ignoring her and avoiding her at all costs. I didn't appreciate Kenna's callous communication, but Alec had other opportunities and he squandered them. Now Channel was gone, and he may have lost his chance, forever. I know you care about her, Alec. I knew my other comments, despite their truthfulness, would be anything but helpful. Alec's mouth drew into a tight line, his chest rising and falling more quickly now. Was he crying? I'd never seen my brother cry, and it shook me. Alec. I reached out to touch his arm, but he pulled it away from me.
Just go, please.
His voice was a whisper, and he was barely able to get the words out.
Please, Mila. Just go.
Tears filled my eyes as I watched him struggle for some semblance of composure. I hastily stood and did as he asked. Chapter 7. Kay helped me with the laundry tonight. Alec, as far as I knew, was still in our unit. He didn't come out for dinner, and I was afraid to ask him if he wanted to come to the hot springs tonight. It was our last chance. I didn't want him to miss it. Is Alec doing okay? Kay read my thoughts. I shrugged and picked up a small pile of clothes and set it on the edge of the pool next to me. As good as can be expected, I guess. There was nothing more to say. We scrubbed the clothes in the blissfully warm water in silence. The skin on my fingers was soft and wrinkled as I rinsed each item, wrung them out, and hung them on the line. Kay, I walked past her to get another load from the pile. What made you want to get to know those kids? When I first saw them, I felt kind of intimidated. Intimidated? She looked amused,
How so? They're so small and unpredictable, I laughed. So bouncy. Definitely bouncy. I worked at a particularly stubborn stain on a men's work shirt. How did you know what to do? To help them eat their food and all that? Kay shrugged as she wrung out a pair of children's pants and turned to hang it. I just talked to them the way my mother used to talk to me. I watched her with confusion. Her mother? She said Paul's family had raised her when we talked at the stream. Did I misunderstand? I stared at the water, wondering whether we knew each other well enough now for me to broach the topic of her family again. What was your mother like? I asked finally. Kay smiled as she reminisced. She was gentle, kind. I found myself wondering how someone gentle and kind could ever have allowed her daughter to be treated the way she was. How could you stay with a man when they acted that way, especially toward a child? Kay shook her head. I'm talking about Tara, not my actual mother, though I do think she was probably kind once too. Ah, that made more sense. What do you mean? I picked up a pair of socks and soaked them. I think both of my parents were better once. Tara and Alan used to tell me how they were when I was born. All four of them were good friends. Apparently, they were fun. They were? I asked, incredulous. This was almost unbelievable considering the stories I'd heard. She nodded. After everything started happening, people leaving, our supplies being cut off, they both became different people, especially my father. He became consumed with his anger toward the communities, unable to think of anything else. He started to shut down, disengaging from all his relationships and responsibilities. That's when Paul's family stepped in. I was only 5 years old, and I guess Tara saw me all by myself a lot. She offered to help, and my mother gladly took her up on it. A twinge of sadness pricked my chest as I thought of Zane and his family. Dad became more and more agitated and irritable, she continued. I spent more and more time with Paul's family. Eventually, he was explosive. That's when I didn't really see them at all anymore. My heart ached for her. Living next door to your own parents, watching them self-destruct. What happened to your mom? Kay was silent a moment, and I looked up to see her wiping away a tear with her wrist, her hand still dripping with soapy water. She shook her head. I don't know. She stayed inside so much. I ask myself every day whether I could have done something. Brought her out with us. Maybe she was hiding too. I picked up the last item in my pile and plunged it into the water. I methodically washed it as I'd done the other pieces, even though my mind was far from this pool. It wasn't your fault. I chose my words carefully. You were a child, Kay. It wasn't your responsibility to save her, or anyone for that matter. Kay nodded and returned to her work, though tears continued to stream down her cheeks. I know. But I still wonder. Alec was already sleeping when I got back to check on him after dinner. Kay, Zane, and I spent our last night in the hot springs without him. Tish, Nyla, and all four of their children joined us, and while it wasn't at all relaxing, we laughed and played like we did when we were younger. Before we had to worry about things like supplies, or community control, or, survival of our entire species. We bathed before bed, hung up our wet things to hopefully dry before morning, and went to sleep exhausted enough that we weren't able to think about the day ahead. The day where we left on another journey, encountered another set of unknowns. Just when we had gained a semblance of comfort in our current situation. Alec continued to sleep. I let him. Alec's space was already cleared out when I woke. I forced myself to get up, though my body begged to stay horizontal, and quickly shoved my few belongings into my pack. It took all of 2 minutes to finish up packing before I changed into my outfit for the day. It was the same one I wore here, one of only 3 shirts I brought with me and 2 pairs of pants.
Kay and Zane rustled in their sleep, and I gave them each a little nudge. We didn't want to be late. Though Kenna seemed to be willing to shift travel times at the drop of a hat, I doubted she'd look too kindly on us arbitrarily doing the same. Most of my clothes were clipped on the line out back since Kay and I had done laundry the night before. I threw my bag over my shoulder and stepped through the curtain, then turned on my hand light to navigate through the food serving area. I had never been up this early in the warehouse, and the overhead lights were still asleep, just like the rest of the coalition. I walked through the door, closed it behind me as quietly as possible, then turned and jumped. Alex stood near the wash line as a ghostly silhouette in the early morning glow. You scared me. My hand flew to my chest as my heart recovered.
Who did you think I was?
I could hear his grin even though I couldn't see it. I don't know. I guess I didn't think very hard about it. I didn't expect anyone to be here since it's 5 a.m. He chuckled.
Mila's grumpy. Got it.
Hey, I let you sleep pretty much all day yesterday, so don't lecture me about being grumpy. Kay and I even did your chores. I stalked to the line and scanned for my items.
Thank you for that.
All teasing was gone from his voice. You're welcome, I sighed.
I'm feeling better.
I pulled down my other 2 shirts and folded them into thirds, then rolled them up as tightly as possible. Glad to hear it. I spoke more gently, but I was still skeptical. The way he'd looked yesterday, it scared me.
Is everyone up? We're supposed to meet Kenna and the rest of the group up front in 15 minutes.
They were getting there when I left. Here. I tossed him Zane's clothes. Fold those up for him. I'll get Kay's and we can take them inside. We scanned the laundry area one last time, then walked back into the warehouse. The lights were on now, and Ames waved us over to a table as we passed.
I've got breakfast for you. Here.
She thrust a handful of packaged bars into our hands, along with a few vitamin drinks.
One for each of you.
Thank you. I realized for the first time she wasn't coming with us. Emotion welled up inside me, and a lump formed in my throat. For everything, Ames. I mean it. She smiled warmly and stifled a yawn. Good luck. We arrived at our unit just as Zane and Kay emerged with their packs ready to go.
Finished?
Alec asked, and Zane nodded.
All right, let's get a move on.
I handed them each their food and we walked together down the main aisle. A group waited for us at the front door. As soon as we approached, they began to file out to where our transports were waiting. Nat held the door open for us and I did a double take. You're back? I asked. Channel and Aave got in safely?
No hiccups.
Nat smiled proudly.
They're just fine.
Alec held his gaze as he walked by, but Nat's eyes flickered to the ground. Was he embarrassed that they'd left without telling us? Or was he hiding something? Alec's expression hardened as we followed, and moments later we were sitting back in the same transport we arrived in. Only missing one of our original traveling companions.
Ready?
Nat hopped into the driver's seat and clicked in his safety restraint. As we'll ever be, I muttered under my breath. He started the engine without waiting for a reply. And then we were gone. Driving away from the warehouse. The one place that within days had made me feel safe and secure. I shivered. For all Kenna's babbling about emotions and how quickly they can or can't form, she had absolutely no clue what she was talking about. We drove for hours. Hours upon hours. We only stopped to go to the bathroom and once to refuel the vehicles. By nightfall, our bodies ached, sick of the constant jostling and sitting sedentary, and our minds begged for something to do besides stare out the window or the insides of our own eyelids. None of us felt much like talking today, even though there would have been plenty of topics. It just felt like too much work. None of us wanted to pay lip service to the complex worries and emotions swirling within us. It was easier to be quiet and pretend they didn't exist. Our team was comprised of 8 people total, split between 2 transports. Since our vehicle was bigger, we were loaded up with most of the gear. It probably would have made sense for 2 of us to ride with Kenna, but somehow it never came up. Instead, We sat close together with less than ample legroom. Twice I'd had to reach out and stop a case from falling over during a sharp turn, but at least it had given me something to do. Something to focus on instead of how we had no idea what came next. We finally stopped to set up a temporary camp for the night, and I was the first one out of the transport. I strapped on my mask and squeezed through the small space between the walls of supplies and stepped onto the dirt. I walked a few paces and paused to stretch my legs, then leaned over to release the muscles in my lower back. I wanted to run, to use my muscles and erase the stagnant feeling in my limbs, but it was pitch black outside. I wasn't about to go running through an unknown area with a handlight after seeing what happened to Channel when she did it. Instead, I jogged in place, not paying any attention to the strange looks I was surely getting from some of the passing coalition members. Blood began pumping through my limbs, and my body warmed up. I felt more normal within minutes. With heavy breaths, I turned back to the vehicle and helped unload. Nat handed us bags and cases, then instructed us quickly and efficiently on where they needed to end up. The van was emptied within minutes, with all of us helping.
Can we sleep there again?
Zane pointed to the transport.
I know we have a shelter, but that might save time.
Nat considered this.
Yeah, I don't see why not. Whatever you guys want.
He moved out of the way and opened the door again for us to get back in.
Set up your stuff and then come out for dinner. We'll be getting an early start tomorrow, so we need to eat and get right to sleep.
We nodded obediently as he walked away, but when I moved toward the transport, Alec didn't follow. He squinted toward Kenna and the 2 coalition members riding with her. Their lights bounced off each other and glare reflected off the consoles they were setting up. What do you think they're doing? I stopped next to him.
No idea.
A passing light illuminated Kenna's face as she typed something on a tablet, then directed someone to bring her another piece of equipment. Just as quickly as the light appeared, it vanished and left the vignette we'd just witnessed in darkness. Are we on track? I asked, and Alec glanced down at our life watch. He nodded. Then nothing to worry about, right? I walked back to the transport and hopped inside. Chapter 8. The door swung open before first light, and I jerked awake.
Masks on,
Nat called.
Time to load up.
It did not feel natural to get up before the orange glow had peeked out over the horizon. I was tempted to roll over and close my eyes, but I knew Nat would never let me get away with that. Instead, I stretched, then reached out to search for my mask. I remembered setting it next to my pillow the night before. I floundered and groped, then realized my hand was not touching the floor. I was feeling another person.
Good morning, sunshine.
Zane's voice was deep and gravelly. I yanked my hand back and sat up. How had he ended up so close? I looked around and found Zane was on my right and Kay on my left. We must have scrunched together during the night. Alec was alone at the front of the vehicle. Had I been touching Zane's arm? His thigh? My cheeks flushed and I swallowed hard. Zane lifted himself to sitting and his shoulder rubbed against mine. I was too tired and stunned to pull away. We sat pressed up against each other as we felt along the floor, the real floor this time, for our masks. I finally found mine and took my time putting it on. Zane turned his head and caught my eye with a shy smile before finally standing up. I wasn't usually an early morning person, but right now, my body felt wide awake. Alec groaned as he woke, and Kay blinked groggily. We packed our things and folded our seats open in silence, then shoved our packs beneath them to make room for the supplies. I walked through the motions in a slight daze. We stepped out of the vehicle and each took a quick bathroom break, then were immediately put to work hauling and loading. The air was crisp and cool, and my breath steamed on the inside of my mask. Once everything was stacked in the transport, Nate directed us to the other vehicle where an older coalition member handed out food and water. It was odd to take portions from someone other than Ames. I hesitated and scanned for any sign of Kenna or the operations from the night before. What had they been doing with that equipment? I didn't see anything obvious, so I stood there awkwardly and waited for the others before walking back to our vehicle.
Do you think we'll get there tonight? I asked as the van rumbled to life.
Depends.
Nat pulled forward.
We have to leave reservation land for a time. We're still clear of community boundaries, but we'll need to be a bit more careful.
My brow furrowed. Have you ever run into problems before?
I haven't.
But you know people who have? Nat nodded seriously. What did they do? I asked, leaning forward to hear his response. Nat paused, then turned to follow Kenna's vehicle in front of us.
I wish I knew. We never saw them again.
I swallowed hard. They just disappeared?
How do you know they ran into community leaders?
Alec asked, talking over me.
Because I was on the other end of the comms that night.
We were quiet after his statement, not ready to imagine the possibilities of what could happen to us if we fell into the same situation.
Okay.
Alec slapped his hands on his thighs.
Enough doom and gloom. Let's play a game.
I groaned. Please, no. I was suddenly having flashbacks to life when Alec and I were 12 and 13, trying to entertain ourselves during our daily chores. I didn't have the energy for that this morning. Alec scoffed.
You have a better idea how to pass 10 hours in this van? If I have to sit in silence for an entire second day, I'm going to go insane.
I'll play. Kay grinned, and Zane shrugged. You're into this? I asked, incredulous. I figured Zane would be the first to push back on something childish and unnecessary. Maybe it was just because he didn't know what Alec's games were like. I crossed my arms over my chest. Alec, these games always end up with me and you arguing. There's a reason we stopped playing them.
Anything that gets you two to argue sounds like a blast.
Zane winked at me and rubbed his hands together in mock anticipation. I threw my hands up, giving in to the peer pressure. Fine, I'll play. Alec's games always got much too personal, much too quickly. I felt uncomfortable answering his questions even when it was just me and him working together in the yard as kids. When I tried to fight back and ask things to make him squirm, it never worked. Not once. Alec had no problem spilling his soul on any subject, which I realized was why I was so perplexed with his recent attitude with Channel. It wasn't like him to keep things bottled up. He definitely had a stubborn streak, but more often than not, he was an open book. Me, however, I was more like a double-sealed door on a grow house.
I'll start with Mila, since she's so excited to participate.
Alec grinned mischievously.
Would you rather?
I sighed dramatically and slumped into my seat. Of all of Alec's games, this one was the worst. I should have expected it. Alec laughed at my dramatic response and started the question again.
Would you rather have skin that changes color based on your emotions in that moment, or words that appear on your body detailing what you thought the day before?
I gaped at him. Where in the world do you come up with these things? Alec tapped his forehead and grinned. My cheeks flushed with everyone's focused attention. I'll definitely have to go with the color-changing skin.
Looks like that might be coming true already,
Alec muttered, and I kicked his shin. Alec jerked his leg back.
Ow, Mila, that hurt.
Sorry. I mostly meant it.
Your turn.
He scowled at me and rubbed his lower leg. I searched my brain for a good question. Would you rather... Ah, I pointed to Kay. Would you rather be famous for something terrible or have nobody remember you when you die? I felt instantly better now that I came up with something interesting and I wasn't the one who had to answer it. Kay tapped her chin contemplatively. Easy. Have nobody remember me.
How is that easy?
Alec asked.
Maybe you could be remembered for something terrible that was an accident, like you didn't mean to bomb an entire continent. The software malfunctioned.
Kay laughed at Alec's impassioned argument but shook her head. I'm sticking with my answer.
All right.
Alec looked skeptical.
I can respect that, I guess.
So now I ask a question? Kay smiled, amused. Alec nodded and she took a deep breath.
Zane, would you rather have your first kiss with someone you know today, or wait to kiss someone you don't know in a year? Zane leaned over and rested his arms on his knees. My heart raced, and my hands were suddenly clammy. Why would she ask something like that? And what was happening with my body? This was a stupid game and a silly question. I didn't need to take everything so seriously. But as I watched Zane ponder the question, even in the filtered cabin, it felt hard to breathe. Zane scratched his chin. That assumes I've never had my first kiss. Kay's eyes widened, just as Alex narrowed. With who? He asked, and I nearly laughed out loud. Finally, a question that was pushing Alex slightly off balance. Maybe this could be fun after all. No. Zane held up his hands. I haven't. Not a real one, anyway. I was kidding. Not a real one? Alec leaned back, still eyeing him warily. No, just forget it. Zane stammered, running a hand through his hair. Was he blushing? I suddenly found myself grinning. I'd have to say, kiss someone I know. Waiting a year seems like a long time. Alec's jaw tensed slightly, and I nearly laughed out loud. Why was this the thing that was irking him? Why did he care who Zane had kissed? I doubted the question at first, but now I was in awe of Kay's ingenuity. Zane cleared his throat. Okay, Alec, if you're so curious about kisses. Oh, here we go. This was way more fun playing with other people, especially people who were just as intense as Alec. Zane pondered a moment, then asked, would you rather have a quick, short kiss with someone you love, or a long, passionate kiss with someone you barely know? Alec raised an eyebrow. That's an interesting question coming from someone who's never been kissed for real. I have friends. Zane shrugged. Alec put his hands behind his head. Easy. A short kiss with someone I love. I was tempted to rib him on this, but given the situation, I let it pass. Back to me, Alec said. Different order this time. What about me? Nat called from the driver's seat. Zane gaped and Alec laughed out loud. You want me to ask you a question? Nat nodded and grinned in the rearview mirror. Okay, Nat. Would you rather know the date of your death, but not the cause? Or the cause of your death, but not the timing? I watched Nat's face with anticipation. Alec had asked me this one before, and it led to an argument that he'd insisted had only been a rousing discussion. I already knew what Alec thought the correct answer was. Nat considered the question a moment. I'd have to go with date. Explain. I scowled. That was a much more patient response than Alec had given me. If I know the date, then I don't really care about the cause, Nat answered. I just know I need to live fully every single day. Alec nodded with zero rebuttal. You're going to accept that? I scoffed. Nat, here's what he told me when I answered the same way you did. Mila, I did my best Alec impression. If you know the date of your death, it will force you to live your life differently than you would have. The van erupted into laughter and my impression broke. Stop, don't make me laugh. Let me finish. I smoothed my face and cleared my throat. Maybe you'd live for the better, but maybe not. And you'd still be worried every day about how it's going to happen. If you know the cause, you can come to terms with that and live your life authentically. We can only live normally when we pretend death isn't a possibility every single day. Knowing the date would make it too real. Alex shook his head. I make an excellent point. And your impression is terrible, by the way. I think it was pretty bang on. Zane laughed and I beamed at him. Nat smiled at us through the rear view mirror. You do make a good point. I'm going to have to think on that. I'll get back to you. Yes, Alex said triumphantly under his breath, looking far too pleased with himself. All right, Kay. Wait, I cut in. You get 2 questions in a row? That was a bonus. He waved me off. This is my real one. Kay, would you rather be beautiful, but stupid, or ugly, but a genius? Genius? Kay spoke without missing a beat. Her confidence took even Alec off guard, and for once he didn't have a comeback. I laughed at his expression, clapping my hands together for Kay's response. She grinned and her eyes sparkled like they had when she was with Ren and the kids. "Mila," she started, and my heart began thudding. "Please be easy," I chanted internally. "Would you rather see your parents again, or save the world?" She looked at me intently, and for a moment I forgot to breathe. This was definitely not easy. The transport was eerily silent as I pondered. "I can't do both?" I asked. "Nope." Kay shook her head. "One or the other." I nodded. This one felt all too real. "Save the world." My voice was soft, and the ache to be with my family was raw as I spoke the words. Even though it was a game, it felt like a betrayal. "You're a better person than me," she sniffed. "I'd choose parents." "Real or unreal?" I asked, and she smiled knowingly, then turned and looked out the back window. It was my turn, and I was left with Zane. There were so many questions I wanted to ask him, so many things I was suddenly dying to know. But most of those queries I wouldn't be able to get out in private, let alone in a transport full of other people. Mostly Alec. I settled for something meaningful, but somewhat generic. Would you rather be right and have people believe you're wrong, or be wrong and have people believe you're right? Zane pursed his lips in contemplation. It didn't take him long to say, "I'd rather be right." I rolled my eyes. That would drive you crazy if people didn't believe you, told you how wrong you were. "You didn't say they'd tell me, just that they'd believe it." He grinned smugly. "You gave him an out, Mila," Alec groaned, and I laughed as I leaned back in my seat, defeated. We played for what felt like hours before Nat stopped for our first break. No true fights broke out, despite a few tense moments between me and Alec, and the time did pass more quickly. "Was I right or was I right?" Alec asked cheekily as we stepped out of the vehicle to relieve ourselves. "It was fun," I admitted, only slightly begrudgingly. "Much better now that I'm not the only person fielding your questions." We scattered and each found our own places to go to the bathroom in the dead woods. After putting myself back together, I leaned against a tree trunk and stretched out my back legs. "Mila!" Zane's panicked voice floated through the air and I jumped. What was it with him always interrupting me? "Here," I called, then turned and walked toward the clearing. He beckoned for me to hurry and I broke into a jog, until the expression on his face stopped me in my tracks. What's going on? Zane's breath was coming in bursts. "Alec checked the life watch. We've been driving in the wrong direction for hours." "What? Is he sure?" Zane nodded his head. "I saw the map. We've been driving dead south." South? Toward the Gulf? That was directly into community territory. My face blanched as Zane reached for my hand and pulled me into a run. Part 2. Channel. April 14th, 2161 through April 17th, 2161. Chapter 9. "Alec!" I called to him as I ran up the hill and tried to catch him. "Alec, wait!" He didn't stop. I ran faster and reached out for his arm. "Alec, please!" I gasped. He finally slowed at my touch but refused to turn. "Can we talk?" I pleaded, catching my breath. I knew Aave, Mila, and the others were probably watching us from down below, but I didn't care. "What do we need to talk about?" He growled as he stopped and pulled his arm back. He wouldn't meet my eyes. I coughed. "Well, let's see. We were discussing no less than an hour ago the fact that something wasn't adding up with Kenna and the coalition, and now I figured that part out, which I thought you'd be excited about, but you're upset." "I'm not upset." He folded his arms across his chest, and I pursed my lips. "I needed some space." His eyes dropped to the ground. He realized the transparency of his actions, but I wasn't going to embarrass him. It seemed like you were upset because I said Aave and I needed to go back in, to P3. Alex shook his head. No?
No,
He insisted stubbornly.
like I said, I just needed some space.
My eyes flashed and a lump formed in my throat. Space for what? Alex's eyes flickered at me briefly and his jaw flexed. You were the one who told me this was worth fighting for. Tears began forming in the corners of my eyes.
And you were the one who said it would be better to be able to do whatever you wanted. Looks like you've got your chance.
Alec motioned toward the group at the bottom of the hill dismissively. His words stung, and I nodded as my chest burned. I told him how I felt, and it clearly didn't change his opinion. So, this was what he thought of me. That I was doing this to get access to Cerebrolink and go back to being an Unreal. After everything we'd talked about, how could he still believe that? There were so many things I wanted to scream at him right now, but my mind raced a million different directions and I couldn't form a coherent thought. So, I didn't say anything at all. This memory was probably my worst. It had been a day and a half since implantation, and the procedure had been as seamless as everyone back home told me it would be. Though I couldn't remember everything Vera had said during our meeting back in P3, the parts I'd been able to recall had been invaluable. The pain at the implantation site left as soon as I figured out how to mentally turn it off, and that part of the experience was most difficult to describe. It was almost like typing in a string of code and having it be accepted, like being elevated to world builder status in my own brain. It was what I always wanted, right? Before Mila, Alec, and Kenna. Before the real world. A knock sounded at the door. Can you get that channel? Mom called. Yep. I hopped off the couch and walked to the door. It took longer to get there now that our house had tripled in size. My feet padded across the plush rug in the hallway, and I reached for the bronze door handle. Hey. Aave stood there with a goofy smile. He was taller than yesterday and suspiciously buff. I raised an eyebrow and gave him an appraising once-over. Besides lightening my hair, I hadn't done much to purposely change my appearance. But in this world, it was difficult to control. Aave grinned sheepishly and looked down at his impressively masculine body. I didn't mean to. No, I get it. Yesterday I was talking to my mom and randomly thought about Mila's clothes. Then I was suddenly wearing them. Aave laughed out loud. Besides that, how are you feeling? Fine. You? Great. He looked around the house and let out a low whistle. Mom designed it. He nodded. It's very ornate. I laughed. Gaudy is more like it. We walked through the kitchen and I opened the fridge. What'll it be? Surprise me. He leaned on the counter. I've already eaten everything I can think of. And you still look like that? I teased. This part still felt unnatural, and I had to quiet my mind and focus. Scanning the shelf in the fridge, I envisioned a decadent chocolate cake I'd salivated over while looking through articles on pre-community life. It immediately appeared in front of me. I pulled it out, and Ave's eyes widened. This is why you do your research, I grinned. What is it? I set it carefully on the counter in front of us, though I really didn't need to be cautious. I could smash it and then simply imagine a new one. Chocolate cake. Aave gazed at the frosting. What does it taste like? We're about to find out. He looked at me in surprise. You haven't had any yet? I shook my head, then lifted a plate from the cupboard and pulled a knife from the block. Again, ultimately unnecessary actions, but I wasn't out of the habit yet. I cut us both a slice and picked up a fork. Now, this was the part I couldn't quite wrap my head around. Cerebrolink somehow integrated our individual experience with shared neural experience. I'd never tasted chocolate cake, so my brain didn't know what it should taste like. Yet I could taste it because someone, somewhere, once did. That information had been logged and categorized, then literally fed to me when I took my first bite. My lips closed around the spongy chocolate, and my taste buds exploded.
I closed my eyes and sighed with delight. It was rich, somehow slightly bitter, but also incredibly sweet, and soft as it melted on my tongue. Yeah, Aave sighed. That's the stuff. We didn't say another word until all that was left on our plates were crumbs. Aave used a finger to wipe the surface completely clean. Our bodies are going to break down if we keep eating like this, right? I asked. Aave shrugged. I don't know. I feel fine. Because you want to feel fine? No, I checked my stats. Everything looks good. I sat on one of the stools and rested my elbows on the counter. But eventually you'd think we'd need to eat vegetables or something, right? Sure. The smile gradually dropped from his face. It's kind of weird, isn't it? What do you mean? This. Aave gestured to the cake. Who knows what we're actually eating? My stomach clenched, not wanting to think about the difference between the real world and the one we were experiencing right now. Aave cut another slice. I mean, I might not even be here with you, right? Remember what Kenna said? This mission isn't for the faint of heart, Kenna said, closing the projection. Aave and I sat across from her, dumbstruck. Anything and everything you see in your new reality will be suspect. We have no idea where they're keeping Unreals with Cerebrolink, and we have zero data on what their experiences have been. Aave said my house was empty, I whispered, and Aave reached for my hand. Kenna nodded. We don't know where they're living, what their conditions are like, nothing. So far, none of that information seems to even exist on the edge. We've successfully caught glimpses of their Cerebrolink signals, but we can't see their reality. We're working on it. So we're going in blind? Aave said, interlocking his fingers with mine. Not quite. You at least know what you don't know. That's something. I nodded, but my heart was racing. What if I didn't remember I didn't know? What if I liked being there so much that... Here, Kenna said, motioning for us to put out our arms. You'll feel a pinch. She placed a thin metal tube over Ave's left wrist. I swallowed hard as she pressed firmly on a raised button at the top of the device, and Aave flinched. This is a migrating tracker. It will move throughout your body constantly, hopefully evading notice. Kenna reached for me next, and my hands went cold. My mind was stuck on her use of the word, hopefully. I winced at the sting as the miniature tracker tore through my skin. We won't send you in until that's completely healed, she said, pointing at the bruise now forming. Couple of days at most. Are we the first? I asked as I rubbed my wrist. Kenna nodded. You were the most prepared, given your experience. The others are a few weeks behind you. Aave chuckled. True guinea pigs. Pioneers, Kenna said, looking intently between the two of us. I prefer that word. Remember the goal. I breathed deeply and stared at the marble countertop. But that was the problem. There were so many goals, none of which had overt paths to completion. Don't get distracted. Aave moved closer. He put an arm around my shoulders and I leaned into him. I have to find my mom, Aave. My cheek moved against his shoulder. She's already been under for 2 weeks. He stroked my hair and I closed my eyes. The time period is different for everyone, he reminded me softly. I took another deep breath and pulled away slowly. No more chocolate cake. Aave chuckled, and I felt the reverberations against my temple. Maybe tonight, after we find her, as a celebratory meal. I nodded my head and laughed nervously. I could only hope we'd have something to celebrate so soon. Where do you want to go tonight? Mom asked, her face youthful and glowing. Your choice, anywhere. Aave left a few minutes ago, and I was trying again. Yesterday's attempt to ping Mom's signal was fruitless, though I shouldn't have expected anything different. All we knew was that our connection to the edge through Cerebrolink was either heavily guarded or non-existent. Those signals were not branching out anywhere that Kenna could find, which most likely meant they were on a different network entirely. I couldn't imagine they'd built a closed system for each individual community. The wasted energy and infrastructure would be mind-boggling. But so far, that was the only thing that made sense. I pondered. How about ancient Turkey? We could check out that palace. What palace? Mom asked as she tilted her head curiously. She looked like herself and not like herself all at the same time. Something about her nose was different, but I couldn't put my finger on it. You know, when we met that woman. I searched for her name. The one who gave us information on Cerebrolink. Her whole office was decorated in jewel tones. I tapped my chin. Vera. Mom nodded slowly, lounging back on the new cream sofa in the living room. Right, I'd forgotten about that. Sure, ancient Turkey it is. I don't remember the name of it, though. The palace? That's okay. We can just visit them all. She smiled winningly. I laughed. You love this, don't you? Spending time with you? Of course. I'd been referring to the newfound freedom Cerebrolink offered, but I let it slide. Go ahead, Channel. Find the one you want to go to first. I don't know how, I admitted. Figuring out how to conjure food had been hard enough, but traveling to a new location I'd never seen before? Mom put her hands on her hips. Just imagine everything you'd like to see. All the palaces in ancient Turkey, and watch what happens. I focused and formed the words in my head, and a series of images appeared. I scanned the seemingly endless options in the air in front of me. There were so many palaces, and I had no idea which one to choose. Eventually, I locked onto one of them that looked most similar to the decorations and colors I remembered. Now what? I asked. Go there, Mom said simply. But what about you? Hold my hand. Imagine me going too. That will link us. I caught my breath. We can link? How else would we travel together? Mom grinned, but I was thinking way past traveling. What if I imagined you going and you didn't want to? How would I can choose to go or not? She laughed. Stop overthinking it. Just trust me and let's go. Her spontaneity was new and slightly off-putting. I'd always wished she would have jumped into things with me, but now it felt like she was being tricked into it. Had Cerebrolink taken away some underlying stress? Made it easier for her to let go? Was my mom actually in there somewhere? I clenched my fists and fixated on the picture I'd selected, then imagined me and Mom going together. Colors immediately began to appear as the walls around us sagged and transformed. Mom clapped her hands in delight. Perfect, Channel. Great job. I turned in a circle and took in the foreign landscape. The air was suddenly humid and it smelled of stone and earth, spices and old rot. The sensory experience was overwhelming and I reached out a hand to steady myself. I blinked in the brilliant sunlight and gaped at the old world architecture. Who built this? Who had lived here and what was their story? I'd barely had the thought before the information began to appear. No, began to download into my brain. The Topkapi Palace was the first palace the Ottoman sultans erected after conquering the city in the mid-15th century. They resided here for almost 400 years. Built between 1460 and 1478, the complex of living quarters, courtyards, kitchens, harems, and gardens was used as a museum during the 20th century. It contained treasures beyond imagination, including holy relics, fine clothing, porcelain, and pottery. Knowledge kept pouring into my consciousness. The information was simply there, in my head. Incredible. You picked a good one, Mom spoke, and I jumped. I'd been so absorbed in my own thoughts I'd forgotten she was there. Have you ever seen anything like it? I asked in awe. Mom ran her hands against the rough stone. Never. I watched her eyes light up as she discovered each new motif, and a lump formed in my throat. She didn't know. She had no idea what was happening here. All she saw was the beauty and wonder Cerebrolink had to offer. For a brief moment, I wished I could leave it that way. What's wrong? Dad asked. I shrugged and flopped down on my bed. He appeared instantaneously now. I didn't even have to think about it. It only happened when I was alone, though, which I was sure said a lot about my subconscious state and my internalization of Mom's and Ave's lectures on mental health.
I shuddered and remembered Mom's words about how I needed to move on. I'd expressed my ideas to Alec about Cerebrolink, allowing people to heal by not forcing them to suffer unnecessarily. But he'd said the same thing. Had I ever actually believed Cerebrolink offered a better option, or was I only trying to appease Mom? I laughed to myself. Appease her by supporting this implant for all the reasons she told me not to. Whatever my real thoughts were then, things were different now. I wasn't here because I wanted to erase my suffering. I chose to be here because I believed Kenna was right. I believed the communities were using this technology to erase us. No amount of ease and pleasure could justify that end, right? You're not getting off that easy. Dad sat down next to me. I leaned against my pillows and took a deep breath, then let it out slowly. You don't ever talk to Mom, do you? He shook his head. You're just in my brain? You can't go and tell other people the things we talk about? I had no idea how much Cass and the other community leaders were able to glean from my brainwaves. The last thing I needed was for someone connected to me to get suspicious. Dad laughed. What, you're worried I'm going to give away your cover? My eyes widened. Dad, quiet. Channel. You're the only one who can see me or talk to me. Your brain created this. He gestured to his full head of hair and trim body. Which is why you still look the same age as when I was little. He nodded, patting my leg. I sighed. So I'm talking to myself. Dad chuckled. There are worse things. And I'm probably the wisest version of yourself, don't you think? I grinned and stretched my legs out on the bed behind him. I wondered how much of him was truly from my own brain, and how much was coming from Cerebrolink. I still couldn't figure out where one ended and the other began. Cass said our signals were somehow independent and local, which meant we had to be wired up. If they weren't using transmitted signals, how else would we be communicating with each other? With databanks? I went out with Mom today. I crossed my arms over my chest. That's great. A smile broke out across Dad's face. He watched me and waited expectantly for more details. She seemed happy. Again, great. His exuberance faded as he noticed my expression. Not great. I sat up and folded my legs under me. She doesn't know, Dad. She has no clue she's living in this fake world the community's created. For efficiency's sake at best, population control at worst. You don't think she knew what she was getting into with Cerebrolink? No way! I shook my head adamantly. I mean, she believed the efficiency part, but everything Kenna said, it makes sense, Dad. I saw proof of things getting better out there. P3 didn't say a word to us about that. Dad nodded. And there's no other explanation for that? What do you mean? Well, Kenna told you her theory, but it's just that, a theory. Someone else could interpret those same facts differently. Did you ever talk with someone outside of the coalition? Ask for their interpretation? I shook my head slowly and my brow furrowed. I didn't have access to anyone else. I'm not blaming you. His voice was gentle. I'm simply suggesting there might be more to the story. And maybe Kenna's correct. And this is all a nefarious plot to overthrow the world, who knows? I'm just saying that in my experience, it's usually more complicated than that. I shifted to my side and lay back down, then pulled my knees to my chest. Was it normal to be annoyed at the logical argument? Was it normal to be annoyed by the logical arguments coming from your own brain? Dad reached over and scratched my back lightly, like he did when I was little. I believe Kenna's right. I stared at the wall ahead of me. She had to be. What else made sense? And why else would people like her be risking so much to shut this down? Why would reals be leaving their homes to find a sustainable way of life? I believed Alec and Mila were telling the truth. I'm sure they were, Dad murmured. I'm sure they were. Chapter 10. I sequestered myself with Aave in my bedroom at 1900. Mom, when she saw it was Aave at the door, suddenly had work to do and was tired out after her long day at the palace. Subtle. "Do you think she'll show today?" Aave asked. His pale green shirt matched his eyes, and I was slowly getting used to his added brawn. I shrugged. Same odds as always. Cass said it was impossible to link up with us here, so probably not. And we have no idea if our trackers are still floating around in here somewhere. I lifted my arm and scanned for the old bruise. "Sounds like hanging out and waiting again is a good use of time then." Aave grinned. I grimaced. We'd sat down in this exact spot on my bed each night and waited for Kenna to make contact. So far, nothing. But at least it had given me the opportunity to redecorate. My room no longer screamed Roman temple like the rest of the house. It looked exactly like my old one. Cyan blanket, fluffy flowered pillow, picture frames on the wall. It was comforting to be somewhere familiar. "Where did you go?" Aave asked as he waved a hand in front of my face. He laughed and shook his head. "You and your mom." "Did she tell you about that? Seriously, what is up with you always talking to my mom?" I groaned, and Aave grinned mischievously. "We went to Istanbul." Ave's look of amusement morphed as his eyebrows raised in surprise. "Exotic? And very random." He ran his hand through his wavy hair, and my heart fluttered. With the rush of training, then returning to P3 and Cerebrolink, we hadn't had a spare second to talk about what had happened between us. Or Alec. A whole lot had happened since Aave kissed me that night on our bench. I cleared my throat. "How are your parents doing? Are they settled in?" "Kind of. I think it's hard for them to be creative." "What do you mean?" Aave pulled my flowery pillow behind his back and leaned against the wall. His legs draped off the front of the bed. "Our house looks pretty much the same as it did before." I laughed. "Really? They haven't made any upgrades?" "No. Well, I guess Mom did add a skylight." I shook my head. "You're going to have to show them what's possible." "That's the thing." He looked up at the ceiling. "I don't think gaining a life of luxury was the motivation behind their linking. It was more a practicality." Everyone else was doing it. Aave nodded. I crisscrossed my legs and sat up. "How do you think our parents are going to react when we find them in the real world? When we tell them the truth about Cerebrolink?" "I have no idea." Aave pursed his lips. I glanced at the timestamp. It had only been 5 minutes. Though it was fun to be with Aave, waiting for Kenna each night felt like a marathon. I was dying to know how the others were doing and whether Kenna's coders had made any progress. It would make me feel better about the fact that we'd made virtually none. "What are you thinking about?" Aave asked. "The others." Aave nodded. "Any one in particular?" He fiddled with the tie on his cotton shorts. "No." It was partially true. I was worried about all of them, but as the word left my lips, I felt the slightest twinge of guilt. Aave sniffed. "Seems like you all went through a lot before I got there." "We did." "Alec seemed pretty upset about everything." "He wasn't upset," I replied reflexively. "He just needed space." I smirked despite my best efforts, then wiped it from my face before Aave looked over. "Really?" He seemed, "I'm kidding," I laughed. He was totally upset. He didn't want to admit it. I thought about his scowl and the way he shoved his hands in his pockets. So stubborn, that boy. Aave waited for an explanation. I flopped back on the end of my bed and stretched my legs over his. We talked a lot about the real world, about how I wondered if it mattered. When I chose to come back, it felt like a slap in the face. What mattered? Whether we were real or unreal, you know? I sighed. The stuff you and I used to talk about. Aave sat up. "You didn't tell him their world was worse, did you?" He raised an eyebrow. I gave him a sideways glance. "I might have alluded to it. Only once, though, and it was after a significant head injury." Aave shook his head. "Classic channel. No filter." I reached out and smacked his arm as he tried to dodge me, unsuccessfully, and the bed bounced as he lurched back into his spot. I thought back to the night I'd said all of that. Playing sticks, Alec running wildly to try and beat me and Kay, beating him even if we did cheat a little, talking with him in the glow. All of them, I corrected, showed me how difficult, frustrating real things can be better than the perfect unreal ones. Ave's mouth dropped, and he looked suddenly annoyed. What? He scoffed. Oh, I don't know. The fact that I've tried to explain that philosophy multiple times and you always told me I was crazy? I didn't say you were crazy, I spluttered indignantly and propped myself up on my elbows. Pretty much. The way you reacted, you didn't have to say it. I sat up fully. I'm sorry, okay? I didn't get it. Whenever Aave had talked about the real world, it always seemed like he was just playing devil's advocate, trying to be contrary and philosophical. I shrugged. I guess I needed to see it. Aave looked at me skeptically. You needed proof? I swallowed. Of sorts. He looked away. I guess that makes sense. The muscle in his jaw flexed, the one that always flexed when he was tense. I sighed. Now you're mad. I don't get mad. He looked up at me with a playful grin slapped back on his face. I knew it was fake, but I couldn't help but smile back at him. His hand brushed against mine as he shifted positions. Aave, if you say you just need space, I swear. Channel. Aave started, but the light in the room changed suddenly, and we startled. I gasped as Kenna's face materialized in a square ahead of us. Gotcha! She shouted triumphantly, and her eyes gleamed. How did you find us? I blustered as I scrambled to stand. After what Cass said, I didn't think it would be possible. It wasn't easy, Kenna muttered. We don't have much time, and we've got a lot to talk about. First off, how are you two acclimating? Great. Aave stood next to me and looked toward the projection. What is it like? Kenna asked. Wild, I answered. We have access to anything we want. It's just right there, as soon as we think it. Everything? I told her quickly about the cake and the information I'd gleaned earlier at the palace. Kenna shook her head. Dangerous, she whispered, then leaned forward and shifted into business mode. Your trackers are live. That's how we were able to connect with you. We've had your physical locations the entire time, but breaking through the firewalls was another story. My eyes widened. Physical locations? Plural? Kenna nodded. You're not in the same place, but you're close. Our best guess is they've got a few different living quarters for community members, probably small and efficient, perhaps segregated by biological sex. Why would they have it segregated? Aave asked. No idea, and it's a complete hypothesis based on the fact that your signals seem to be divergent. Sample size of 2. If that's true, my mom could be here with me. Hope sprung up in my chest. Ave's face clouded over. Maybe it's just young or single people? My parents would be together, right? Or maybe I'm with them? Kenna shrugged. My mom said something today, I remembered. She told me that when we travel together, we link. Together. So we can both be experiencing the same thing. If you know my physical location and I link with her, could you... I don't know. Kenna exhaled. That may not help us. But... Channel. The reason it's been so difficult to connect with you is that all of the signals coming from your areas are identical. What? Aave and I asked in unison. We've been stabbing in the dark, which is why it took so long to meet. Even though we have your trackers and can find the approximate frequencies, there are hundreds of signals that look exactly like yours, in the same space, and the number is increasing every day. What does that mean? The same frequencies in such close proximity makes no logical sense. Kenna nodded. That's why we think you're in a complex of some sort. Possibly layered on top of one another. It's the only thing that makes sense. And those signals are completely internal. We're still not getting any information sharing between communities. So it is a closed network, like Cass said. Kenna tilted her head to the side.
Cass? She's a community leader here? I asked about it, Aave explained. Before our implantation. She said everything was closed and on-site. Kenna's eyes narrowed. That seems inefficient, to say the least. I know, Aave agreed. Why wouldn't they link us all up together? Seems like that would be a lot less work. Kenna shrugged. Your guess is as good as mine. They have the bandwidth, at least to share between neighboring communities. This was a mess. I slumped over, putting my face in my hands. Can't you just bust in here? Come to where we are and find out what's going on? Aave asked. Kenna barked a laugh. I wish. Our missions have drawn a lot of unwanted attention at this point. Not surprising. We haven't been able to get anyone else out. My breathing quickened. But the people who are out, they're okay? Kenna nodded. They haven't found us, if that's what you're asking. Your friends are fine. I heard from Nat this morning. They're making good time. I breathed a sigh of relief. All I knew was that Alec and Mila were headed east after we left, but I suddenly had a million questions I knew weren't going to get answered. At least not at the moment. So, what now? Aave put his hands on his hips. Kenna looked distractedly at the corner of the frame. We talk fast. I know it's only been a few days, but we need to know how Cerebrolink is making decisions. What is it choosing to prune and why? How are the connections being made? The scans we took on both of you before you went in will serve as a baseline. Over the next week, we need you to experiment. Try everything you can think of. See if you notice any changes in your thinking or experience. Then after we get you out. How are you going to get us out? I asked. No time for that, Channel. You need... And what about our parents? Kenna stared through the digital space between us. I want to get people out as much as you do, but at this point we have nothing to go on. We need more data. I nodded, but before I could respond, the light suddenly zapped from the room. Our link was broken. I slumped forward and let out a frustrated breath. Aave put an arm around my shoulders. Over the past few weeks, being physically close to him had become second nature. It didn't feel strange for him to hold me. But it also didn't feel the same as Alec, even though Ave's body seemed to be looking more and more like him every day. That part was unnerving. Experiment. What does that even mean? I groaned. I don't know, but I think I have an idea. Aave lifted me up and hopped off the bed. You saw that invite, right? To join a challenge group? I'd seen it. I'd been getting reminders at least 3 times a day. We don't exactly have time to do challenges. Aave held up a finger. Maybe that's exactly what we need to be doing. Maybe we need to dig in and experience this thing. Maybe that could lead us to something, a new piece of information or some detail we can feed Kenna and her team, or something that could help us figure out where our parents are. And we may as well have a little fun, right? I didn't pay much attention to the notifications, but from what I'd gathered, these challenge groups were world build competitions amped up to an 11. Completing obstacle courses or battling another group did sound better than sitting here worrying. I shrugged. We can try, I guess. Aave smiled broadly. You're the only one who has traveled with someone. You're going to have to teach me how. I stood next to him and thought back to what Mom told me. We have to hold hands. If we have to. Aave grinned, and I rolled my eyes. He reached out and took my palm in his. Then I need to imagine us going, but I'm not really sure where that is. I bit my lip. When I'd left with Mom earlier, I'd imagined where I'd wanted to go. Maybe this would work the same way. I just needed to imagine joining a challenge group. Once I do this, I think you'll have to accept it or something? Aave nodded and closed his eyes. I gulped. I have no idea if this is going to work. It's okay. Just try. I took a breath, then closed my eyes and envisioned the challenge group notification, then asked to go there. The room dissolved around us and we were suddenly surrounded by stars. Whoa, Aave breathed. Pretty cool, right? Welcome to Pod Central, a voice called out, and my eyes focused on a figure moving toward us. I quickly dropped Ave's hand. Channel, Aave. The man nodded at both of us. I'm Oren. Challenge team captain. I need a couple of players. Oren put out a hand, dressed from head to toe in tactical gear.
Sweet outfit.
Aave looked him up and down.
Do you need all that out here?
Oren shrugged.
I don't need anything, but it feels way cooler to be completing challenges looking like this.
Fair. Aave nodded, impressed. Where are you two from? Oren asked. P3, I answered brusquely. His question seemed redundant. Weren't we all from Paradise 3 community?
Cool. You two want to join us? We're about to start another round.
I nodded hesitantly. How does it work?
I'll show you in a second. You're both going to have to prove yourselves if you want an official team invite. You up for that?
Aave stood tall, and I could have sworn his biceps expanded slightly.
We can do that. Come on, then.
Oren turned on his heel and walked back across the open sky. Chapter 11. There was nothing beneath our feet as we followed Oren, and my heart pounded as I took in the vast emptiness around us. My brain hadn't learned what was safe and what wasn't yet, which meant this view was still terrifying.
We're up against 3 other pods, but the only one you need to care about is Toriel.
Oren led us further into the void.
That's a pod?
Aave asked. Oren nodded.
One of the best.
What's our name? Oren stopped, and Aave nearly ran into his back.
Our name is Lancer. Your name is Aave, or so I'm told.
Point taken, Aave muttered, his cheeks flushing slightly. I opened my mouth to comment, but quickly shut it. Me coming to Ave's defense would only make the situation more embarrassing. Instead, I opted to ignore the exchange altogether. What's the objective? I asked, my eyes widening as the landscape began to shift.
Simple. Our job is to obtain Toriel's icon before they can find and take ours.
Ave's eyes narrowed.
And this icon would be anywhere.
I blinked. Anywhere?
Right.
Oren laughed.
But it has to be attached to one of their team members, and we have a map. As soon as I link you in, you'll be able to see your damage counter. Get into the orange, and you won't be able to move or change locations as quickly. Get into the red, and your weapons won't deploy. So don't get hit.
Aave rocked on his feet with anticipation. Is there a way to recharge? I asked, and thought about my time in the GameCube.
Always. Food, energy balls, they're all fair game. The icon is transferable between players. Take out the member with the icon, and we win instantaneously.
I nodded. Where's ours?
Right here.
Oren pulled out a glowing metallic circle from inside his jacket.
With you.
My eyes widened, and I watched the icon as it slowly spun in the air over his outstretched palm.
Oren, I've never played before, which is why they'll never suspect that you have it.
He placed it in my hand, and I quickly stowed it in the vest that had suddenly appeared over my chest. A game dashboard blinked into existence in my field of vision, and I took it in, acclimating to the layout. Oren patted my shoulder.
Your job is to act like you don't have the icon. Be noobs. Be stupid. You'll do great.
And then he disappeared.
Nice guy. That was super helpful,
Aave muttered sarcastically. Under different circumstances, I'd have bantered with him, but I was too focused on not failing Oren on our first mission. Take a look at the map. What would new, inexperienced players do if we were trying to find their icon? Aave pondered this a moment.
I'd probably assume they'd have the heaviest defenses around the person with the icon, so I'd look for a group.
I nodded. Yeah, me too. Probably not the smartest choice.
Right.
Ave's face fell slightly. But we'd look legitimate if we went with it. Very consistent with being new players and therefore avoiding attention.
And we'd possibly be able to take some of their team members out. He did tell us to be stupid, right?
I zoomed in on the map and found a group of 3 red dots. Aave hesitated.
I don't know. If we go after a larger group, you could take too much damage.
True, I admitted, watching the green lights of our team members blinking into existence on the map. But we do have to go somewhere, and the icon's transferable. Maybe we could gather supplies first, find some food and save it, Aave suggested. Not a bad idea. Okay, do you see those 2 red dots? I asked. On Mars? Right, let's go there. Not directly next to them, but a little further away so we can scope things out. Maybe we'll find some supplies. Since they're not directly next to each other, maybe we can take one or both of them out? With what? Aave asked. I don't have any weapons. I imagined myself holding the only weapons I was familiar with, and they appeared in both hands. Imagining items into existence was becoming more and more natural the more I did it. Aave laughed out loud. You're going to shoot people with target match lasers? My cheeks flushed as I took in my weapons of choice. You have a better idea? I laughed, fully recognizing how pitiful I looked. Yeah, Aave scoffed. This is why you do your research. A long rifle with a sleek barrel and a handle gleaming with inlaid wood appeared in his hands. He held it up in front of me proudly. Okay, what are you, a cowboy? I teased, but I had to admit I was impressed, and more than a little intrigued by this new side of Aave. Aave looked miffed. This is a classic Russian gun channel. There's nothing cowboy about this. Since when do you know anything about weaponry? Since when do you know anything about being a cowboy? I laughed out loud, and Aave shrugged. We all have our hidden areas of interest, I guess. I've always loved the history of mechanical things. I shook my head. Well, Russian cowboy Aave, are you ready? Worst case is we mess this up and never get invited back. We're leaving anyway. Doesn't seem like a particularly high-risk scenario. I reached out and pulled his hand into mine, then imagined the spot on the map where I wanted to go. The deep space around us swirled and faded, and the landscape transformed into burnt umber dirt and rocks. Huh. Doesn't look much different than Earth, honestly. Come on, I whispered, pulling him over to a rock large enough for both of us to hide behind. Did you see that? He shook his head. Straight ahead. There are colors along the ground. Aave tried to follow my gaze. Supplies? Maybe. Aave paused. Based on the map, there's someone up there. If there are supplies, that makes sense. Maybe we can create some barriers so we can approach without notice? Aave shook his head. I don't think it works like that. We don't know how it works, I shot back. Experimenting, remember? Aave gawked at me, his eyes suddenly wide. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get snippy. Aave didn't respond. What are you staring at? I asked, peering over the rock to get a better look at the terrain ahead of us. I'm sorry, he finally spoke, and his cheeks flushed. I'm just having a hard time concentrating. His eyes lowered, and I realized he was staring at something on my person. My jaw fell open when I looked down and saw that my lower half was sheathed in painted-on leather pants, cut low, with a utility belt around my hips. My midsection was completely exposed, and I was ripped. There was no better word to describe the tight abdominal muscles stacked in perfect rows along my torso. And my impressive physique didn't end there. The tight, long-sleeved black crop top stretched across strong shoulders and lean, sculpted biceps. Well, this doesn't seem exactly practical. My breathing quickened. Yeah. Aave cleared his throat. Definitely not. My head snapped up. You like this, don't you? I mean, I don't not like it. His cheeks turned an even deeper shade of pink, and I burst out laughing. This was ironic and hilarious. In the real world, I was so concerned about hiding what I was thinking, frustrated that it was written all over my face. Now that I was supposed to be back in my unreal comfort zone, the effect was even worse. Everything was literally written all over my entire body without me even being aware of it. Aave snaked an arm around my bare waist and pulled me to him, holding his rifle to the side. What was he doing? The motion took me by surprise and I couldn't speak. Heat coursed through my body. Our connection was suddenly new and electric. I was fully aware, even in that moment, that these emotions were catalyzed by this challenge. The excitement and increased boldness was brought on by our adrenaline-fueled situation and current hardcore outfits. But it was exhilarating nonetheless. Before I could catch my breath, Ave's mouth met mine, and my eyes widened in shock. This time it wasn't me that made the first move. His lips searched mine with an intensity that made my legs tremble. I kissed him back desperately, gasping for breath as his hand pressed into my back and pulled me even closer. What was I doing? I knew there was some reason why I shouldn't be doing this, but I couldn't quite grasp it. It was as if he couldn't stand even a millimeter of space or air between us, and I drank every sensation in. For a moment, we were weightless, floating in nothing but sensation. Feeling wanted by him filled a void within me I didn't know I was carrying. Being in the real world had tested parts of my body and mind to the max, and returning here, unreal again, where it was becoming easier every day to slip back into the comfort of old channel, was both delicious and terrifying. Each convenience, every scintillating new visual experience seemed to beckon me home into a world of beauty and ease. The challenge was, while I knew exactly what wasn't possible outside this perfect system, I also knew what was. I wrapped my arms around him tightly as his teeth nicked my lower lip. This kiss was built on the closeness we'd shared for years. It was a culmination of the frustration and fear of all our unknowns, and the memory of a kiss that felt exactly like this. I gasped. Unexpected and electric. A kiss my body and mind couldn't forget even if I'd wanted to. Ave's grip on me relaxed, and his lips began to slow as he felt me pull back. He gently brushed the corner of my mouth, my cheek, my jaw, before hesitantly pulling away. Where in the world did he learn to kiss like that? Wow, I whispered, my eyes still closed as I caught my breath. Wow is right, Aave said playfully, and my heart dropped out from under me. That voice. It wasn't his. My eyes flew open and he was right there, his face inches from mine. Dark eyes, long hair tucked behind his ears. Alec. Chapter 12. Before I could react, I was hit squarely in the back and thrown forward into Alec? Aave? And knocked both of us to the ground. Our mission and the icon in my vest pocket slammed back to the forefront of my consciousness. Though the wind was knocked out of me, the acute pain from the shot between my shoulder blades disappeared within seconds. A new data point for Kenna. I grabbed Ave's hand and rushed for cover. We scanned the map once we were hidden on the other side of the rocks. Still only 2 people near us, one in front, and one closing in fast from the opposite direction. How stupid could we be? Of course they would have seen our dots and come after us. I mentally berated myself for getting distracted. What's the play? Alec asked, and again I did a double take. I knew it was really Aave. It had to be Aave. This was just another subconscious Cerebrolink feature I didn't have time to think too hard about. Apparently, I wasn't only altering myself but other people now too, which meant Aave likely wasn't aware of his sudden transformation. At least, that's what I desperately hoped. Aave, I purposely said his name out loud. We need to get those resources. Do you think you can keep this guy busy while I run to collect them? He nodded and lifted the rifle, then readied his stance. Go fast. I don't think I can hold off both of them for long. I turned and bolted just as Aave stood and began firing at the opponent whose location we knew. As I ran, I envisioned myself next to the supplies and immediately I was there, standing next to an entire row of health items. I gathered as many as I could and kept my eye trained on the map as I reached for them. The red dot that had been heading toward Aave disappeared, and I froze. Time to go. I imagined the spot behind the rocks and my mind took me there, but Aave was nowhere to be seen. Desperately, I scanned the area but couldn't find him. Knowing this was a game with no long-term consequences didn't quell the panic currently rising within me. As far as my brain was concerned, we were both in real, immediate, mortal danger. Another bullet hit me in the shoulder and I cried out as I launched myself around the other side of the rock. My damage bar raised another notch, and I scrambled for one of the items in my vest. I gripped the first thing my fingertips touched and pulled it out. Something whizzed past my ear, and I dropped lower to the ground as I inspected the shape in my hand. A red hexagon. But how was I supposed to use it? I tried pressing it into my chest, closing my hand around it, even shoving it into my mouth, but nothing happened. If I couldn't find a way to apply this, I'd be... The opposing soldier catapulted herself over the rock and landed with a thud on the red dirt in front of me. I froze with the item in plain view. "You're new," the girl laughed coldly. Her black hair fell in 2 long braids down her back. She was covered from head to toe in black tactical gear just like Oren, and the effect was more than a little intimidating. I nodded nervously and wished I had a shirt to pull down over my stomach. She pressed a button on her temple and her visor retracted. "Oren sent you to gather supplies? Bold move." "He didn't send me." I attempted to stall. I knew Aave said this challenge didn't really matter, but I still had too much pride to lose without putting up a fight. "You found this on your own, then?" She raised an eyebrow. "With my friend. He had the idea." She nodded, impressed. "Is he new too?" "Yes." "Huh. Well, I'm almost sorry I have to take you both out." "You don't have to." I forced a smile, and she threw her head back and laughed as if I'd just said the funniest thing in the world. When she recovered, she replaced her visor and raised her weapon, a sleek, futuristic handgun, and leveled it at my chest. I looked at the point directly behind her and envisioned myself going there. I hoped I'd be fast enough. Just as I started to fade, the girl was knocked to the ground as another figure barreled into her. Ave's wavy blonde hair gave him away. I breathed a sigh of relief on 2 counts. The most important being that he looked like himself again. Without hesitation, Aave leveled his rifle and shot the shoulder in the chest. Even though I knew the pain wouldn't last, seeing someone get shot point blank made me queasy. I scrambled to get out of the way. He took another shot before she could gather herself and jump somewhere else. Her limbs stiffened. With the 3rd shot, her dot disappeared from the map. She flickered, then faded from the ground in front of us. "Thanks." My breath came in short bursts. "No problem." Aave wiped his face with the back of his hand and left a streak of orange dirt across his forehead. "What happened to the other guy?" Aave shrugged. "I got a shot in and he took off." I scanned the map. There weren't any red dots near us anymore, but I doubted that would last for long. "I got supplies, but if there's nobody here, you may as well load up too." Aave nodded, and we jumped simultaneously to the supply lines. "It's kind of nice not having to walk everywhere." Aave reached down to pick up an item. It still feels so weird to me. Fun, but weird. I pulled out the red hexagon and stared at it. I can't figure out how to use these. Probably like everything else, right? Just think about it being applied to your health. I stared at him, dumbfounded. Right. Obvious. I looked back at the item and imagined it absorbing into my health meter. It immediately disappeared from my hand, and my health bar went up. "I know this is only a game," Aave mused, "but it feels real. All of this is so much more intense than P3. "We're still in P3. "You know what I mean." And I did. I really did. "What happened back there?" Aave asked. I shrugged. "That player appeared out of nowhere. I was trying to find you and..." "No." He chuckled and stood up straight. "What happened before that? After we, kissed. You looked at me like, I don't know, like I was a monster?" He shoved his hands in his pockets nervously. "A monster? No way." My palms began to sweat. "I heard something. It must have been that Toriel player behind us. Aave nodded, but I could tell he wasn't entirely convinced. We better move. I started walking past him. Someone's going to realize we're hoarding supplies sooner or later. The rest of the mission was boring, to say the least. Just as we finished loading up and began formulating a plan for our heroic conquest of the next planet over, Oren appeared in front of us. Icon, please. He reached out a hand toward me. I quickly dug into my pocket, confused. Are we switching things up? We tried.
No, it's over. You two did great. Thanks.
I placed the glowing orb in his hands.
It's over?
Aave asked, and I saw him look up and scan his map.
There are still a ton of red dots. Yeah, we found their icon, so it doesn't matter.
No way! Where was it? I asked excitedly.
One of their players on Mars with you? They jumped without thinking and landed next to 3 of our team members. Good job inflicting some damage.
Oren nodded to Aave. Ave's chest swelled, and I held back a giggle. This entire day had been too weird.
Are you two in for another match?
Oren asked.
Definitely,
Aave answered, just as I responded with an emphatic no. Our heads whipped to each other.
I mean, we probably have things to do.
Aave backtracked. I'm exhausted, I added, and we both looked back to Oren. His eyes glanced between us skeptically.
Sure, whatever.
He waved us off and turned to go. Oren, thanks so much. Did we earn a team invite? I called after him.
Look for it in your notifications.
He waved but didn't turn around. It felt weird playing an entire game and only meeting one team member. A few seconds later, his form flickered from view, and Aave and I were again left alone, surrounded by silent, starry skies.
Nice guy.
Aave stared upward at the vast, empty space.
Sorry,
I know you wanted to do that again, but I'm not feeling well. I cut him off. I put my fingers to my temple and forehead and closed my eyes. I don't know. Sensory overload, maybe? Major sensory overload. My mind was spinning between Kenna, Cass, Aave, and Alec. I couldn't make sense of it all. Aave had turned into Alec.
Let's go back to your house. You can lie down for a second,
Aave suggested. I nodded and reached for his hand, then envisioned my bedroom. This was getting easier too. When I opened my eyes, we were back home, and Aave was dressed normally again. No more rifles or battle gear. I looked down at myself and said a silent prayer of gratitude. Normal outfit. Normal body composition. I'd never been so glad to see my own boring self. Aave didn't let go of me until I was lying on my bed. He sat next to me and rubbed my back lightly. I let out a long breath. You did great today. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him perk up, and a subtle grin snuck onto his face.
I tried my best. You were amazing, finding all of those supplies.
Which we didn't need.
Only because our team got lucky. It was a good move.
I smiled, then let my eyelids droop. A dull ache throbbed behind my skull and made my eyes feel swollen. I felt so lame. Here we just finished our first challenge with Oren, and I completely ditched out, and made Aave ditch out with me. I wished I felt. My eyes flew open. The second I thought the words, the pressure was instantly gone.
What is it?
Aave asked. My mouth hung open. Are you okay? He pressed. Yes, more than okay. I sat up and swung my legs over the side of the bed. I just had the thought that I wanted to feel better, and suddenly I did. Aave laughed.
You didn't know you could do that?
Yeah, I did. That's what happened after the implant, but it never occurred to me to use it all the time. Could it really be that easy? Forever? Our training with Kenna was brief but intense. While I theoretically knew a lot about how this implant should work, teaching my body and brain to build new pathways and respond to stimuli in the moment was a totally different game. Cerebrolink was learning from my synaptic responses every second. Our job was to begin to learn from it and reverse those connections. If we could turn the tide of synaptic connections, making them with Cerebrolink network instead of allowing it to connect with us, we could potentially start sending our own messages to everyone who was linked. The problem was, while we knew a lot about Cerebrolink itself, we didn't know much about how people were connected to it. That's where the experimentation came in. I mentally cued my status report, and it appeared in front of me. I scanned through the numbers and stopped at my pain sensors. Incredible. I sucked in a breath. It's like our damage reports in the challenge. We're basically in a real-life GameCube, Aave noted, which I never got to experience, by the way. I gently nudged his shoulder and he chuckled. You didn't miss out. This is way better. Aave sighed pathetically. I'll have to take your word for it. I scoffed and pushed him harder this time. He wrapped his arms around me and pulled me backward onto the bed. I laughed and pressed my arms into his chest, trying to escape his grip, but he held tight, which only made me laugh harder. Gasping for air, I gave up and collapsed into him. He raised his hands in triumph, and I immediately dug my thumbs into his ribs. Aave desperately slammed his arms against his sides and trapped my fingers. I give up, I wheezed through my laughter. I promise. Nope, too late, he growled playfully. Clamping his hand around my wrists, he pulled my right arm free and yanked it over my head, then tickled my side. I laughed until I couldn't breathe, but Aave showed no mercy. Just as tears began to stream down my cheeks, he finally relented, and I dropped to the bed, clutching my stomach. Breathe, he laughed as he dropped onto his side next to me. I gratefully sucked in a full breath but couldn't fully gain control of my diaphragm for at least another minute. Aave grinned. You're extremely ticklish. You think? I sighed as I wiped the moisture from my face. Hey, don't dish it out if you can't take it. Aave pushed himself up to look at me. He reached out and tucked a wild strand of hair behind my ear. I took another much-needed breath and looked up into his face, my emotions warring with each other. I wanted to be close to him. I wanted to want to be close to him. But I couldn't unsee what I'd seen back there in our challenge. I needed to focus on the problem at hand. Something was happening in my brain. It was like I was fighting to be rational and not give in to every emotion that swept through me. I knew it, but I couldn't stop it. That made me so distracted I could barely think. I swallowed. I don't see how we're supposed to figure out network information while also working backward in Cerebrolink. Ave's brow furrowed, and he looked slightly disappointed. What do you mean? I rolled out my shoulders, still breathing hard. Figuring out how to reverse connections is going to take major focus. Working in the grid was so much simpler. I could see the code in front of me and manipulate it. This, I can't see. It's happening inside of me, inside of us. Maybe there's a way to see it. I frowned. What do you mean? Well, you just asked to make the pain go away, and there was a way to see that. Maybe we could find a way for Cerebrolink to show us the underlying code. Aave was brilliant. How to accomplish what he'd suggested, I had no clue, but I'd never even thought to ask. His eyes seemed to sparkle as he watched my brain racing. He smirked. Slow down. I think we gained plenty of information for today. Yeah? I laughed. Like what? He stared at me intently, and his lips twitched slightly. We can talk about that later. He leaned forward, and his face inched closer to mine. His hand grazed my temple, and my heart pounded so loudly in my chest, I was sure he could hear it. As if my hands were moving of their own accord, I reached out and tangled my fingers in his shirt. I needed to focus. I needed to pull him closer. What was happening? We weren't standing in the middle of a challenge anymore. We were alone, in my room. I'd barely had my first kiss a few weeks ago, and while my body ached to do as much of that as possible, it felt too fast, Too soon. Like we were desperate to be something I already knew we weren't. I needed time to think, to push back this wave of madness rolling through me, but I couldn't make myself speak. I closed my eyes and traced his shoulder. His back felt solid, expanding and falling under my touch. I wanted him to kiss me, but he stayed put, so close I could feel the warmth of his breath on my cheek. A long tendril of hair fell against my forehead, and I reached up to move it back into place, only to realize it didn't belong to me. No, I groaned internally. Not again. Trying to remain calm and avoid ruining the moment, I gently brushed his cheek and reached past his ear, then slowly opened my eyes. I looked up to see my hand tangled in long, dark, straight hair that I knew for a fact didn't belong to the boy who was supposed to be next to me. Chapter 13. Not wanting to freak Aave out, I slowly shifted and cleared my throat, then dropped my hand so he wouldn't notice I was trembling. What was happening to me? If this body switching kept up, Aave was bound to notice. He already had noticed. I was not a good enough actress to pull this off. He recognized the sudden shift in my physical signals and retreated, the muscles in his shoulders relaxing as he leaned to the side and propped himself up on his elbow. I didn't want to look at him. I didn't want to be more confused about this situation than I already was. Maybe I imagined the long hair? Being around Aave like this set my whole body on fire. I knew I cared about him deeply. Yet I kept seeing someone else. Someone I barely knew. Someone from a completely different world who I couldn't fully make sense of. Someone who was infuriatingly complex and confusing, and at the same time unquestionably intriguing. I'd be lying to myself if I said I didn't miss Alec. I missed him so bad it hurt. But, conveniently, I knew how to turn pain off in this world. I'd made the decision to at least try closing the book on Alec when we left. I had no other choice. We needed to focus on our mission here, and I knew I couldn't do that pining over him. Ever since I tried to explain my decision to go through with this, he was cold and distant. I practically threw myself at him in the food line that first night at the warehouse, and he barely hugged me back. Then avoided me entirely at the hot spring. I didn't know what else I could have done to make it clear to him that I cared. Guilt welled up inside me. How could I have kissed Aave and been thinking of Alec? Not even just thinking about him, but desiring him strongly enough to be shifting what I saw. It was disturbing and utterly unfair to Aave. It was unfair to both of us. "Channel?" Aave whispered, and I started. His voice pulled me back to the present. "Are you okay?" I took a deep breath and braved reality. This time I was ready to find Alec's form sitting on the bed in front of me, but my heart rate still skyrocketed. I laughed lightly and feigned normalcy. Aave, I told myself. It was Aave. He reached for my hand and gently entwined his fingers with mine. "Are you worried?" I nodded. He squeezed my hand in his. "We'll figure something out. If we keep exploring, we'll find some way to locate your mom. I know it." Right. Mom. That's what I should be worrying about right now. A thought occurred to me and my brow furrowed. Aave, what about your parents? He'd barely talked about them since Cerebrolink, which was partially my fault. I'd been so absorbed in my own problems I hadn't stopped to think about his. "We'll find them too." He looked down at our joined hands. "I meant we'd find a way to locate all the people we care about." He lifted his eyes, and his smile was genuine, but something about his reaction seemed off. Was it just because he was trapped in Alec's body for the time being? Nothing felt normal with him looking that way. The light in the room suddenly shifted, and I stiffened. Was it that late already? Aave ripped his hand away from mine and stood. He straightened his shirt as Kenna's face appeared in front of us, and I quickly smoothed my hair. "Channel, Aave, I'm so glad we found you. We've got fantastic news. Kenna's face lit up with an excited smile. I'm sorry. She laughed uncharacteristically. I didn't mean to jump right in. How are you two? Good. We both answered in flat unison with our bodies tense and on high alert. Kenna nodded slowly, a hint of skepticism in her features as she observed us. I'm glad. Any news to report? I knew she was trying to give us a chance to share, but I was dying to hear what her news was. It was unfair to start a conversation that way and then jump back into small talk. Not really, I answered hastily. What's your news? Right. Kenna smiled and took a deep breath. It was completely last minute, but yesterday we were able to secure a meeting with the council. The P3 committee? Aave asked. I glanced his direction and found him looking like his old self again. Thank you, Kenna. No, the council. The coalition you talked about? I rose to stand next to Aave. With Bryn Lee? Kenna nodded emphatically. But how? I asked. Kenna beamed. We'd put in hundreds of requests previously, so I don't know what made the difference this time around, but they finally approved a virtual meeting. Maybe we caused just enough trouble to be compelling. She'd told me about her requests, but hadn't given any indication that she thought they'd actually get through. This was good news indeed. And? Aave asked as I took all of this in. Right, sorry. Kenna winked, and it looked oddly unnatural. We put all our cards on the table. All our research, all our concerns about Cerebrolink, our theories about community leaders, local and otherwise. They sat and listened for a long time, and I wasn't sure how it was going to land. But it did? I cut in as I struggled to wait for the punchline. It did. She smiled broadly. It really did. They listened, asked questions, deliberated, even got into an argument amongst themselves at one point, and then told us we'd presented evidence they couldn't refute. They are halting Cerebrolink implantation effective immediately. My jaw dropped. Seriously? Aave was silent next to me. Kenna nodded. Seriously, Channel. I've already double-checked the information she gave us. A direct order went out to all Paradise communities this morning. Which means we don't have to fight anymore. But Aave started and Kenna cut him off. Don't worry, we're not surrendering or anything, she explained. We're planning to wait and watch. We have no idea how individual communities are going to take this news, so we'll need to be ready for pushback. Aave nodded and turned to meet my eyes. Without saying a word, I knew exactly what he was thinking. What about us? I turned back to the projection. Me and Aave, our parents. Kenna leaned closer, her head growing 2 sizes in the air in front of us. That's the best part. We've received approval to have your links removed. I'm not sure exactly when that's going to happen, but it should be within the next day or so. Your parents too. We've expressed the need for a fast retrieval for them, considering the timing of their implantation. And they're actually going to get it done that quickly? I asked skeptically. That's what I've been told. I have no reason to doubt them based on everything I've seen over the past 24 hours. And then what? I couldn't stop asking questions. Aave reached over and lightly rested his hand on my back. This was what we wanted, to not have to fight. So why did it feel too good to be true? Then, Kenna answered, you can do whatever you want. Live wherever you want. If you'd like to go back to P3 and live there as you normally would, you can. We could go? Everything back to the way it was? Pretend none of this ever happened? What about all the people who've already been implanted that are past the removal period? I shouldn't have asked the question, because I already knew the answer. There was no way the communities would be able to go back in time and solve that problem. Kenna took a deep breath. It's not ideal. I wish there was a way to reverse all of this and implement protections prior to anyone being linked, but obviously we're past that point. The best we can do is learn from the people currently implanted with Cerebrolink and move forward with best practices. Cerebrolink is here to stay, Channel. I'm not opposed to its existence. I'm only opposed to it being used like this. Something about her explanation irked me. Wasn't it Kenna who told me she regretted participating in this project? That had she looked a little bit further down the path and recognized its potential for misuse, she would have scrapped the whole thing. Now she wanted it to exist? Only under specific circumstances? Sounds amazing. Aave shook his head in disbelief. Thanks so much. No, thank you too. If it weren't for our progress, I'm not sure we would have gotten this meeting through. We did enough to disrupt the system, just like we discussed. Disrupt. My head cocked to the side. That had never been her actual goal. Kenna smiled again, the expression slightly too sweet for her angular features. I'll get back in touch within 24 hours. As the projection winked out, I put a hand to my stomach. I should be ecstatic, thrilled at this new information. Instead, I felt like I wanted to throw up. What's wrong? Aave asked as he put his arm around me and walked me back to the bed so I could sit down. I briefly considered asking Cerebrolink to take this pain away too, but I didn't want to. My body was telling me something, and I didn't want to shut it down. I don't know, I mumbled. I'm not feeling well. Aave rubbed my back as I leaned over my legs and rested my head on my knees. Just make it go away. I didn't answer. Is it because of what Kenna said? He asked. Was it too much to take in? I nodded. That explanation was partially true, at least. It's crazy, Aave continued as he moved his hands to my shoulders and gently massaged the sore muscles there. 1 minute we think we're toast and the next, everything's looking up again. I sat up straight and he dropped his arms to his sides. What did you just say? I hissed, my eyes narrowing. Ave's eyes widened. I said, 1 minute it looks like there's no way for us to figure this thing out. That's not what you said. Aave blinked. I'm pretty sure that's what I said, Channel. You said, 1 minute we think we're toast. Where did you hear that expression? I don't know, I guess. Aave stammered, but I ignored him. I jumped to my feet and began to pace angrily across the floor. Channel. No! I shouted and held up a hand. Stop. Don't talk. I need to think. I walked back and forth, searching for something. Some nugget I was missing that would make sense of all these idiosyncrasies. When realization hit, I reached out to steady myself against the closest wall, then carefully sank to the floor. Hey. Aave jolted off the bed to help me. Back off, I commanded weakly and began to hyperventilate. Kenna wasn't being consistent, and this was all too convenient. All our issues suddenly disappearing when we weren't finding answers? Aave just used a phrase that he couldn't possibly know. The only person I'd heard say something like that was Alec, and if Aave had somehow heard him say it, he would have answered my question immediately instead of hedging. But you know who else knew that phrase? You know who really wanted this whole thing to be over, so she didn't have to figure out how to feel frustrated and uncomfortable and reverse Cerebrolink connections? I felt a physical crack within me, like I was being ripped apart from the crown of my head to my toes. Everything I'd known, or thought I'd known, since coming back to P3 suddenly shattered into 1,000,000 pieces. Me. My brain knew all of those things, which meant Cerebrolink did too. And that meant there was a good chance that none of this, not one single moment of my existence since I was linked, had been real. Part 3. Mila. April 14th, 2161. Chapter 14. Zane and I ran as fast as we could back toward the transports to find Alec and Kay huddled in conversation. We joined them, breathless, and I scanned for any sign of coalition members nearby.
Satisfied we were alone for the moment, I spoke. Are you sure we're headed in the wrong direction, Alec? He nodded gravely and lifted the watch so I could see. Our line traveled east for a time, then took a dramatic turn to the right and pointed straight south to the Gulf, just as Zane had reported. My stomach dropped. What does this mean?
It means we've been completely lied to,
Zane growled. His voice was thick with hurt and anger. Kay's face was colorless, and she looked like she might pass out. Hold on. I held up a finger. Why would Kenna do this? It makes no sense for her to take us into community territory. That would be dangerous for her and the coalition. Alec threw out his hands.
You tell me. I have no idea why we're driving this direction. I think we need to bail out. Go it on our own. We could grab a few supplies and follow our original path,
Zane suggested. I nodded. That's definitely one option. Though the idea of walking on our own after making such efficient headway in the transports made me want to die a little. And thinking about finding or packing our own food didn't help. Had I become soft with all this convenience? Or, I started, and Kay took a relieved breath. We could talk to Kenna, share our concerns and give her the chance to explain herself. Alec shook his head.
You know I don't trust her. If we tell her what we know and she's up to something, we'll lose the only edge we have.
True. My stomach churned with indecision. I don't know. I don't feel good about going on our own. I have this gut feeling. I wasn't willing to fully commit to the statement. In my heart, I couldn't believe that someone would ever take advantage of us like this. It seemed impossible, and the motivations didn't fit. Why would they take us in and turn us over to the communities? What purpose could that possibly serve? Would it get them extra resources or something? There had to be another explanation, but I'd pushed and pushed for our group to trust the coalition, and the stakes only seemed to be getting higher. If I was wrong now? Would you rather know you're right and have people think you're wrong, or know you're wrong and have people think you're right? If only it were that simple. I'd rather know anything at this point.
I think we need to trust Mila.
Zane turned to me and my jaw dropped. Alec looked at him in confusion. Kay glanced between all of us as color slowly began to return to her cheeks. Seriously? I asked.
Seriously. You haven't led us astray yet.
I might have, I muttered. Maybe we just haven't seen the consequences. Zane put his hands roughly on my shoulders and looked straight into my eyes.
You asked me why I was so contrary.
My brow furrowed and I gulped. All the air seemed to be suddenly sucked from my lungs at the sound of his deep voice and the way his eyes bored into mine.
Remember?
His lips turned up in a slow grin.
A lifetime ago, when we were on the mountain, when you woke them up because you were so mad at me you couldn't whisper properly.
He pointed to Alec and Kay. My cheeks flushed. I remembered acutely Alec's annoyed voice chastising me in the darkness, and it didn't feel like a lifetime ago. I turned to look at my brother, but Zane moved his head to keep my attention trained on him. Yes, okay, I stammered. I remember.
Do you still want my answer? My honest answer?
I nodded hesitantly, wishing Alec and Kay weren't standing here watching this. It felt too vulnerable for comfort, too intimate. Zane took a deep breath.
I've always relied on rules and information from other people. People who knew better than me, who I thought were smarter than me, to tell me exactly what to do. I felt safe and secure if I stayed within those boundaries and did what I was told. First, it was my dad. Whatever Alejandro said, I did. And we all know how that ended up.
His eyes seared into mine, glassy with the intensity of his emotion.
Then it was whatever people said at those council meetings. I did it. Every single thing. I planted. I filtered. I checked all the boxes. Again. Look where that took us. Look where it took me. I've been miserable, Mila. You know that. And for years, I thought that misery was because of everyone else not following the rules like I was. I blamed everyone else for not doing what all the smart people said. Everyone else was the problem. If people would just step in line, everything would work out. I tried to force people to agree with me and do what I thought was right. He dropped his arms, hastily wiped his eyes, and shoved his hands into his pockets. I eventually came to realize when everything went south that maybe nobody else knew any better. And let me tell you, that was more terrifying than anything else I've had to come to terms with. Even Alejandro. He gave a sardonic laugh. There were suddenly no rules to follow, nothing to guarantee safety. So I floated, and eventually settled on the fact that I had to know everything if nobody else did. I had to be the one to make the rules, to control every variable. That would keep me safe. He chuckled and looked down as he shuffled his feet in the dirt. And again, look where that would have gotten us. I would have gone the wrong direction, probably gotten us assimilated, who knows? You did help us find water, Alec cut in, and Zane nodded appreciatively. That's my point, he sniffed. Sometimes I've got good instincts, but not always. And thankfully, I didn't have to rely completely on myself. He turned back to me. You, Alec, Kay, all of us together know better. We might not have someone telling us how to check the boxes anymore, but we can create our own. Or not. Whatever we choose. We're the leaders now, Mila. And you, he said, wiping his nose on his sleeve. You're a leader. I can see how much goes on inside your head. How much you're not saying. His words were so unexpected I could barely breathe. I hadn't realized there were tears in my eyes until they started spilling out onto my cheeks. The truth is, Zane continued, looking around to all three of us. We might not make it back alive. We might not. We all knew that when we left. But we can't wait anymore for someone to tell us what to do. Not our parents, not Kenna, not anyone. We have to trust each other. And more than that, we have to trust ourselves. He turned his gaze back on me. Mila, I know you're worried about being wrong, but I think that gut feeling within you is there for a reason. Even if it is wrong, I trust that more than anything right now. I stared at him, tears still streaming down my face. It's so scary, I whispered. If I trust it and I'm wrong, then there's nothing left. If I can't even trust myself, then what? Zane smiled to himself, then looked up and raised an eyebrow. Wouldn't it be better to know? Alec and I walked toward Kenna across the clearing. The panels were out to recharge the vehicles, and the group, minus us, seemed to be having a meeting of sorts. Before this moment, I hadn't paid any attention to who was traveling with us. Kenna, Nat, those were the only two I'd noticed. Now, as I spotted at least two others, I felt like an idiot for not taking stock. A woman I vaguely remembered from back at the warehouse with darker skin than ours stood on Kenna's right, her thick hair pulled into a knot on top of her head. Between Kenna and Nat stood a man I hadn't seen before. Older than both Kenna and Nat, I thought. Gray peppered his short beard, and his head was completely bald. Alec leaned close to me. I think I misjudged him. Who? I asked, my eyes fixed on the newcomers. Zane. Who else? Oh. Yeah, I sighed. You and me both. He walked with his hands in his pockets. I think I'm okay with it. He kept his voice low so Kay and Zane, following behind us, couldn't hear. You and him, I mean. My face flushed with embarrassment and shock. But before I could refute his statement, I realized we'd attracted notice. Nat was the first to draw attention to our group, but all the other heads quickly turned our direction, including Kenna's. I pushed Alec and his poorly timed pronouncement out of my head. We need to talk. I stood boldly in front of them, feeling anything but. I didn't know how to do this. Demand answers and accountability. Kenna was going to easily see through this in about 2 seconds. All right, let's talk. Kenna calmly folded her arms over her chest. I steeled myself. We know we've been heading the wrong direction. Based on our information, we've been heading south, directly into community territory. I don't remember if it's P7 or P8 down there, but I know it's something. Kenna's eyes twitched slightly, and she blinked to cover it up. We're not turning you over to the communities, if that's what you're asking. Her blunt response took me by surprise, but I recovered quickly. I wasn't Kenna. I couldn't pretend to be a hardened mission leader. If I was going to do this, I was going to have to do it my way. No, Kenna, I never thought you were. I relaxed my posture. I trust you. I know you're trying to do the right thing for the largest number of people. The problem is, I don't think you trust us. You've been consistently leaving us out of important decisions and refusing to share information with us. We realize we lack experience and we probably seem young and insignificant when compared to you and the rest of the coalition. But I promise, we're not. We may not understand the unreal world, but we understand the real one. We have experiences and insights that could help you, and I don't think you're in a position to turn down allies. The words seemed to flow effortlessly, unhindered by fear or pretense. We'd like to know what's going on. Kenna tapped her finger on her forearm and sized me up. I haven't been trying to leave your group out, but you're right. I haven't taken you seriously either. She dropped her arms and motioned to the man next to her. He handed her a tablet. If you want in, you've got it. But don't blame me if the information is hard to hear. Kay and Zane stepped in next to us and watched as Kenna pulled up a projection. You're correct. We've been heading south, but not for the reason you think. Our initial route was disrupted here. She pointed to the map just east of where we turned off. Community transports went out, and we couldn't risk crossing paths. A lot has changed since we initially talked, and we've needed to make some adjustments. I wanted to jump in with questions, but I held my tongue and allowed her to continue. One of the biggest changes has to do with P3, Kenna explained. We can't connect with Channel and Aave. What do you mean you can't connect with them? Alec asked, and his shoulders stiffened. When we built Cerebrolink, we built it to communicate through a large network, much like the Edge, but more sophisticated. We envisioned a massive database of shared information. People would link, and their brain activity would be integrated through Cerebrolink. I blinked. I don't understand. Think of it like this. If you grow root vegetables and Alec here grows chickens, and let's say Strongman back there, Zane, he corrected. Right, Zane grows tomatoes. You could enjoy your own creative efforts, but wouldn't your life be infinitely better if you could pool them all together and share? I nodded, trying to make the jump between vegetables and brain activity. Kenna continued. If your synapses create imagery, characters, memories, places, the list could go on forever. Then you could just stay in your own head and enjoy that. But our idea with linking was that all the creativity could be amassed. Everyone could enjoy infinite worlds together. I imagined the possibilities. More than once, I'd wished I could see the world through someone else's eyes. Is that actually possible? Kenna nodded. It's more than possible. It's reality. The Cerebrolink reacts to an individual's brain and pulls from the vast pooled network to supplement anything the user isn't able to create themselves. It then offers up information from their world for others to use in return. What about privacy? Kay asked. Shouldn't my brain be off limits to other people? Kenna shrugged. Nobody would ever know the idea came from you. It's not connected to one individual, just categorized appropriately. I sucked in a breath. And I wouldn't even know which ideas came from me and which were fed to me from Cerebrolink. Right, Kenna nodded. Seamless. And that's all fine and well for the user. It enhances their experience. But the real power comes in its utility.
Alex spoke up.
If the users are doing all the creative work, nobody has to world build.
Precisely. Kenna looked at Alec with newfound respect. It's a fully self-sustaining, integrated system. Theoretically.
Theoretically?
Zane looked skeptical. Kenna sighed.
Well, that's the problem. We know it works, but we don't know what happens after a year or 5 years, 10? Or what about when we have thousands of users? Hundreds of thousands. Those are questions that have never been asked, and therefore have never been answered.
And yet the communities are doing it anyway. I ground my teeth. Kenna nodded gravely.
Which is why Aave and Channel volunteered for this mission. We need to see what it's like on the inside and find a way to influence the network. That's the only way we'll have the proof we need to reverse this.
As Kenna talked, Alec continued to bristle. He cleared his throat.
What sort of proof?
Her mouth drew into a tight line.
Proof that the communities could feed whatever they wanted to their users with no accountability. Proof that there's a weakness in the system, that it isn't infallible, and that it isn't the answer. Not yet.
Kenna turned the tablet off and stood to her full height.
I know exactly why this project is moving forward, and it's not because it's good for people or good for us. Smooth talkers with perfectly massaged data have somehow managed to win over the council, and there's no way I'll be able to reverse that without concrete information.
I nodded. But you can't connect with Channel and Aave. Kenna visibly deflated.
I don't understand it. We can see their trackers, we know they're alive and safe, and I have access to the linked network. I have everything I need to be able to communicate with them through Cerebrolink, but we can't find them. The signal is completely dead.
Are they blocking you out? I asked. New security of some sort? Kenna threw her hands up.
If they are, it's like nothing I've ever seen before. To have zero activity, and trust me, I've checked for every type of cloaking imaginable. It's not there. So they're alone in there?
Alec asked.
Why don't we go in and bring them out? I wish we could, but we don't have enough information. And that's exactly why we're heading south.
Chapter 15. Nat walked away from the group and checked the panels.
Batteries are charged. We need to get going if we're going to make it by nightfall.
I looked to the others and attempted to gauge their reaction to everything we just heard.
Mila, why don't you ride with me? I can answer more of your questions.
Kenna offered, but I shook my head. I want everyone to hear what you have to say. Can you ride with us? Kenna looked warily at our van, bursting at the seams with supplies.
I'll sit on the floor if I need to,
Zane offered. A laugh burst out of Kenna.
Whatever works, I guess.
She turned back to her team.
You know the protocol. Do not pass our fringe point before I make contact.
Heads nodded, and when Kenna seemed satisfied, we walked back to our vehicle. Kenna stepped in first and took the seat closest to the driver's seat. The rest of us shuffled in behind her, and Zane, as promised, took his place on the floor. What did Alec mean? I'm okay with it? You know, you and Zane? Our friendship? Was that coming from the fact that I didn't whine about him all the time anymore? I might be looking at Zane differently these days, but I was positive any changes on his end were directly related to the success of our journey. He wanted me to be a leader. That didn't mean he wanted me. Nat folded up the panels and slid them into the back, then slammed the doors. A moment later, he jumped into the driver's seat and started the engine.
How long do we have to drive?
Alec asked. Kenna scanned the vehicle.
You said you have a map?
Alec lifted his wrist and showed her the life watch. Her eyes widened. Is that a... She trailed off as she reached out to touch it.
I haven't seen one of those in, I don't even know, years? This is practically an antique. Still works, Alec announced proudly. My parents took good care of it. He swiped the top and pulled up our navigation, pointing the projection toward the middle of our group so we could all see. Right. This is where we're headed. It took her a second to figure out how to bring it up, but finally a new route appeared. Looked like a little over 4 hours drive time. I have a contact in Paradise 7. You were right about that. Kenna nodded to me. She worked with me on Cerebrolink and now serves on the P7 committee. She's the one giving me information on community happenings. She's working with the coalition. I clicked my tongue. That has to be incredibly risky. Kenna nodded. We're extremely cautious with how we communicate. We've never tried to make physical contact. Until now. You think she can help us find Channel? Alec asked. Kenna shrugged and leaned back in her seat. She's our next best option. She's also the best option for getting you to the real groups out east. I tilted my head to the side. We're not going with you? I know I said we'd take you all the way, but the communities are becoming increasingly erratic in their scheduling, and we're running out of free land to work with. With the time sensitivity of this Cerebrolink mission, I can't chance getting caught. And, if I'm being honest, finding those two takes precedence. I agree. Alec nodded definitively. Maybe we can wait. Stay with you and help? Kenna smiled at his eagerness, but shook her head. There's nothing you can do. And Talia, my friend in P7, is working on transportation for you. Because of their unique location, they have contact with the reals. She's working it out. Relief flooded over me. Kenna had an inside contact, one who was also connected with the reals. Could we actually make it? I knew a lot still stood between us and our destination, but that tiny seed of hope was swelling by the day. What kind of transportation? Zane asked. If we can't go by land, then we go by sea. Kenna finished his sentence. I mean. I won't be joining you. Once we're there, you'll be on your own. The color drained from Kay's face at the mention of ocean travel. Zane looked like a deer in headlights. Any reaction on my part was dwarfed by the sudden surge of emotion I felt for the coalition. A lump rose in my throat. Kenna, thank you for everything you've done for us. Who knows what would have happened if you wouldn't have found us that day by the river? She shrugged the comment off. We're all in this together, right? I know I'm not the easiest person to work with. Kenna? Nat interrupted from the front, and she turned, then leaned over the barrier to talk with him. Their voices were hushed, drowned out by the hum of the engine. The four of us sat in silence, and our bodies jostled lightly as we processed the information we were just given. While I was thrilled about our current situation, I couldn't help but worry about Channel and Aave. Kenna said they were alive, but what did that mean? What did their life look like now that they were linked? Alec, I'm so sorry. I looked up and noticed the hard set of his jaw and tense shoulders. I didn't get to say goodbye, he whispered through his teeth, barely holding it together. When Kenna turned back around, he twisted and pretended to be enamored of the dull landscape outside the window. Zane glanced my direction briefly, then turned back to study his hands, resting on his knees. Kay leaned forward and caught Kenna's attention. Everything okay? Kenna nodded. Fine. He just had a question for me. He's fielding comms from the other vehicle. Sorry we stole you away. I gave an awkward grin. Kenna laughed lightly. They'll get over it, I'm sure. You mentioned a protocol. When we left. Is that for when we arrive in P7? I asked. Yes, it will be much like when you four went into P3. We'll be meeting Talia's crew outside the boundaries and hiding these transports as best we can. Zane perked up. We're actually going into the community then? Not you. I believe you'll be skirting the boundaries in another transport to the docks. What are you going to do? Alec asked, his face still pointing at the glass. To connect with Channel and Aave. Talia and I have some ideas, but nothing solid yet. P7 is barely beginning setup for their Cerebrolink transitions. She should know more about the system by the time we arrive. We're hoping once it's set up, we'll have some better clues.
My brow furrowed. Back at the temporary camp, you said Cerebrolink was being implemented everywhere. Why not P7?
It is happening everywhere, just at varying degrees. That's partially why the transportation lines are less predictable. The communities are working fast to build the infrastructure, but it takes time. It would be nice if you had a contact somewhere it was already running,
Zane muttered, and I gaped at him.
You're telling me.
Kenna chuckled and raised an eyebrow. She was equipped to handle Zane's sarcastic comments, and I had to admit, they were growing on me. Hours later, the vehicle began to slow. My half-conscious self recognized the change in motion, and I peeled the side of my face off the glass, then surreptitiously wiped the drool from the edge of my mouth.
We're here.
Kenna peered eagerly out the front windshield. I looked around in awe. This was nothing like the boundary to P3. The ground was a rich, deep brown, littered with tree trunks, both standing and fallen, and there were shoots of green. Everywhere I looked, I saw them. Some were almost 3 feet tall. I rubbed my eyes and wondered if I was awake and seeing this for real, or still dreaming on the transport. What in the world? Kay whispered in disbelief. Stop! She yelled suddenly. Stop! I have to see them up close. I whipped around to find her kneeling on her seat, drinking in the landscape. Nat shook his head, obviously getting a kick out of her over-the-top response. I giggled at the absurdity of the entire situation. Kenna laughed and her eyes twinkled.
We will stop, I promise. Just a few more seconds and we'll be at the meeting place.
Alec and Zane, awakened by Kay's outburst, slowly sat up and scanned their surroundings. Alec's eyes widened when he caught a glimpse of the foliage. I motioned for Zane to get up off the floor so he could see what all the fuss was about. Did you know about this? I turned to face Kenna. Why didn't you say something? She smiled knowingly.
This is one of those things that's better experienced firsthand. I wasn't joking when I said the world was healing. Some places, faster than others.
I shook my head in disbelief. Why doesn't everyone know about this? Everyone needs to see this.
They do,
Kenna agreed.
I'm planning on it.
Moments later, Nat opened the back doors of the vehicle, and the 4 of us shimmied between the cases of equipment and slapped our masks on, then moved as fast as possible to the ground. Kay ran to one of the green shoots on our right and marveled at the height of it. The brilliant green was so vibrant, I could barely stand to look at it. I jogged to another plant, different than the others. This stem was coarse and stiff, with large fat leaves protruding to either side, their surfaces covered in tiny hairs. At the top, I examined a rounded, tightly wrapped ball the size of my fist. I'd never seen a bud this big before. Do you know what this is? I called to Kenna over my shoulder, but she didn't answer. She was already over at the other transport with the rest of her team.
Looks like a flower of some sort.
Zane walked up beside me. This big? Could that really exist? The only flowers I'd seen recently were the size of my fingertip. I knew their exact size because I had to pollinate each and every one of the tomato plants last season. Zane grinned.
Don't you remember the squash blossoms? Those are massive.
I nodded. True, I'd forgotten about those, but they look more like stars.
Not before they bloom.
He laughed.
You're right, though. They didn't look like this either.
I smiled, recognizing the effort he was making to not sound like a know-it-all. He stepped closer and bowed the stem toward him to get a better look.
It almost looks like a face,
he mused.
The way the stem bends like that? Like a neck or something.
He turned it from side to side. My heart beat faster as I watched him. His lips parted slightly and his eyes intently focused as he studied the miracle in front of him. His long, dark lashes stood out against his cheeks in the bright afternoon glow. I cleared my throat. It does. You're right. I hadn't thought about it like that. My brow furrowed as I glanced back to the plant. He tilted his head and gave me a quizzical look.
Are you okay?
Of course. I brushed my hair away from my face and drew a deep breath. Why wouldn't I be? I exhaled slowly and searched for some explanation that didn't involve how my stomach swooped every time he was close. It's overwhelming, I guess. This is so lush and beautiful. Can you imagine if this is what it looked like at home? Zane shrugged.
It's only a matter of time, right?
I turned and scanned the rest of the area. Kay skipped from plant to plant giddily, and I giggled. Plants and kids. Apparently that was all she needed to be happy. Alec was helping Nat pull a crate out of the back of our transport, and for some reason, this was the final vignette that sent me over the top. My eyes began to fill with tears for the second time today, and I bit the inside of my cheek to ground myself.
Mila.
Zane moved closer.
You're clearly not okay. What's wrong?
Nothing. I laughed and blinked to clear the moisture in my eyes. Zane, this could be home. This could be our lives. We could survive and our world could be safe again. Can you imagine? He reached out and put an arm around my shoulder and squeezed me lightly.
Yeah, I think I'm starting to.
The connection startled me, but just as quickly as it began, Zane dropped his arm and stepped back, then shoved his hands in his pockets.
Well, I guess I better go help before Kenna's group gets here.
He smiled and made a hurried, awkward exit back toward Alec and Nat. Did he? I stared after him, my mind buzzing. Suddenly, every interaction we'd had over the past 2 weeks flooded through my mind, and I saw them all in a different light. My heart beat as I imagined the possibility of Zane being interested in me, as more than just a friend. Was I crazy? First Alec, and then... Heat rose to my face and I swallowed hard. There was no way. I was getting caught up in a fantasy world that didn't exist. I watched Nat hand something to Zane, and he turned and looked my direction before walking to the front of the transport. I quickly glanced away and pretended to be wholly absorbed with the fresh foliage in front of me. Snap out of it, Mila. We were in the middle of a literal fight for our lives. Thoughts like this were emotional suicide under normal circumstances, but here, a relationship was the last thing I could handle at the moment. If Alec chose to complicate our mission by having feelings for Channel, that was on him. Me? I was going to stay focused on the end goal. No more distractions. Chapter 16.
Mila,
Alec called. I stood at the sound of his voice and reluctantly tore myself away from the greenery. Alec began waving at me frantically as I walked toward them. The noise of an engine reached my ears, and I broke into a jog. The transport appeared shortly after I stopped next to our group. It slowly rumbled over the earth, and it looked nothing like ours. It was nearly double the size, with a modern exterior with dark, tinted windows and rugged wheels larger than anything I'd ever seen before. It looked like it could drive over us without even registering a bump. I shivered at the thought. Kenna, with her team by her side, rushed forward as the vehicle slowed. They didn't hesitate in the least to greet these newcomers. Our group, on the other hand, stood huddled closely together. I knew exactly how we must appear to everyone else. Small, insignificant, afraid. While I didn't want this to be our first impression, I couldn't force my body to move. Someone put a hand on my back, and I didn't even care who it belonged to. The contact steadied me, and I was grateful. As the door to the transport opened, Kenna's forward motion slowed. A woman dressed in blue descended the ramp. This must be the contact Kenna was telling us about. Instead of rushing forward, Kenna paused, and immediately, warning bells started to ring in my head. The woman's body posture was all wrong. Tense. Her face was twisted in an apologetic grimace. "Run!" she yelled, right as an unseen projectile hit her in the side, and she fell forward violently onto the corrugated metal. The moment seemed to extend in slow motion. Her hair trailed behind her as her head hit the ramp with a sickening clang. Arms flailed to the side as coalition members spun in unison and bolted back toward the transports. Boots clanged against metal as an army in gray descended the ramp. They stepped over the fallen woman without a glance. The same hand that sat comforting me moments before grabbed the back of my shirt and yanked me off my feet.
"Run, Mila!"
Zane shouted, and I used his momentum to spin and propel myself forward. Adrenaline coursed through my body as I raced in the opposite direction of the transports and followed Alec and Kay. My heart twinged as I trampled a few of the green shoots we'd been admiring earlier. Screams and shouts echoed around us, and I could only assume they were coming from Kenna and Nat. I turned my head, but Zane yelled at me to turn around and keep moving. "If they're captured, what are we going to do?" I shrieked. I was barely able to get the words out as my breath came in fits and spurts.
"We can't think about that right now,"
Alec shouted ahead of us.
"Just run."
"Where? There's nowhere to hide."
"Up there,"
he yelled and pointed to a ridge.
"Make it over that, and we can figure out our next move."
My legs pumped faster and faster, and I quickly caught up to Alec and Kay. I'd always been fast as a kid, but I hadn't had a reason to test my speed recently. The ridge began to grow as we got closer, with only the sound of our labored breathing in the air around us. My eyes remained fixed on the incline, and within moments we began to scramble up the slope. "Hurry up, Zane!" I called breathlessly. My fingers dug into the soft earth as I climbed. I quickly reached the top and slid down the other side, then whipped my head around to see Alec and Kay following after me. But no Zane. My heart dropped as I scanned the ground we'd just covered. Then I spotted him. So far back, I couldn't believe I hadn't noticed he wasn't with us when we started to climb. His hands lifted as 4 people in gray approached, in an orderly semicircle. I began to stand, but Alec grabbed my shoulders and forcefully pressed me back to the ground. "He did this on purpose!" I cried, and shoved Alec aside, then fell over in the process. Dirt sprayed into my face as I slipped, and it was probably the first time in a long time I'd been grateful for my mask. "We can't let them take him, Alec!"
"Mila,"
Alec hissed as he held me down.
"What are we supposed to do? If we go out there, we'll be captured and have no way to help him."
Kay crawled over next to us, and her face was panicked. "Where will they take him?" "I have no idea," I gasped. "That's the problem. We have no way to help him now." I wriggled out from under Alec's hands, and he finally relented. Sitting, I brushed myself off and peeked cautiously over the ridge. "They're detaining him, Alec." I spun to face him as I shook with fear and frustration. "We've come this far together. I can't sit here and let him go." Without waiting for his sure-to-be rational response, I jumped forward and launched myself over the hill. I barely kept my legs under me as I dashed down the other side. This was not smart. Really, really not smart. But Alec would have done the same thing if that had been Channel down there. So much for no more distractions. The men and women in gray were already fanning out toward the ridge, well aware that we were hiding there. When they saw me, they pointed their hands in my direction. Each of them held what I could only assume was some sort of weapon. My mind screamed within me to turn and hide, to find a way back to Alec and Kay, to bury myself in the earth and hole up or run so fast and far that I found a way out, a way to safety.
"This is the dumbest thing you've ever done."
My breath caught at the sound of Alec's voice behind me. Kay's footfalls sounded next to mine, and I nearly choked with relief. They were coming with me. Just as quickly, the relief faded to horror. What had I done? Again, leading my family and friends directly into harm's way. Gratitude and guilt waged war in my thoughts, but I didn't break stride. I couldn't.
"Get down on the ground,"
one of the people in gray yelled with their weapon pointed directly at us. I skidded to a stop and held up my hands to prove I wasn't planning to cause trouble. Alec and Kay followed suit. Zane turned at the sound of our disturbance, and his face fell. "You were supposed to keep running," his expression seemed to say. I shrugged apologetically as I dropped to my knees and held my hands high in the sky. My vision blurred as I hit the earth, and blood rushed so loudly in my ears I could barely hear movement around me as the strangers in gray closed in. My hands were pulled roughly behind my back and held by a restraint that bit into the skin around my wrists. Images flashed through my brain. The boat I'd envisioned, the view of land as we finally found the other free reels, my parents' faces when we returned safely. Each one began to fade. Every imagined possibility I'd already decided was a given. Vanished. Replaced by nothing but emptiness. How did this happen? How could Kenna have let this happen? My head throbbed as I was yanked to my feet. "You can be gentle," I muttered, and to my surprise the man pushing me forward loosened his grip.
"Sorry."
He spoke under his breath.
"This is my first time."
I turned to look at him. His face was youthful, and his eyes were wide. They darted from side to side like a caged animal. He looked almost as scared as I felt. "First time for what?" I spoke as calmly as possible given the circumstances. "Taking people against their will?" The man cleared his throat.
"First time seeing reels. You're real, aren't you?"
"Case!" A voice called ahead of us, and the man's grip tightened as he straightened. "Hurry up!" He moved faster and led me toward the back of the monstrous transport. We walked up the ramp, now clear of the woman who fell earlier, and it wasn't long before I saw where she ended up. Case pulled me to the back of the vehicle, opened a door, and gently pushed me through. He told me, kindly, to find a seat. The woman we saw on the ramp was face down on the ground, eyes closed, her hair splayed around her on the metal floor. My stomach sunk when I saw Zane crumpled against the wall next to her. Looked like his escort didn't give him the same courtesy mine did. "Zane!" I rushed forward and nearly lost my balance with my hand still held tight by the restraint behind my back. He lifted his head slightly at my voice. "Hey." I spoke softly and carefully lowered myself to my knees next to him. He groaned, and his hair obscured his eyes. I attempted to lift my hand and brush it away, only to remember my arms were useless to me at the moment. Without thinking, I leaned forward and swept the tip of my nose along his forehead to move his hair to the side. His eyes fluttered open. "Are you okay?" I backed up as he pressed his body into the wall and pushed himself to sitting.
"I think I hit my head."
I leaned forward and inspected the back of his skull. "I can't see anything horrible. That's a good sign."
"It's better if the bump is external."
I sat back on my knees to meet his eyes.
"If I hit my head, it would be better for the bump to be on the outside. If it's not visible, that could mean there's swelling on the inside."
I rolled my eyes. "Seems like you're acting exactly like yourself. I'm guessing you're fine." Zane laughed lightly, then coughed and his mask fogged up. "Shh, take it easy. I'm sorry." He took a deep breath.
"Don't be."
The door behind us opened, and adrenaline jolted through my body as my head spun toward the sound. "Alec." He stumbled forward but lifted his chest to remain upright. Kay followed directly behind him and staggered to stop so she didn't slam into his back.
"Where's Kenna and the others?"
Alec asked as he took in the sterile walls around us. "No idea," I answered, and awkwardly lowered myself to a seated position. Alec sat across from me, and Kay slid to the ground next to him.
"There's no good place to put my hands,"
Alec grumbled, and I nodded. "If you pull them to the side, it helps a little." Kay nodded to her hands, and Alec mimicked her position. Zane took a beleaguered breath, then leaned his head back against the wall. "Why did you do that?" I asked.
"What?"
"Give yourself up." He laughed wanly.
"You think I did that on purpose?"
I waited.
"Mila, I was falling behind. When I saw them gaining, it wasn't a matter of if, but when I'd be caught. I figured I could at least give you guys a bit more time to get away if I slowed sooner rather than later."
He watched me closely, then glanced between the three of us.
"Why didn't you make a run for it?" Alec raised an eyebrow and Kay shrugged. We weren't going to leave you, I answered for them. But now we're all in this mess. I shook my head. We're together. That's what matters. The vehicle sprang to life and the metal floor began to rumble underneath us. What even is this mess? Alec shifted uncomfortably. It's pretty obvious, isn't it? Kay's voice was laced with frustration. Kenna was betrayed. No. A voice croaked to my left and I jumped. The previously lifeless woman slowly peeled her body from the floor and rested on her hands and knees before slumping against the wall. She wasn't restrained like we were. Her long hair hung in a tangle over her face. I didn't betray her. Her voice cracked. They found us out. Who found you out? Alec asked. Community leaders. She was breathing hard from the effort of sitting upright. With some effort, she dragged her hand off the floor and pulled the mask off her face, then dropped it with a clatter. I felt a pang of jealousy at her autonomy. I thought, wrongly, she continued, they'd be too preoccupied with instituting Cerebrolink. They wouldn't notice a few random transports heading outside of the boundaries. Zane's nostrils flared. They forced you to show them our meeting point? The woman nodded. Are you Talia? I asked hesitantly, not sure if I was remembering the name Kenna gave us correctly. Talia. You serve on the committee for P7? She nodded. Did. I think my spot is vacant at the moment. She lifted her right arm and rubbed her elbow, then inspected the bruised and swollen skin. And that was when I noticed Kay. Curled into as much of a ball as she could manage with her hands tied behind her back, rocking back and forth in silent anguish. Chapter 17. Kay. I shuffled on my knees to sit next to her. Kay, it's going to be all right. A sob escaped her lips. How is it going to be all right? We're going to be assimilated. There's no way the community leaders are just going to let us go after this. Maybe. No! She shrieked and rested her panic-filled face against her knees. We were caught with the coalition. They won't let us go back. My body began to shiver. What if she was right? What if this was it? I didn't want to believe we were out of options, but I certainly couldn't think of a way out. She's right. Talia sighed. All of you. My guess is you'll be linked within 48 hours. I thought you were still setting things up. Implantation hadn't started yet. Alec's voice was tense. Talia grunted. We were planning to start in 2 days. Slowly at first until we received the rest of our supplies. I tried to hold it off as long as possible. Her head lolled to the side, and she closed her eyes as she pressed her fingers to her forehead. Kay buried her face between her knees. They're going to send me back, she whispered. Her voice was barely audible over the rumbling beneath us. I leaned close and attempted to comfort her by pressing my shoulder against hers. I don't think they're going to send us anywhere. Back to my parents. Her words hung in the air, and the blood drained from my face. Is that possible? I turned to Talia. She groaned, and as she turned, her hair parted around her face like a curtain. I finally got a good look at her. Her nose was red, swollen and bleeding, and she had deep purple circles blooming under her eyes. No wonder she wanted her mask off. Is it possible that your community leaders would send us back to our designated communities, force us to be linked there instead of staying here? Talia shrugged and opened her mouth as if to answer, but nothing came out. I waited, but she remained motionless. She's sleeping. Zane's voice was low. I wished I could believe she was sleeping peacefully instead of losing consciousness. My knees ached, and I rolled to the side,
then slid across the floor to sit next to her. I spun and pushed my arms back until my fingers made contact with her wrist. She had a pulse. Zane scooched along the wall until his arm brushed my side. He motioned for me to lean into him. "It's more comfortable than the wall." I did as he said, and glanced quickly at Alec, who was staring straight ahead at the blank side of the cube, seemingly unaware of any of us. "Alec?" I started, but couldn't finish my sentence. I wanted to know what he was thinking, what he was feeling. I wanted something other than my own thoughts to bounce around the air between us and possibly sink into my head to push out the despair. But watching him, I knew his thoughts were mine. He didn't have some magical piece of information to give us hope. He didn't have an escape plan. Forcing him to speak it out loud just seemed cruel. Kay's sobbing began to slow, and her rocking became more rhythmic and less frantic. My head pressed on Zane's chest and rose and fell with his breath. I pulled myself closer, desperate to absorb some of his warmth to stop my body from shaking. He rested his cheek on the crown of my head, and for that brief moment, I closed my eyes and almost succeeded in convincing myself I was safe. "They wouldn't do that." Talia's voice broke the silence. Zane lifted his head in surprise, and I shifted my body to look at her. "What?" I asked. "They wouldn't send you anywhere. The community leaders." She looked at me as if I was the one who had just blacked out for 10 minutes. I breathed a sigh of relief. "Kay, you hear that? You don't have to worry about— There's no need to send you anywhere." Talia continued as if I hadn't said anything. "That's what I was trying to pass on to Kenna, but I couldn't risk contacting her before today." My eyes narrowed, and I opened my mouth to speak when I heard Alec's voice. "What did you need to tell Kenna?" Talia's eyes rolled back in her head briefly, and I silently pleaded for her to remain conscious. She refocused. "That Cerebrolink isn't being used the way she planned." Her voice faded as her body began to slump. Her arm, propped against the floor, barely held her upright. "Kenna helped design it." I attempted to keep her on task. "It's supposed to link people together, allow them to create the worlds they live in and have endless experiences through that joint creativity." A sardonic laugh escaped Talia's mouth as she lifted her head. She coughed loudly and pressed her back firmly against the wall. "They're building the worlds they live in, all right. For approximately 4 to 6 weeks. I looked at her in confusion. "And then they don't have control anymore?" She opened her eyes even though she could barely see through her swollen eyelids. "And then their bodies start to shut down." Part 4. Channel. April 17th, 2161 through April 18th, 2161. Chapter 18. This is all being created by my brain. These people aren't real. This place isn't real. Channel. Wait. Aave ran after me down the hall and out the front door of our house. Kenna didn't talk with the council. There isn't a solution. My brain just wants me to think that because— Channel. Honey? Why are you running away from us? Dad's voice sounded behind me as he joined with Aave in his attempt to bring me back into the simulation. "Just like Channel," Glenn's voice shouted. "Always running away from things." I held my hands over my ears and pushed myself forward as fast as I could. That's when I remembered the lessons we'd learned in our game with Oren. I slowed slightly and imagined myself in the grid, completely alone. Just like the night we finished our world build project. I was instantly transported, and I dropped my arms. I tilted my head and looked up through the glass windows to stare at the starry sky overhead. Silence. At last. "Channel!" I groaned, then reluctantly turned toward Ave's voice. I guess it was too much to expect to be able to outrun my own brain. "Why are you here?" I screamed at him as my hands balled into fists. Can't you see I just want to be alone? He stared at me in disbelief, obviously pained by my outburst. You're not real. I shook my head. My brain is imagining you, placing you here right in front of me and creating reactions like I know they'd happen in real life, but this isn't real. I folded my arms over my chest and pressed my fingertips into the sides of my arms until it hurt. And yet, here I am, talking to myself. Aave stood there, cool and collected. You're talking to me, Channel. If what you're saying is true, that means you want me to be here. I scoffed. Yeah, my brain wants you to be here, or Cerebrolink does. Who knows which one of us is running the show at this point? Does it matter? Aave sighed and leaned back against the wall of the archway behind him. Yeah, it definitely matters. But you love it here, don't you? I squeezed my eyes closed. He continued. You have everything you've ever wanted. No, I shouted. I don't. This place isn't what I want. I want to help people, Aave. I mean, self. I growled in frustration. The communities are using this technology against us. Okay, think about that for a second. The voice I heard wasn't Ave's, and I gasped, stumbling backward. I looked up and saw myself. Taller, muscular, just like in the challenge pod. I wore a cropped black shirt and tight leather pants. My hair was long and sleek and flowed in undulating waves down my back. She raised an eyebrow, and a chocolate cake appeared on a slim stand in front of her. She picked up a fork and took a bite. If the communities were using this against us, as you say, then what would be their end goal? She lifted another fork from the stand and offered it to me. I hesitantly walked forward and took it from her. I couldn't see how eating cake could possibly make this moment worse. I dug the utensil into the soft, creamy frosting. Kenna says, nope. The other me cut me off. I already know what Kenna says. I want to know what you think. I shoved a forkful of cake into my mouth and sighed. She grinned. So good, right? You already know what I think. I mumbled through a mouthful of cake. So why answer the question at all? She shrugged and took another bite. I swallowed. Okay, fine. If they're using this technology to kill us off, then they must want the world for themselves. I filled my fork and placed a second bite of chocolatey decadence on my tongue. Why? I shrugged. Because there are too many people in the world? Too few resources? But why? Why would they want to do all the work to build things up again? Wouldn't it be easier just to jump in and get Cerebrolink themselves? Die in bliss? This stumped me. Why would people want to deal with all that? It's not like people alive now were going to live long enough to see. My eyes widened. Because it already exists. Other me looked skeptical. My heart beat faster. No, hear me out. It makes perfect sense. I dropped my fork to the ground and wiped my lips with the back of my hand. They're pushing implantation hard and fast. Why? Why move so quickly and dump so much into this at one time if they still have years to wait for the world to return to normal? That makes no sense. Kill everybody off for what? She raised an eyebrow, still gluttonously destroying her side of our dessert. But, I continued, what if you knew that part of the world was almost there already? And what if it was small? It could never support everyone. How would you decide who gets to go first? I don't know. She licked frosting off her finger. I still don't get why that would be better. So what? You get to go to a new healed location? How is that better than here? My mind flicked back to my conversation with Alec, and suddenly the scene shifted around me. I was transported to the dirt where I stood next to him. My breath caught as I took him in. He was fuzzy. The details weren't fully formed. But this wasn't my made-up version of him. It was a real memory. He looked up. Do you really think that after living within a system that builds your brain on convenience and sends you down a streamlined, predictable path, you're going to have the mental fortitude to stick it out when things get tough with someone?
because meaningful relationships are always tough, Channel. He closed the gap between us, and my heart rate increased just like it did the first time I experienced this. The struggle is what makes them great. His voice was sure. That's what makes life great. Digging into the hard times and working until you feel like you might break. Hurting so bad that you don't think you can take another breath. He took another small step, and now he was so close I could feel his breath on my forehead. But in my world, I'd always know what to expect. I could control it. I mirrored the experience perfectly and marveled at the detail my brain was able to conjure. Alec reached out and slipped his arm around my waist. You could, he mused, but then you never truly know if something's real. If instead you let the world go, in all its wild unpredictability, and it comes back to you, that's when you find out. That's when you build something bigger and stronger than any code could simulate. No! I gasped and forced the scene to retreat. It was too real, and not real enough all at the same time. Alec was right. The reason this can never be as good is that I know it's not the real thing. The cake vanished, but I was still standing there, watching me with curiosity. You might know, Other Me admitted, but other people don't. They're living in paradise, so why do you want to ruin it for them? I shook my head and began to pace. We all know. Deep down, we all know. Even as an unreal, I knew the rest of the world was out there. And that isn't even what matters. This whole thing is wrong. The communities can't promise people one thing and then change the deal for their benefit. Why? It's great, right? All you have to do is suspend that knowing, dive into it, and you'd be happy. They'd be happy. We'd all be happy. It's a win-win. My stomach churned. Everything about this scenario made me want to throw up. But she had a point. It would be so much easier to give in, to forget all about the real world, to accept the lies I was telling myself and be this version of happy. I'd eventually forget, wouldn't I? If I worked hard enough at it? Other Me disappeared and Aave stood in her place. Wouldn't it be great? He grinned. We could do whatever we want. Learn whatever we want. Build whatever we want. He walked closer and I stumbled back. Master the challenge pods. Mila, Kay, and Zane walked through the arch behind him and smiled. Before I could even process what was happening, Mila ran forward and wrapped her arms around me in a huge hug. We've missed you. She squeezed me tight and I couldn't help but hug her back. After a moment, she released me and looked around. You could show us your world. We could all be here together. She turned and walked back to link arms with Zane and Kay next to Aave. And that's when I saw him. Alec. Watching me. Leaning against the wall of the archway. Without breaking his gaze, he stood straight and disappeared into the shadows. I knew this wasn't real. I knew I was making all of this up. It was all in my own head. And yet I couldn't help but follow him. I rushed past the group in front of me and leaped into the dark. Chapter 19. Alec inspected my old equipment at my station in the grid as he waited for me. He reached out to touch the drivers and ran his fingers along the band where my forehead used to rest. Seems a bit archaic now, doesn't it? I asked, and he smiled. Not to me. He turned and my heart raced when I saw his face. Where are you? My mind spun with possibilities. When I left, days ago, I reminded myself, he had been fully avoiding me. As far as I knew, he hadn't given me a second thought, and yet my mind still couldn't let him go. Alec looked up. I'm right here. Only because I want you to be. You know I'd want to be here. I laughed. You're saying that because my mind wants you to. Alec shrugged, and my heart beat faster. Dive in. Suspend your knowing. Would it really be so bad to enjoy this? I walked forward boldly and pressed myself against him, then reached up to feel every inch of his face as he wrapped his arms around my waist. This was so exactly what I wanted. I was making the rules here. This wasn't real, which meant Alec, this version of him, was literally under my control. And that was dangerous. My pulse pounded at the possibilities, and the emotional walls I'd created, all my inhibitions, crumbled. Every fantasy I'd ever had exploded through my mind, too tempting to shut down. Alec lifted me off the ground, and I wrapped my legs around his waist as his lips met mine. I ran my fingers through his hair, and heat pulsed through me at his touch. Alec walked forward, not breaking our connection for a second, until my back pressed up against the brick of the archway, setting his hands free. He wrapped his fingers around my wrists and lifted my arms above my head, then pressed them against the wall as he leaned into me. The world began to shift, and suddenly I was tilting backward. The archway gently landed horizontally and lowered my body to the ground. Alec's weight pressed into mine, and I unwrapped my legs and slid them along his, but kept my ankles hooked. With his hands still torturously fixing mine against the bricks, he kissed my cheekbone, my jaw, then moved to my neck. A sigh escaped my lips. I could do this forever. I could be with him like this all day, every day if I wanted, with only breaks for chocolate cake and any other delicious food I wanted to introduce him to. I wouldn't have to fix anything or be accountable to anyone. Nobody would tell me to do chores. Nobody would be depending on me. I'd be a world builder after all, but for myself. The best kind. Zero pressure. Alec's lips brushed my collarbone, and he released his grip, then kissed me lightly as he began to lift himself away from me. Don't stop. I reached for him and pulled him back. He smiled. His nose touched mine, and he looked intently into my eyes. Without saying a word, I knew. He was stopping because deep down, I wanted him to. I groaned and ran my hands through my hair as he gently rolled to the side and settled down next to me on the stone. There is something seriously wrong with me, I muttered. I can't even give in and enjoy my own fantasies? Alec chuckled lightly. Maybe that's because this isn't your actual fantasy. No, it 100% is. Trust me. He laughed and slipped his arm underneath my back, then pulled me closer. I rested my head in the space between his chest and shoulder and stared at the stars that were now displayed on the wall behind us instead of the roof overhead. You were right. This isn't nearly as fun when I know I'm controlling it. I mean, it's still fun, but only kind of. I didn't know how to describe it. The physical sensations were the same, better than reality even, but the whole experience felt like it was empty, hollow. Maybe I'm just not meant to be happy. Alec brushed his fingers lightly along my skin. Or maybe you just wish that happy meant something different, something easier. That would be nice. He smiled and his form began to fade. Then I was left lying on my side, staring at the stars, finally alone. Vera's smile was tight as she looked at me from her chair. Cass hadn't told me I'd be meeting with her before being linked, and I wondered if this was part of the plan. Just seeing her made it impossible not to think of Mom. Meeting with Vera was one of the last things I'd done with her. We'd both liked her then, impressed by her friendly personality and eclectic personal style. Now I knew she was just another one of them. I'm so sorry for what you've been through, Channel. I nodded and made my impression as pity-worthy as humanly possible. She paused and cleared her throat. When you went missing, well, I was pretty torn up about it. You were? This admission took me by surprise. What was she getting at? She let out a breath and leaned forward. Of course I was. We'd had an incident like this before, but not involving anyone I was directly responsible for. Her form looked perfectly put together,
as you came to expect in the Edge, but having been around real people lately, I could now notice inconsistencies I would have ignored before. Her speech belied her true emotional state. The slight quiver at the end of her words, her frequent breaths, even though her face was mostly expressionless. With her voice sounding like that, I tried to imagine her in the real world. She'd likely be flushed and nervously sweating. I could almost see her furtive brows and the frown on her lips. "You're directly responsible for me?" I asked the question calmly, as I tried to figure out why she was so upset. If she genuinely was only worried about my well-being, shouldn't she be feeling relief now that I was back? She smiled. "Yes, I'm with the members I counsel with from start to finish." The finish being successful implantation. She spoke quickly, but I still noticed the catch in her voice. "That's the end then? Nothing to do after that?" She laughed, but the sound was stilted. "Not for me, at least. I'm not a whiz with coding or all that technological stuff." She stood and pulled a wand from the shelf behind her. "I just need to check a few things. Before you go in for your scan, make sure your body is up for everything given the circumstances." I nodded as she took a few steps and stood over me. "Are you afraid?" She froze, her hand outstretched, and looked down at me blankly. "Of the reals, I mean. Has this been happening more often? What happened to me and Aave?" She sighed and placed the wand near my temple. When it beeped, she moved it to the other side. "No, I'm not afraid." I waited for her to finish, but she stopped there. Her hand was unsteady as she moved the wand to the left side of my chest. She was afraid. But of what? "So, has anyone asked to take Cerebrolink out yet?" I laughed lightly. She paused. "What do you mean?" "Remember, when Mom and I met with you, you told me nobody has ever wanted to remove it, because it's just that good. I'm going to like it, right?" The perfect smile again appeared on her form. "Yes, still 100% success rate. Why, are you worried you won't like it?" She retreated to the shelf and replaced the wand, then swiped the tablet in front of her. I sighed. "I'm sure it will be great. I just heard some things. In the real world." Vera's form didn't look up. "Well, everything looks good on my end. I think they're ready for you in the next room." She motioned for me to stand and followed me to the door. I started awake to find I was still lying on the bricks where I'd been after Alec left. I had no idea how long I'd been there. Incredible that I could still sleep, still dream. I rubbed my eyes as the memory of my meeting with Vera began to fade. I expected to be stiff given the stone I was lying on, but as I rolled onto my back and sat, I felt nothing. My body was normal and perfect. The grid was still turned on its side, and I walked along the archway opening. I put one foot in front of the other and balanced along the curved ledge. Nobody called after me or begged me to come home. Nobody told me I should give in and enjoy this place. My brain was already past that point. I no longer had any desire, even hidden deep in my subconscious, to stay here. This simulation held nothing for me. But knowing this didn't make it immediately obvious how to rewind my connections and leave. Kenna told us Cerebrolink had that capability. Those spindly arcs of light that I knew were tied to my neurons could be dissolved just as quickly as they were formed during the days I'd been linked, which was why people could have Cerebrolink removed during the first 2 weeks without any lasting neurological consequences. She'd showed us how it happened in the code. But we had no data to inform us on how it would physically feel to the patient, which was now myself. On the outside, I could have easily manipulated and controlled these variables, but in here? I sighed. Maybe I needed a change of scenery. I imagined the inside of our simulation in the grid, the way it looked when I met Aave and Glynn that day during our world build project. Sleek, simple, no distractions. I stared at the wall and pulled from my memory the code Kenna showed us. It appeared on the flat surface, and I scanned the information slowly. It wasn't complete. I didn't have long enough to absorb all of it that day, and there were gaps in my memory, but at least it gave me an idea. My brain gave the inputs, and Cerebrolink prompted and responded based on those instructions. Simple. All I needed to do was find and activate a kill code, if there was one. I laughed at myself and scanned the small snippet in front of me. Cerebrolink's programming was immense. There had to be a million protections against something like this, and I thought I could simply ask Cerebrolink to turn off. I froze mid-thought. What if I could ask Cerebrolink to turn off? Maybe not turn off, so to speak, but give me the instructions? Aave, or my brain's reconstruction of him, said it himself. Maybe we could find a way to see the underlying code. It was built to be fluid, and there was no way the developers would have anticipated someone asking to leave the simulation. It was too good, and they knew that when they built it. That knowledge would have biased them completely. My heart rate quickened, and my palms began to sweat. I knew I could make these stress reactions go away, but I didn't. Feeling my body centered me. I want to be in control. I spoke out loud. I want to see your code. I watched the wall with bated breath, but nothing happened. I want to see my connections. I want to see inside Cerebrolink. I stared ahead and tried again. My hope began to sink as the code in front of me stayed exactly the same. I slammed my palm against the flat surface and felt the sting of contact. I reveled in it. What was I missing? Maybe there wasn't a way to access the code. What had been going through my head when I thought I could somehow outsmart world builders? But then I thought back to that night outside of P3. I'd found a solution. Kenna was a world builder, and I'd found something she hadn't thought of. I closed my eyes. I want to see you, I thought. I want to see where we're connected. I want to be in the real world. As I thought the words, something flickered inside me. A momentary bubble of light, as the words seemed to sink into my being, etching themselves indelibly on my source code. I don't want to be here. I want out. I continued to repeat this mantra over and over, building force and depth with each repetition. I know I may never see my friends again. I don't want to be here. I have no idea what Aave's experience has been. I want out. I still don't know where my mom is. I don't want to be here. I'll never see my dad again. I still want out. Alec, Mila, their friends, the entire coalition may not have made it. I don't want to be here. And I have no idea what I'll be stepping into. I want out. I screamed those last words in my head, and a pale blue light exploded around me. I was speeding through space. Streams of numbers whizzed past and blurred into lines while columns streaked across my vision. Then I lurched to a stop. I was floating. Not in my body. Not in any form at all. Just existing in space, with arcs of light stretching in every direction, glistening and shimmering against vast nothingness. Where was I? I looked around curiously and willed myself to follow the string closest to me. I curled around to the furthest point where it ended in a small glowing bead. I don't want to be here, I thought. I reached out and clipped it. Chapter 20. I gasped awake. My eyes flew open as I struggled to sit up. I fought against a force tethering my head in place but couldn't break it. The air was cool on my skin, and the smell of plastic invaded my nostrils. I forced myself to relax and moved my eyes side to side, then waited for my vision to adjust to the low light. There seemed to be no light in the room besides a faint glow coming from the floor. The surface beneath me was hard, and I quickly became aware of my lack of clothing. There was nothing between my skin, the air around me, and whatever I was lying on, a table of some sort. In my peripheral vision, I could just make out what looked like another person. A mask, a dull outline. On my left. Only blackness to my right. I tried lifting my arm and couldn't. Was that restrained too? I attempted it again, and this time I succeeded in lifting it slightly off the surface. It seemed I wasn't physically restricted, but my limbs felt leaden, like they hadn't moved in days, or ever. I opened and closed my fists as quickly as I could, working to bring back mobility. Even this simple task felt monumental. I struggled to catch my breath. It felt like I was pushing my fingers through mud, and a deep ache stretched through every tendon and bone. Where was I? Was I still inside the simulation, or had I broken out? I had a hard time believing my mind would have conjured this scenario, but stranger things had happened. I drew a few deep lungfuls of air and allowed my trembling arms to rest next to me. Then I tried again. With extreme effort and concentration, I lifted my right arm perpendicular to the table and slowly hinged at the elbow to bring my hand close to my face. I felt the mask over my mouth and nose, then moved my fingers down the side of my face and searched my neck and the base of my skull. I tried to make sense of the thin cord protruding from the flesh beneath my occipital bone. It connected to some sort of console on the end of the table. I was plugged in. Confusion set in. I must have broken out, but why would I need to be connected? The Cerebrolink was built for a network, and it ran off my own electrical impulses. No need for a power source. This made absolutely no sense. I prodded for a connector, a button, anything that could release me from my tether, but I didn't find anything near my skull. My tricep and shoulder burned from the effort of holding my arm up. What was wrong with me? My health stats looked pristine when I'd checked them the other day, and yet it felt like my energy was completely sapped from even the tiniest effort. I clenched my jaw and traced my fingertips along the cord. I patiently searched for its endpoint, just like I had with the arcs of light moments before. My fingers stopped as they hit a depressed panel just beneath the surface of the table. Gingerly, I tugged on the cord. It didn't budge. With meticulous movements, I felt every inch of the panel. My arm began to tingle. Finally, my index finger brushed against a small raised circle, and I pressed it. A click broke the silence, and my head released. Relief flooded through me as I pulled my arm away from the table and allowed it to flop to my side, totally spent. I was free. I did it. I made it out. Just as exultation began to flood through my body, terror set in. I was naked, lying on a table, with no idea where I was or why my body felt like it weighed 500 pounds. I closed my eyes and steeled myself. I'd been in impossible situations before. I could figure this out. One movement at a time. One step at a time. I just needed to learn more about where I was, and then I could figure out what to do next. My head spun as I slowly sat and supported my weight with my elbows. My head hit something solid and I jerked back. Spots appeared in my vision. Was there something above me? My left forearm stung as I extended it into the air by my side and tested for open space. Lying back down, I felt along my skin and found another cord protruding from my body. I needed to find the light so I could see what this was. I grunted as I rolled to my side and slid my legs off the table. I leaned back and scooted until my feet hit the cold floor. Realizing my lower half wouldn't support my full weight, I slowly slithered off the table and sunk to my knees. When I was safely seated on the floor, I turned my arm to catch the light and gasped. My skin was pale and ashy with a putrid, yellow stain surrounding the site on my arm where the cord entered my body. Bile rose in my throat. Without thinking, I panicked and yanked on it. The cord pulled free easily, but blood began to ooze out of the puncture wound. My body shook at the sight of the crimson liquid dripping down my arm. I pressed my hand over it tightly, willing it to stop. Out of nowhere, the lights to the room flicked on and a high-pitched sound pierced the air. I clamped my eyes shut. The bright light was physically painful to take in. An alarm. Pulling out the cord must have set off an alarm. Stupid.
I cursed under my breath and my eyes burned from the light filtering through my eyelids. What was I thinking? I used all the energy I could muster and forced my leaden limbs to scramble across the floor. I needed to go somewhere. Find anywhere I could hide before I was caught. Braving the light, I shielded my eyes and cracked them open slightly so I could search for safety. And that's when I looked up. I gulped and took in the sight ahead of me. Tables, stacked one on top of another so high up that even if my vision had been normal, I didn't think I could find the top. Bodies were laid out flat like I had been on each of the surfaces, with knobbly knees and skin so pale it looked translucent, almost fluorescent, in this garish illumination. My chest tightened, imagining what would have happened had I been stacked a few tables higher. Something pricked my memory, and I thought back to my made-up conversation with Kenna. How she'd said we all had the same frequencies. Somehow my mind had known where I was. How? Voices sounded outside the room and my heart exploded in my chest. Frantically, I whipped my head back and forth and searched in earnest for safety. My gaze settled on a cage with tiny lights in the corner, a databank, just past the end of my table. I scurried across the cold floor and panted as my uncoordinated limbs pushed me closer to the bank. A small gap between the wall and the side of the housing gave just enough room for me to slide a leg in and push. It shifted surprisingly easily, and I curled up in the shadows just as a metal clang sounded in the room behind me. I opened my mouth and attempted to silence my breathing against my mask as my body shook uncontrollably. A dark smear of what I could only assume was blood from my left arm stained my right hand, and my heart stopped. I pressed my head against the wall and strained to see the floor in front of me. Stupid, I thought again. Here I'd figured out how to unplug from Cerebrolink and then left a trail of blood directly to my hiding spot. I was done for. They were going to see it and— Patient 496371. A man's voice rang through the air, and there was a bustle of activity. Feet shuffled across the floor and people or objects they were holding clanged against the metal table I'd just vacated. Stop! A woman called out, and I held my breath. The side of the databank was gloriously warm, and I pressed my cheek against it, allowing the heat to sink into my skin and calm my heart rate. Don't look at the floor. Please. I don't want to be here. The woman spoke, but I couldn't process her words. More footsteps, more doors clanging. My mind seemed to float just outside of my body and everything was fuzzy. A few seconds later, my neck gave out. My head was too heavy to support, and I pressed against the cage. It was warm here. It was so— Channel! A voice hissed my name, and my eyes flew open as awareness slammed back into my being. I looked up and squinted into the outline of a woman's face. Chapter 21. Fear took over. Though the woman was blocking the light and I couldn't see her clearly, my brain began making connections, and I recognized two things instantaneously. First, I wasn't connected to the edge because this woman, while dressed in a colorful top, had plain features. There was no way she was augmented. Second, this woman knew my name. Get up! She reached out and pulled on my arm, but I shook my head. She sighed, exasperated. I'm trying to help you. I promise, but we don't have much time. Get up! Something about her seemed familiar, but memories slipped in and out of my mind. It seemed I had zero ability to hold on to them. The fog was growing deeper by the second. Even with minimal cognition, I had already come to the knowledge that my options in this moment were slim to none. I didn't know who this woman was. I didn't know if I could trust her. But I didn't exactly have a choice. I couldn't make myself stand, but I reached out a trembling hand toward her. What have you done to yourself? She murmured under her breath, then grasped my arms and pulled me to my feet. Can you stand? No. My throat felt like it was on fire as air passed through my vocal cords. Well, hold on to me then.
She threw her arms around my thin waist as I did my best to grab onto her shoulder. Don't worry about your lack of clothes. I'd forgotten all about that. She pulled me past the rows of bodies and tables. As soon as we get you outside the building, nobody will be able to see you. How? I croaked. I wanted to pepper her with questions. Where were we going? Why was she helping me? What was this place? Who were these people? But my mouth wouldn't form the words. Your implant is no longer active. Cerebrolink was the only thing connecting you to the edge, and it looks like you did a bang-up job of cutting that off. She craned her head to look at the back of my neck. It's amazing you didn't kill yourself. My entire body ached, like something was eating me from the inside out. She continued. We don't have far to go. My home is only about a block from here, but you're going to help me out. We have to move faster than this. The rest of the community leaders are occupied, but not for long, especially given the reports they're sure to be receiving any minute. I nodded and mustered everything within me to hold more of my weight as we stepped out into the glow. Even the haze was too bright for me today. I squinted to keep my head from throbbing even more than it already was. The walkway in front of us was empty, and the area seemed completely foreign. Ahead of us, rows of houses lined the street, but they looked nothing like the gray boxes I was used to in P3. Each facade was unique, and there were strange pictures and symbols on the doors. Where were we? Had Kenna mixed things up? The woman I was gripping stiffened, and she dropped her arm from my waist. I held on to her desperately, pushing myself up and attempting to take some of the weight from her shoulders and keep myself steady. Good afternoon, Vera, a woman called out, and I sucked in a breath. Vera. I knew that name. My mind sharpened, and I suddenly focused with renewed energy. Could this be the same Vera Mom and I had met with? Are you okay? The woman asked, and I cringed. We'd been spotted. Vera had promised I wasn't connected to the edge, which meant my form wouldn't be visible to anyone who was. But there were plenty of community leaders in Paradise 3 who weren't, or at least who weren't connected permanently. Just fine, Vera answered cheerily, and I held my breath. Could we have gotten lucky? Not feeling well at the moment, unfortunately. I'm heading home to take a small break. Now that I heard her voice lilting with energy and emotion, she sounded familiar. I was almost positive this was the Vera I was thinking of. Did you forget your mask? The woman laughed. That's usually what happens to me. Ah, you're right. Thanks for the reminder. The woman couldn't see me, but I could make out her blurry outline. As soon as she turned away from us, Vera gripped me again and rushed forward. She pulled me past a pale blue house on our left and up a small path to a bright canary yellow home with a pitched roof. She opened the door, and we staggered inside. I lost my grip on her as she rotated to close the door behind us and gasped for breath as I collapsed to the soft rug on the floor. Vera rushed past me. Your lungs will recover in a second, but you need to get something in your stomach. The sound of clattering dishes emanated from what I could only assume was the kitchen. I couldn't lift my head off the floor to check. A few moments later, she returned with a blanket and wrapped it around me, then held something out in front of my face. My eyes widened. I know this, I rasped. Ames. Just drink it, Channel. Vera snapped, and I opened my mouth. She squeezed in some of the liquid, and flavor erupted on my tongue. The sensation was so intense, I choked, then coughed, and spluttered as I tried to swallow. Vera didn't say a word, just waited for me to recover so she could squirt more into my mouth. Again, I begged, when she pulled the packet away. She shook her head. We need to see how your stomach does with the first. You haven't had any food for... She glanced up in the air. 4 days. 4 days? No food? No wonder I could barely move. Why? I squeaked as I clutched the blanket to my chin as my stomach began to gurgle in reaction to the vitamin drink. Shh, Vera hushed. There will be plenty of time for me to answer your questions. I've got 1 million of my own for you, by the way. She scooted back and stood up,
then looked worriedly at her front window. "I'll come back in a few minutes. I need to mitigate this disaster you caused. Close your eyes and try to rest. Do not go outside." Even without her instructions, I couldn't force my eyes to remain open. My eyelids drooped heavily, and I sank into a deep stillness. A hand on my shoulder startled me awake, and I blinked groggily. "You haven't thrown up. That's a good sign." Vera. I had to remind myself as I stared into the woman's face. She kneeled next to me and leaned over so her face was close to mine. Gone were the peach lips and olive skin. Her eyes now were a soft brown, her eyelashes so light they were almost non-existent. Her face was round, with none of the angular features I remembered from our meetings. Her hair was a dull, even color, not light enough to be blonde, but not dark enough to be a true brunette. Even with her colorful blouse, she looked plain, yet attractive in a soft, unassuming way. Everything about her was comforting. "Here," she sighed. "Let's try a little bit more of this. If you keep it down, I'll give you something with substance." I obediently opened my mouth and swallowed as she repeated her earlier process of pouring small amounts of liquid down my throat. My lungs no longer burned, and the tingling in my arms had dissipated, if only slightly. "You've caused quite a stir." Vera sat back on her knees and dropped the empty drink packet on the floor next to her. "How so?" Vera chuckled. "How so? Well, let's see. You are officially the first Cerebrolink patient to spontaneously disappear. Cass is convinced the coalition has something to do with it." "They don't." I pressed against the floor to lift my head. Vera put a hand on my back and encouraged me to stay put. "I know that, and you know that. But it's more advantageous for us if Cass believes this narrative. If she thinks someone broke you out, she won't be looking for me here." Vera nodded. I rolled to my side, then flipped onto my back and stretched my arms over my head. They still felt heavy, but better. I started when I saw the streak of red across my forearm. "We need to get you washed up." You were unreal. I dropped my hands back to my side. Vera looked at me quizzically. "Before you became a community leader." Vera smiled to herself. "That's the first thing you want to talk about?" She leaned close and opened her eye wide, then turned to the side. "Can you still see it?" "What am I looking for?" I asked, not able to lift my head fully from the floor. Alec had tried looking for my implant, and I'd been convinced it was impossible. "It's probably fully healed over by now. There used to be a small line on my sclera from the implant removal." "That's how they do it? From the side of the eye?" "Mm-hmm." She pulled back. "That's how the implant goes in and out. Right here." She pointed at the white of her eye, directly behind the iris. "Have you ever seen it done?" I shook my head and shuddered at the thought of someone slicing into my eyeball. You used to be unreal. But now you're not?" Frustration welled up inside me. This was how it happened? You spent your whole life unreal, and then when you finally made it to a higher placement, your status was reversed? I groaned. It doesn't make any sense. "Right," Vera nodded. "I can see how it would be confusing. But it's not like we're giving anything up. Our placements require us to be flexible in both the real and unreal worlds." My face screwed up in confusion. Was my mind still moving slowly, or was this beyond my ability to comprehend? "You're giving everything up. If you're not connected to the edge, then you're looking at all of this." I used what energy I had left to motion around her dismal living room. "Why would you choose this? Even for a better placement?" Vera looked at me first with confusion, and then she laughed as realization hit. "Oh, Channel, you don't know?" I stared at her, my brow drawing lower over my eyes by the second. "I'm sorry. It's not actually funny. I'm just surprised. Here." She scrambled to her feet and retreated down the hall. I waited,
then watched as she walked back toward me with something in her hand. She held out a rounded, cylindrical case and flipped open the top. I couldn't see inside, but I heard a high-pitched beep and saw a pinpoint of light turn from red to green. These are clean. She carefully used her thumb and forefinger to pull something from inside. What is it? I saw nothing between her fingers as she lifted them away and closed the case, then set it on the floor next to her. Hold still. She leaned in and used the fingers of her left hand to hold my eyelids open. What? Before I could get the question out, she was touching my eye. I tried to blink but couldn't. Everything inside of me screamed to push her hand away and squirm out from under her grip, but my body was frozen in shock. There. She narrowed her eyes and inspected my eye. Blink. I followed her instructions, and when my lids lifted again, I nearly choked on my own spit. I muttered something unintelligible as my eyes darted around the room. Rich tapestries hung from the wall in my right field of view, somehow separate, but still mixed with the drab interior I'd been looking at since I'd arrived. Close your left eye, Vera commanded, and again, I obediently did as she said. The entire room lit up. Bright colors adorned every surface. A plush sofa sat under the window, and golden scrollwork gilded the edges of the ceiling. It looks like your office. I drew a breath. But how? I placed a removable lens on your right eye. They're connected with the edge. When I remember to charge them, at least. She grinned. This way I can be connected when I'm off duty and still fulfill my placement obligations. I told you, we don't have to give anything up. I closed my right eye and looked with my left, then did the opposite, reveling in the juxtaposition of the real and unreal. It reminded me of the reveal. How we'd watched the World Builder's Code appeared in sections over P3. Being able to flip instantly between the two made the effect even more shocking. You get both. Right, Vera nodded. And anyone can wear these? She nodded again. These are synced to my account and preferences, just like your implant is, or would be normally. So I wouldn't give them to just anyone. She motioned for me to turn back toward her and again held my lids still and pulled the lens gently from my cornea. I thought it would be easier to show you. She sat back on her heels and slipped it back into the case. It's a whole process to become a community leader. Takes a few years, specifically for people like me, who don't have coding expertise. She clapped her hands together and took a deep breath. But this is not what we need to be worried about right now. What was this cord for? I lightly brushed my fingertips over the bump on the inside of my left arm. I couldn't believe I'd somehow missed information as important as a removable lens, and I was desperate to find more answers. Vera sighed. Fluids. To keep me alive? Let's not get into that quite yet. She blanched slightly. I don't know how much time we're going to have. We might need to move quickly. I nodded as she opened a package and broke off a piece of what looked like a breakfast bar. Try this. Once we get a little bit into your stomach, we'll see if you can stand. I chewed and swallowed slowly. The texture of the food felt almost alien on my tongue. My brain remembered eating, but my body apparently did not. Could I really be this messed up after only 4 days? Wait, why did... Okay, 20 questions is over. Vera cut me off. Let's get you into the shower. My face dropped as she slipped her hand behind my neck and helped to lift me up to sitting. Where's the bathhouse? I realized too late that I was asking another question, and both dreaded her disappointment and her answer. If I could barely make it here, there was no way I could... Down the hall. Vera smiled kindly. I have my own bathhouse right around the corner. She pointed, and I turned to look past the door where she'd gotten the case. Her own bathhouse? I gaped at her. Community leader, remember? It might have taken me a long time to get here, but it was worth it. Chapter 22. Water cascaded blissfully down my back as I stood under the steady stream in Vera's shower stall. No cold lake water and no time limit either. Though my most recent bath had been in the warm waters of the pools at the warehouse, it felt like a lifetime away. I didn't even know what to do with myself. My skin prickled in the heat, and I closed my eyes. It was reminiscent of the way my toes had tingled when I dipped them in the hot springs that night with Aave. And Alec. I pressed my arm against the wall and held myself steady as a wave of emotion bowled over me. I slowly slipped down the sleek surface and wrapped my arms around my knees as I sobbed. The water streamed over my head and mixed with the tears streaming down my cheeks. I was alone. Yes, I got out, and I was 100% alone. I was further away than ever from finding Mom, and I'd lost Aave in the process. The wall of bodies flashed through my mind and my stomach twisted. They were both in there somewhere, and I had no idea how to get to them. If Cass thought Kenna had something to do with my disappearance, then Alec and Mila weren't safe. Though they never really were. Still. Everyone I cared about was in danger, and I was stuck here. Completely useless. "You have Vera," I heard in my head, and that was partially true. She had me, at least. So far, it seemed as if I could trust her, but I was going to need a lot more than just Vera to figure this mess out. I ran my hands across my face, then over my ears, and I froze. My fingers hit nothing but stubble. There was no hair on my head. I desperately slid my hands over my prickly scalp. There was no hair on my head. I slowly stood up and drew a deep breath to calm the panic, then methodically inspected myself as I usually did in the bathhouse. Bruising on my arms, though I already knew about that. My hip bones stuck out prominently and my stomach caved in, probably because I hadn't eaten in days. I breathed a sigh of relief when the rest of me looked normal. But the hair? I cautiously searched my scalp and finally mustered the courage to touch the base of my skull. The thin cord still hung there, twirled into a loop and wrapped to protect it from the water. Vera had insisted. I pulled on it gently and felt pressure against my skin, then clapped a hand over my mouth to keep from throwing up. I forced myself not to think about it and reached for a soap tab. I fell back into my regular bathing routine and washed my body. The process was comforting, and when the mist hit my skin, I could almost pretend for a moment that my life was sane. Until I looked forward and saw my own gaunt face staring back at me. Of course, Vera had a mirror hanging on the wall. Perfect. I stared at my eyes, red-rimmed and sunken with dark circles hanging below my lower lids. My ears looked massive against my bald head. This was awful. More awful than I could have imagined. I almost laughed at the thought of anyone seeing me like this. I doubted they'd even recognize me. I barely recognized me. Yet somehow this brought me comfort. I wasn't the same person I was when I initially came back to P3. No matter how shocking, it seemed almost metaphorical that my form would reflect that. "Channel." Vera called gently through the door. "Are you okay in there?" "Fine, just getting dressed." I pulled on the clean, gray clothes Vera had set out for me. They were a bit big, but it felt glorious to be clean and dressed. Another piece of normalcy returned to me. I took one last look at my sunken face and tossed my drying sheet in the bin next to the sink, then swung open the door. Vera thrust the rest of my partially eaten bar in front of my face, and I took it from her. "Eat," she commanded. I pulled down the wrapper to take another bite. "We need to talk." She turned on her heel and led me to the right, then motioned for me to sit next to her on a slim, plain couch. My heart raced from the minimal exertion of walking these few steps after holding myself upright in the shower, and I slumped gratefully to the cushion. "What happened in there?" Vera asked, her eyes hawk-like. "In the bathroom?" The words barely formed around my mouth full of bar. "Cerebrolink, Channel." She snapped her fingers in front of my face. What happened? How did you wake up? My cheeks burned as I swallowed. She was anxious for answers, but I couldn't tell her how I'd gotten out without revealing at least some of what happened when I was with the coalition. As far as she knew, I was here to live with Cerebrolink. I froze. If that's what she believed, why would she have hidden me, brought me here instead of taking me directly to Cass? Why am I here, Vera? I asked. That's exactly what I'm wondering. She refused to drop her gaze. Nobody has woken up like that after implantation. No, I shook my head. Why am I here? In your home? Why didn't you take me in? To the medical center or something? Vera pursed her lips. We stared at each other at a complete standoff. I knew something was off when I met with her before receiving Cerebrolink. My brain knew it. So much so that I dreamed about it before I got out. She was aware I knew more than what I'd shared, or we wouldn't be in this situation. She was a community leader. I was a 17-year-old kid. Someone had to give, and I was guessing it had to be me. I came back to wake up. I spoke past the nervous lump in my throat. The coalition gave me training. Vera's face was stoic as she took in my confession. My heart pounded as I wondered whether I'd made a massive mistake by divulging this. How? Her finger tapped on her forearm. How did they train you to do that? I wet my lips. They didn't tell me how to do it. Not exactly. Kenna, the woman I was training with, helped develop Cerebrolink. She taught me how it worked. At least, how the code looked before she stepped away. When did she step away? I shrugged and took another leap of faith. A while ago? Long enough that I think something significantly changed. Based on what she told me, Cerebrolink did not react as we expected it to. I hoped to get into the main system, find a way to influence the experience for others who are linked. Vera breathed out heavily. No, that wouldn't be possible. I've gathered as much. I didn't expect to come back like this. I thought I don't know, have awareness and break through into the system or something. I shivered as I remembered my body splayed out, physically attached to the table below me. That's why I brought you here. Her eyes darted out the back window briefly, then dropped back to look at her hands clenched together in her lap. Cerebrolink was supposed to be an improvement. You're aware of my role in all this. I've been helping to convince people to link. But now that I've seen what's happening... What exactly is happening? She drew a deep breath. They keep telling me these are anomalies, that whenever you institute a new system there are bound to be bugs. What anomalies? And who's they? The bodies. The way people have... I remembered the bodies in the room I woke up in, and goosebumps rose on my skin. She swallowed hard. This information is from higher-ranked community leaders, our committee, releases from the Executive Council. Bryn Lee. Vera nodded and her eyes widened. How did you know about him? She asked, but before I could answer, she waved me off and went on. Cerebrolink was supposed to create a unified link between all our members, a way to experience life at a higher vibration. Vera's eyes lit up as she spoke, and I could see on her face how invested she was in the idea of a virtual reality. It was supposed to be a solution, a way to be more efficient and improve quality of life. I sniffed. That's what I understood, which is why this makes no sense. Why isn't it on a network? Where are these cords sending information? I reached behind my neck to hold mine up. That's the thing. We have no idea. All I know is that our network infrastructure was put on hold months ago. Is that a community-wide thing? She shrugged. No idea. I've been told I'm on a need-to-know basis. I leaned back on the sofa. Theoretically, all of this could be explained.
Since this was such a new technology, it would be reasonable to assume they'd run into actual glitches. Maybe the network was forthcoming, and they were just making do with what they had. Maybe some brains weren't reacting to Cerebrolink the way they'd expected. This all seemed logical. Until I thought of the room with the tables. It's not just the network channel. Vera fiddled with the lining on the cushion next to her. These patients, the community members I work with. At first I thought it was just some of them. She sucked in a breath. But this week, I've done some research. Almost 90% of them have died within weeks of implantation. I inhaled sharply. Why? I asked, aware that I kept repeating this question but unable to stop asking it. How could people be dying so quickly when this was supposed to be a long-term survival strategy? Starvation. The communities provide minimal fluids, but that's it. Look at you. After just a few days, look what your body turned into. I only became aware of it a couple of weeks ago. Before that, none of us were allowed in the stacks. I wrapped my arms around myself and a chill moved up my spine. But that's not possible. My words came out slowly as I attempted to integrate everything I knew, all my experiences to date with P3 and Cerebrolink. You know people. You've talked with them who have had implants for years. You told me nobody had asked for a removal of their link. My brow furrowed, trying to make sense of this. The committee gave me that information. Cass told us all what to say when people had questions. I didn't question it. She tapped her foot nervously. Stop tapping your foot, Channel. Vera bit her lip. You weren't the only one I said those things to. Her cheeks flushed and she looked away. I don't know. She flopped back against the couch. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know what to think anymore, but there's something off with all this, and when I saw you of all people, Channel, coming back from the coalition, insisting on Cerebrolink, then disappearing off your table a few days later. She shook her head. After everything I've heard and seen, that blood smear on the floor seemed like a sign. So I did leave a trail, I murmured. I saw it the second I walked in. You're lucky I was first. You hid it? Stood over it. Told the other maintenance workers to report the incident so they'd leave. I nodded slowly. Thank you. Both of us stared at the floor. Here I was, in P3. I survived the real world, successfully carried out a clandestine mission back into my home community, and miraculously separated myself from Cerebrolink. And yet, I was no closer to finding anyone or helping the coalition. It felt like I was further away than ever. What now? Vera asked as she pressed a finger to her temple. I leaned back into the couch and felt my whole body begin to droop. If she was asking me that question, we were already sunk. Part 5, Mila. April 14th, 2161 through April 16th, 2161. Chapter 23. My arms ached in places I didn't know existed before today. At least now we knew the answer to what happened when people in Paradise communities misbehaved. They got sent here, to a holding cell, where the restraints around their wrists were cemented to the wall by magnetic charges, and the only resting options were standing or sitting on the concrete floor. I'd miraculously fallen asleep for a portion of the night, but now I had no idea what time it was. We have to get out of here, Nat muttered under his breath. His muscles tensed as he attempted to pull his hands free. My eyes had adjusted to the low lighting enough to make out where everyone was being held. We were a ragtag bunch. Everyone slouched, and our heads hung in defeat. I sent a message to the others on the comms. Kenna's typical commanding tone was disturbingly absent. Ames must have received it. Yeah, Nat sighed. I know. But that doesn't mean they're going to be able to find us in time. If P7 knew we were coming, what's to stop them from intercepting the rest of the group?
My heart squeezed thinking of Tish, Nyla, and Ren. They wouldn't be the ones coming after us, right? They needed to keep their children safe. But everyone in the coalition was needed. If more of them were captured like us? I shuddered, not wanting to imagine the possibilities.
I'm sorry.
Talia repeated her apology for the 1,000th time, her voice a small whimper. Combined with the dried blood on her face and the bruising under her eyes, it made for a pathetic display.
Please, Kenna sighed. It's not your fault. You have to know this isn't your fault. But maybe I could have been more careful. Talia, it's a miracle we haven't been intercepted long before now. We've been infiltrating community boundaries for over a year. We knew the risks. But now...
So what? Kenna pressed her back against the wall and slid her wrists upward to stand.
So they link us. I know how it works. I trained others to break through, and we can do the same. We don't know if they were successful, Nat muttered, but Kenna ignored him. No. Talia shook her head. You're not getting it. They aren't linking people like originally planned. I saw the schematics yesterday. Members are linked, but not to each other. There's no network. Kenna scoffed. That's impossible. What would be the point? That's what I'm trying to tell you. Talia groaned, exasperated.
She shifted her legs and attempted to find a more comfortable position.
They're not even pretending this is beneficial anymore. There's no pretense. They aren't trying to hide the fact that people are dying and dying quickly. If anyone asks questions, they disappear. Last week, one of my world builders noticed the files he'd worked on were missing, so he sent in a ticket. He didn't show up the next morning.
Kenna shook her head.
The council would never allow this to happen, even if it's what Bryn wants. There are too many others who wouldn't be on board. Kenna, wake up! Talia shouted. They're a continent away. They have no idea how Cerebrolink is being implemented here. And I'm sure they have enough of their own problems to deal with outside of checking on their fellow council members.
Kenna chewed the inside of her cheek as I watched their exchange with rapt attention. No pretense. Brutal disregard for life. I didn't want to believe everything my parents said about the communities, but this was becoming nearly impossible to justify. These weren't unintended consequences.
Who are you?
Talia looked at the two coalition members next to Kenna and Nat.
Simeon, the woman answered. Her hair was disheveled and her right eye more swollen than her left. Pash. The man's voice was rough and gravelly. They've been with us ever since the beginning.
Kenna's voice was almost reverent. Zane caught my eye and nodded toward Kay. She still hadn't moved or spoken since they brought us in here from the transport. She sat crouched and huddled over her knees, virtually lifeless. I shrugged my shoulders. What else could we do for her at this point? The metal door across from me opened noiselessly and allowed bright light to stream in from the hallway. My heart pounded in my chest, and all of our backs straightened in unison as we watched with heightened awareness.
On your feet,
a community worker demanded, and we obeyed as quickly as possible. I immediately recognized him. Case. The guy who brought me in and said it was his first time seeing reels. His eyes flickered my direction, then quickly focused on the wall above our heads. A slim woman with a shaved head walked in behind him, followed by a very important-looking man. The tension in the room became nearly palpable. Kenna's jaw stiffened, and Nat looked like he might be capable of ripping the magnetic track right off the wall. They knew her. Or him. They knew something we didn't. The woman stood on Case's right. She tapped and swiped the air above her. I squinted, grateful for the distraction, and strained to see what the woman's fingers were touching. Either my eyesight was totally inadequate or there was nothing there. There was nothing there. She was unreal, I realized. This is what Channel had described. She was working on something that existed only in her own head, impossible for me to visualize. The man, tall with dark features and an angular jawline, looked around the room. His apparel was jarring, and I did a double take. He wore a belt like Alec, but his glimmered even in this low light. I'd never seen an item of clothing so shiny. His jet black shoes had a low heel which still only made him stand barely taller than the woman next to him. The fabric of his white collared shirt was so thin, I could see the outline of his body underneath. The man's brilliantly white teeth flashed as he smiled at each one of us.
You all have caused quite a bit of trouble for me lately.
His voice was sickeningly sweet.
Well,
he paused and looked at me, Alec, Zane, and Kay.
Not you four. You're simply along for the ride, I'm guessing.
None of us moved a muscle. He watched us, that broad smile still plastered to his face.
Anyway,
he sighed and turned back to the others.
We need to figure out a solution for both our sakes.
The way he moved, it reminded me of someone. So sure of himself, positive he had the upper hand. Alejandro. The comparison clicked into place in my mind. This man carried himself exactly how Zane's dad did that day in our yard, with an air of arrogance and superiority. But now that I was older, I discerned something else there too. Insecurity. Anxiety over losing something he was fighting so desperately to keep. This man, just as Alejandro then, was so terrified I could almost smell it.
What you're doing here is despicable, Bryn.
Kenna spit, and my eyes widened. Bryn. That was the guy everyone had been talking about, from the council. Was this really him? He walked toward her slowly, methodically, like a cat tracking its prey. Kenna's reaction left no doubt as to how she felt about him. Her face twisted in disgust as he approached.
I completely understand why you think that.
He almost purred.
It's perspective, Kenna. You've always had this extremely rigid idea of how Cerebrolink was meant to be used.
Kenna laughed out loud.
Seriously, Bryn? You're trying to say respect for life and ethical use is optional?
Bryn held his hands up in defense.
I, of all people, have an intense respect for life. I believe every single human being on this planet deserves the opportunity to be happy. I could have kept this technology for myself, you know.
He turned his head and panned the room.
From the very start, the communities have been equal opportunity, and don't even pretend they haven't made a massive improvement to our overall quality of life.
Kenna sighed in frustration.
I'm not saying we haven't made any improvements. The communities were necessary, no doubt, and I agree that we've drastically increased the standard of living for people on this planet. That's not the issue, Bryn, and you know it.
The woman with the shaved head lowered her arms, finished with whatever she'd been working on. She joined us in standing silently at attention as we watched the tense interaction between Kenna and Bryn.
What do I know?
He threw his hands up.
I know the communities are every bit as necessary as they were when they were instituted. They were and are a gift.
His smile began to disappear as he spoke with more intensity and moved closer to Kenna.
Given freely. People like you get so tied up in the minutiae of ethical debates
that you lose perspective. You forget to be grateful. The room was still. Nat stood seething, and his arms tensed against his restraints. Kenna's strong facade was visibly cracking. Her lip twitched as Bryn stared her down, and, though I could tell she was fighting to keep it together, a flush crept onto her cheeks. I'd never seen this expression on her face, a look of hunger mixed with fierce desperation, revulsion at her own terror, a look of defeat. Bryn rolled up the sleeve of his button-up shirt, and his already tanned skin looked even darker when juxtaposed with the sheer white fabric.
We really only have two options.
His voice snapped back to being sugared and light.
I'm not going to pretend it wasn't a loss when you left, Kenna. Made even harder to swallow when you took people with you.
He glanced at Nat specifically, and I couldn't help but wonder what his role was in the communities before he left. I'd never looked at him as more than Kenna's right-hand man. Cerebrolink is moving forward with or without you. I'd personally prefer it was with. Kenna opened her mouth to protest, but Bryn held up a hand. I'm not just talking about you. I'm talking about every person in this room. Your little coalition, the Reals, everyone. He looked at her intently. Even from here, I could see her nostrils flare as she considered his words and the threat that lay underneath them. You'd let them go? She asked, her voice low. Bryn nodded and laughed lightly. Of course I would. They're of no use to me. They have no experience with all of this. No conditions? Kenna snapped. None. They could... No. Alec cut in, his voice strong and clear. No, Kenna. That's not an option. Alec, she hissed, stay out of this. Don't do it. Alec continued, ignoring her. He's using you, and he hasn't kept his word in the past. You have no reason to trust him. Kenna's eyes flickered to Bryn. The woman with the shaved head began moving her fingers in front of her again. Bryn laughed, and his voice echoed off the walls. Oh, this is rich. He spun on his onyx heel and walked toward Alec. His shoes clicked with each step. What are you, 16? 19. Alec's jaw flexed. 19. Bryn paused and looked him up and down. Real? He wrinkled his nose. And trying to tell her what to do? You know who she is, correct? What she's accomplished? Bryn looked at Alec with utter contempt, but I could still see it. The fear in his eyes, his flattery of Kenna was calculated. He needed this to go well. But why? Why did he need her so much? Suddenly, things began to click into place. There was an entire council a continent away. The world is healing. 4 to 6 weeks. Remember the goal, Kenna. Alec looked straight ahead without flinching, as if Bryn wasn't standing menacingly directly in his line of sight. Yes, Kenna. Bryn flashed Alec one last patronizing look before turning back to face the other side of the room. Please, remember the goal. I could only imagine what was going through Kenna's head right now. I wasn't naive enough to miss what was happening. Bryn was holding our lives over her head. Talia made it very clear what would happen to us upon our arrival in P7, and he was using Kenna's sure knowledge of that to sway her. I wished I could speak up like Alec. Tell her that we'd gladly take our chances with Cerebrolink rather than force her to do something she was so vehemently opposed. But the words didn't come. My mouth stayed firmly closed. If we were all linked in a system that clearly wasn't what Kenna ever intended, what good could we do from there? We'd wither away and die, like the other community members, just as Talia said. There was no good option. No way to help channel an Aave, no way to make it back to our parents. They'd never even know what happened to us. Unless... You need us, I blurted out, and everyone in the room gaped at my outburst. Bryn narrowed his eyes. Who are you, exactly? Mila. Zane hissed, but I ignored him. Don't pretend like you care. It doesn't matter who I am. My voice sounded more confident than I felt. I was taking a stab in the dark and hoping it hit flesh. You're stuck, Bryn. And we're not useless to you. If you don't show the council proof of success here, sooner or later they're going to start asking questions. I squeezed my hands together and pleaded for my hunch to be correct. Why else would he be doing all this? The communities were a gift. He was ready to stop giving, at least to the people who weren't ready to receive it. Bryn's lip twitched, and I nearly collapsed with relief. Would you rather be right and have people think you're wrong, or be wrong and have people think you're right? Just like Alejandro, with that minuscule motion, I knew what Bryn's answer to that question would be. I went on. The Reals are barely surviving, but they're never going to stop fighting. just like the coalition will never stop fighting. I'm not going to pretend I understand what your ultimate goal is with whatever is happening here with Cerebrolink, but you're running out of time. Another leap into the unknown. With everyone talking about how quickly and erratically Cerebrolink had been rolled out, there had to be a reason. Bryn didn't seem like the type of person to do anything sloppy. Bryn scoffed. The coalition is as good as done. There's no threat to me at this point. And the reals. He waved the word away. Your populations are dropping faster than they could ever be replaced. He was running out of time. His plan to eradicate real communities would only work if they couldn't survive, if they had to rely on community support or join them without it. With what I'd seen, that time was quickly coming to an end. There's a lot of green out there. I nodded behind me, past the wall. Doesn't seem like they're dropping quite fast enough. He chuckled to himself and let down the sleeve he'd rolled up only moments before as his face became deadly serious. He glanced down at his pristinely polished shoes. You're right. He looked up at me intently. I don't care who you are. I swallowed, doing everything I could to keep my face a mask of calm. He cocked his head to the side. But I'll admit, my curiosity is piqued. Why, may I ask, do I need you? My heart pounded in my chest. The reals know about the coalition. It's giving them hope. Which means they're only going to hold on to their way of life more tightly. You aren't going to win this battle by brute force. You've lost their trust. But we haven't. Mila. Alec growled. What are you? Mila. Bryn picked up my name and walked closer. Each click of his heel made my heart pound faster. You're proposing I use you, the whole group, to advocate for Cerebrolink with the reals? I swallowed hard. If we disappear, it's only going to make things worse for you. My knees began to shake, and I tensed my muscles, willing them to hold still. They'll believe us. I'm sure they would, Bryn said softly, stopping so close I could smell the faint scent of soap on his skin. Mila. He tasted the word on his tongue. The problem is? He exhaled, and I felt his breath on my forehead. I don't. Chapter 24. Dropping all pretense, Bryn stalked away from me and motioned to the unreal with the shaved head. They left the room without a backward glance. My face burned, and my eyes stung with tears. I coughed and choked as I tried to breathe and swallow at the same time. Stand, the woman commanded, then tapped her finger in the air. Our wrists immediately released from the wall. Nat ripped himself forward and lunged at Case. Faster than he could make contact, the unreal tapped her finger again, and all of us were yanked backward. Our wrists slammed back into their magnetic tracks. Nat was dragged across the floor as he fought the pull and lost. He yelped in pain as his shoulders twisted, and the metal clanged back into place. Simeon cried out and jerked toward him, but her cuffs held her firmly in place. We'll try that again, the unreal said calmly, looking bored with Nat's antics. Stand, she repeated coldly, and Nat twisted his legs under him and pushed himself off the floor. Seething, he stayed put as she released our hands for the second time. Kay slumped to the floor, still curled in a ball. Zane and I staggered over and kept our heads low so we didn't look dangerous. Kay, Zane whispered. You need to get up. Kay shook her head. I can't go back. She gritted her teeth with her cheek against the floor. Before I could respond, Case appeared on our left. He reached down and hauled her up off the floor. She yelped in surprise, and Case nearly dropped her, but shifted his grip to avoid twisting her arms more than necessary. Just like in the field, his face was surprisingly kind, timid and unsure. We're going to walk forward now, okay? He explained calmly. Kay didn't fight him. Follow. The Unreal turned and walked to the door, then waited briefly for us to file after her. "I'm sorry," I spluttered, still struggling to gain control of my emotions. My stomach clenched as I replayed the coldness in Bryn's eyes as he spat those last words in my face. "Kenna, I'm sorry. I tried." Kenna shook her head. "Will people please stop apologizing?" Kenna shouted, and her voice was nearly hysterical. "This isn't anyone's fault." My lip trembled as Kenna stomped forward, her eyes still flashing. "But if we wouldn't have asked for your help," I whispered, unable to wipe the tears now streaming down my cheeks.
"You can't think like that, Mila."
Alec walked close to me and nudged me gently with his shoulder.
"We're going to be okay."
"We aren't kids anymore. That won't work like it used to," I muttered as I fell in line behind Simeon and Pash. Nat and Talia waited for us to pass before joining our solemn procession. I blinked in the bright lights of the hallway. I was barely holding it together. What were Mom and Dad going to think? When we never came back, would they even consider the possibility that we'd been assimilated? Would they think we were dead? What would happen to them? Nobody said a word as we followed the Unreal down the narrow hallway. She walked nonchalantly in front of us with her index finger raised in the air. Her apparent lack of concern was disconcerting, and it was almost pathetic how little it took to beat us into submission. She turned through a doorway on the right, and we hesitantly entered the room. Plain, sterile. The wall was lined with hardback chairs. "Take a seat." She scanned her wrist on a sensor. Case lowered Kay into a chair next to me and didn't let go until she was stable. When he was satisfied she wouldn't immediately topple, he stepped back and walked with the Unreal through a second door and left us unattended.
"Do they think we're going to sit here and wait?"
Nat asked as he scanned the room, completely bewildered. He stood quickly and stalked toward the door, but when he hit the open space, he stalled. His entire body was out of the frame, back in the hallway we'd just walked down. But his wrists wouldn't follow. They were frozen in space, and they didn't budge when he threw his weight forward over and over again.
"Magnetic fields,"
Talia muttered. Nat, his face flushed with effort, grunted as he gave up and stomped back to his seat. Before he could sit, the door across the room from us opened. Case stepped back into the room. He looked at Nat and motioned with his head for him to move.
"Where does that lead?"
Nat asked. Case cleared his throat but didn't speak. He again motioned for Nat to walk forward.
"No."
He shook his head.
"This is insane. You're linking people against their will. How is this?"
Suddenly his face contorted in pain, and his back arched as every muscle in his body tensed. He dropped to the floor and sucked in a breath.
"Do as he says,"
the Unreal warned, her face only halfway visible on the other side of the doorframe. Nat struggled to his feet. "I'm coming with you." Simeon's eyes were glassy as she leaned forward to stand. The Unreal's eyes flashed.
"One at a time. Can you please allow us this one human courtesy? To not have to go this alone?"
Kenna shouted, and her face contorted in rage and desperation. Case held up a hand before the Unreal could respond.
"It's fine."
He spit through his teeth.
"She's not going to try anything, right?"
He stared intently at Simeon. She nodded reluctantly. Nat's head lolled as he walked forward, and Simeon quickly ran to join him. She leaned in and gently brushed her cheek to his. The Unreal said nothing. Tears again blurred my vision as they disappeared through the doorway. "This can't be happening." I leaned my head heavily against the wall. Zane pressed himself against my side to offer whatever comfort he could. Everyone was infuriatingly silent. It was agonizing. Did none of them recognize this was it? They were just sitting here, staring into space? Anger flooded through me and flashed in hot, fiery bursts. I clenched my jaw shut to keep from saying something I'd regret. I knew I wasn't mad at Zane and Alec, especially not Kay. Maybe Kenna, even though that was irrational. She was supposed to have the answers. She was supposed to find her way out of situations like this. To have some intimate knowledge of community life that would save us. I wanted someone to do something. I needed someone to fix this. This couldn't be how it ended for us.
Mila, you're going to pass out.
Alex's voice was low, and the sound made me tune into the fact that I was fiercely clenching my eyes shut and holding my breath. My head began to swim as I forced myself to inhale. He opened his mouth to speak again, but I stopped him. No, Alec. I put up a hand. Don't tell me this is going to be okay. It's not okay. His mouth snapped shut. Talia hunched over and rested her elbows on her thighs.
Think about it this way. At least you'll have a few weeks of pure enjoyment, where you can do whatever you want. If I have to go, at least it's not going to be painful.
Zane flinched.
I don't know a nightmare worse than being stuck inside my own head.
I glanced at him and took in the old pain written all over his face. His expression reminded me of how he looked when we were younger. Tell me about when we were kids. When you were a kid, I mean. Zane's brow furrowed. Tell me your stories. I looked around to our small group, taking the attention off of him individually. So when I'm in there, I can imagine you more fully. At first, nobody spoke. Kay pulled her feet onto the chair and lay her head on her knees as she turned away from me. Each second of silence felt like a week. Time slowly ticked by with no distraction from what we all knew was happening in the next room, the thing we all feared, that awaited us just moments in the future. I snuck into a grow house, a voice whispered, and I looked up. I couldn't see her face, but the voice clearly came from Kay. Before, when I was still with my parents, I mean. They didn't get mad as much if I stayed out of the house, so I'd sneak around, looking for things I could eat or play with. How old were you? I imagined Kay the way she'd been back then. When I snuck in? 7? I don't know. Maybe 6. Your dad. Ours? The mention of him sent a lump to my throat. Kay nodded and lifted her head, then turned to look at me with red, puffy eyes. He left the grow house, and I waited behind him, running as soon as he turned his back to slip through the door. My face scrunched. Dad never turned his back before making sure the door was sealed. Kay's eyebrows lifted. I know. I thought I was getting away with something, but I wasn't. He knew I was there. He just didn't want to embarrass me.
What did you do?
Alec asked. Ate food off the plants, as much as my stomach could hold, which wasn't much. She laughed breathily. Then I walked out. My eyes widened. Did you seal the door? Kay sniffed and rubbed her nose on her knee. I didn't have to. Your dad waited for me. I leaned in, transfixed by this story. He didn't say anything when I stepped out, just smiled and nodded, then reached to press the button. I looked at her in amazement. If I would have pulled something like that, I'd have been doing chores the rest of the afternoon, even at 6. Then what? Then I walked home. The first time I'd been full in weeks. It was one of the best nights of my life up to that point.
Did you ever do it again?
Alec asked. No, I never did. The room fell silent again, and I looked to Zane. I knew he could feel my eyes on him, but he didn't look up. I wanted him to say something, anything. If ever there was a time for him to tell me I was wrong about something, it was now. But I wasn't wrong, and we both knew it.
Hit me.
The words sounded so low I almost missed them. I turned to my right to see Case standing at attention.
Hit me,
he repeated. His body was frozen in place next to the door. I shook my head. What do you—
Somebody stand up and hit me,
he hissed through his teeth.
Hard, so it leaves a mark.
I suddenly noticed his hands behind his back, moving slowly against the sensor behind him.
Even if you disarm the door,
Talia whispered,
We won't get far with these on. She turned, displaying her cuffs. 8114, he said, looking at her meaningfully. I won't have access. He glanced down at the sensor around his wrist. I sat up straight, my eyes wide with shock, as Alex stood and walked toward Case. You'll have 5 minutes max, Case said, reaching down and removing his sensor. Alec turned so he could slip it into his hand. It's not right. What we're doing. Alec nodded once, pursed his lips, then smashed his forehead into Case's face. Chapter 25. I yelped and quickly turned to stifle my voice in Zane's shoulder. Hurry, Talia hissed as she ran toward the door. Alec hobbled dizzily, and a bruise already bloomed on his skin above his right eye. He gripped Case's sensor tightly in his hand behind his back. Kay dropped her legs to the floor and stared wide-eyed at the motion around her. She finally pushed up to her feet. Kenna cautiously walked through the door Case had just deactivated. This time, the magnetic shield didn't block the cuffs, and as soon as she was out, the rest of us burst into the empty hall. Talia ran forward as the rest of us desperately tried to catch up. Are you okay? I whispered to Alec, but before he could answer, Kenna called his name. Alec! She motioned for him to move to the front where Talia waited at the door near the end of the hall. Alec pushed past us, turned, and scanned the sensor. They both disappeared into the room and left us to wait anxiously in the bright lights of the hallway connected to the room we were just in. I looked back nervously and could almost see the Unreal walking through the doorway to find Case sprawled on the floor, smeared in his own blood. I wasn't laughing at you. Zane spoke under his breath. That night, at the committee meeting, when Nea... My brow furrowed. What was he talking about? He looked down nervously, and it suddenly clicked. Oh. I stared at him in shock. He was bringing up that moment? When Nea was talking about you, and Tam made that stupid comment. He rushed on, and a flush was barely visible on his golden cheeks. The infamous scene flashed through my mind again, and I cringed internally. I saw you laughing. I glanced nervously down the hallway. My heart was going to pound out of my chest. I didn't know you saw, until you said that. The thing about your birthing hips or whatever when we were hiking. I'd totally forgotten about it. I scoffed. And that's supposed to make me feel better? No, I just would have said something sooner. No, you wouldn't have. Zane laughed and lifted his eyes to meet mine. Probably true. He drew a deep breath and his jaw flexed. But we're in a life or death situation and I'm trying to apologize. Sorry. I lowered my head. I laughed because I didn't know what else to do, not because I agreed with him. Before I could respond, the cuffs released from my hands. I gasped as a cacophony of noise sounded around us. Our restraints clattered to the floor simultaneously. Run! Talia darted back into the hall with Alec close on her heels. I rubbed the tender skin of my wrists as I followed, giddy with relief. Adrenaline pumped through me as Talia pushed through another door across from us. Zane followed and held it open. We ran through together. We didn't pause to think as we began descending a massive staircase. Zane wasn't laughing at me. He didn't agree with his friend's stupid comment. My mind spun as I thought about the implications. Why would he bring that up now, at this moment? My brain latched onto the distraction to keep from thinking about the fact that we could be captured at any moment. Electricity surged through my body as I jumped stairs. What if Zane actually wanted to what? What even was there at this point? I'd heard the stories of how people used to go out and have fun together, dance, eat food, spend time with all their friends and listen to music or watch some kind of entertainment. That didn't exist for us. Like Nea said, if we didn't start procreating soon, the communities wouldn't have to do anything to kill us off. We'd do it for ourselves. When we reached the first landing, I sucked in a breath and looked over the rail.
How far does this go?
To the ground, Talia called, and we don't have time for questions. If we don't get out of this section of the community, we'll be caught in seconds. We have to reach the Unreal segment before they figure out we're gone.
What segment are we in now? I asked.
No questions,
Talia snapped, and we descended from then on in silence. I counted the steps to distract myself from my terror. Counting was better than thinking about procreating. 96, 97. I jolted to a stop when I realized there weren't any other steps below us. We'd reached solid ground. Out! Kenna held the door open, and we didn't hesitate to run out into the open air. Based on light from the glow, it had to be midday. Even with that piece of information, I couldn't figure out how long we'd been in that holding cell. We don't have masks. I began to panic. Our captors had taken ours off when we entered the community.
I'll take care of it.
Talia was already sprinting as fast as she could. She limped slightly each time her foot hit the ground. Seeing her inspired me, and I pushed myself. I pumped my legs as fast as they'd go, and ignored the cramp in my side. As soon as we began passing by square, block houses like we saw in P3, Talia slowed and motioned for us to be silent. There were people up ahead milling about between their homes. They were using a path to go somewhere. The Unreals can't see our forms here, but they'd definitely be able to hear us if we continued clomping forward. Talia waved us behind a house on our right. She held up a hand and silently commanded us to wait before she disappeared around back. The minutes passed interminably slowly. No steps to count, no stories to hear. Only a gray wall in front of us and the sound of my pounding heart. Eventually, Talia reappeared in the small gap between the houses. She held 6 masks between her 2 hands. We silently strapped them on and walked as noiselessly as possible out to the street. Next to the handful of people going about their daily business dressed in plain gray clothing, we stuck out like sore thumbs. We spread out. Each of us crept along, and we navigated a path through the blocks. The community in daylight looked even more depressing than P3 in the middle of the night. At least in the dark, I could pretend there was more variety hiding in the shadows. In the glow, there was no way to hide the monochromatic, repetitive architecture. It felt like we were going in circles. Our group visibly relaxed when we had enough distance between us and the houses with obvious inhabitants. We grouped together again, and Talia and Kenna leaned in and whispered something to each other. As soon as Kenna straightened up, I walked past the others to be close to her side. Where are we going? I hoped I wasn't crossing any cultural boundaries I didn't know about. After talking with Kenna before we fell into this mess, she'd seemed willing to consider us as equals. I hoped Talia felt the same. Talia pulled her hair out of her face and arranged it into a high ponytail. Her face was a mess. The swelling around her eyes had barely lessened.
They have to be looking for us.
Talia spoke around the hair tie held between her teeth. She removed it and secured her long locks, then shook out her arms and wrists.
We need to get beyond the boundaries.
A thought crossed my mind. Do you think our transport is still out there?
We can't go back there, Kenna cut in, even if it is.
So we walk. Talia nodded, and I stifled a sigh of disappointment. My stomach grumbled, and all of our supplies, including our water, was back with the vehicle. There was no way we could survive out here for long on our own. My eyes narrowed. Wait. You mentioned you put out a distress call to the coalition. Do you think...
I don't think.
Kenna raised an eyebrow. I know. We walked for hours. Most of the time my stomach begged for sustenance. I caught Kay on multiple occasions gripping her midsection, so I knew it wasn't just me. When it didn't get what it wanted, my body sank back into relegated acceptance, and I could pretend I wasn't pushing past my limits. Zane and Alec walked on either side of us on high alert. Even though I realized someone from P7 could find us at any moment, my body was too wasted to care. All I could think about was taking another step forward, while ignoring the twinges in my back each time I took a step. The greenery that had brought such pleasure earlier this morning didn't garner the same reaction now, for any of us. It looked almost dangerous. A veritable symbol of Bryn's ownership of the world around us that reminded us of the threat we posed to him by simply existing. Kenna said she knew the coalition would find us, I whispered to Zane. It's going to be dark soon. And then what? Zane drew a deep breath and exhaled slowly. His eyelids drooped, but before he could speak, a low hum sounded in the distance. The hum grew in intensity, getting closer by the second. Talia motioned for us to take cover, but there weren't many options. We scattered to keep attention off the whole group if possible, and I did my best to keep myself hidden behind a stand of fallen tree trunks. I watched for Kay. I didn't know if she had enough energy to find herself a safe spot. Zane was nowhere to be found, but Alex scurried behind a log on my left and flattened himself against the dirt. Do you think it's them? I asked breathlessly. Who? P7? He panted and rested his chin on his hands. No, the coalition. Alex shrugged and strained his neck forward to peer cautiously around scraggly exposed roots. The sound of some sort of vehicle was close now, ominous in the previously still, peaceful air. Alec pulled his head back to relative safety as I held my breath. The vehicle pulled to a stop and idled. Blood rushed in my ears and it felt like the sound of my pounding heart was echoing off the trees. After a few terrifying moments, Kenna called for us, and relief washed over me. We're going to make it. I stood frozen as Alec jumped up and brushed off his torso. Don't get ahead of yourself, he muttered, and I smacked his arm as he passed. There were no lights on the vehicle, and in the deepening dusk, I had to squint to make out what was happening. Kenna opened a door to the transport and ushered Kay inside before she followed. Pash and Talia climbed in through the back hatch with Zane close behind them. Alec and I rushed forward, the last to reach the transport. Without even checking who was inside, we threw ourselves into the back after the others, then pulled the door shut behind us. This vehicle was different than the one we left on the other side of P7. There were no seats, just an empty bed with not enough room to stand. We quickly found open space on the floor next to the others and pressed our backs against the crates in the corner. The vehicle lurched forward, and I braced my hands against the cold, corrugated metal beneath me to stay steady. I glanced forward and expected to see the others, but it was a solid wall. Not anything like our open transport with Nat. Nat. And Simeon. I clenched my jaw. We have to go back for them. Kenna nodded. She knew exactly who I was talking about. We will. But first we have to regroup. We won't be any help if we die in this wilderness. But it will take far too long to get back. No. Kenna shook her head. They brought supplies. We just need to get somewhere safe. Where P7 won't be looking for us. Is there anywhere safe? Alec asked. Seems like these guys were able to find us fairly easily. Even in the dim light that filtered through the few windows, I couldn't tell if Kenna was annoyed with his question. These guys had a tracker to follow. She pointed at her arm. Alec's jaw dropped. They can trace you? Anywhere you go? Aren't you worried? Of course, I'm worried. But I'm more worried about getting stranded on community property than Ames checking in on me every once in a while. Pash grinned and nodded in agreement. We're just lucky they were close by. Why were they close by? Had they followed behind us, or were they on another mission altogether? I pushed these questions aside and asked the most important one. What about the edge? Channel said as long as you're connected, community leaders can find you. Kenna's eyes darted to Pash momentarily. We're not connected. Pash and the others up front have implants, but they aren't from P7. I glanced at Talia, and she held up her hands. I'm good. Community leaders don't partake in the goods, so to speak. I nodded, unconvinced. But what if they do that thing, where they project the signal like they did before? Nobody replied, which perfectly answered my question. All of Channel's descriptions and explanations gained new depth in my memory. their leaders didn't have implants. If the communities were so desirable, so much better than real life, why would the most influential people forgo implantation? Observing the actions they'd taken, it seemed pretty obvious. Kenna. Talia started in and interrupted my train of thought. I don't know how you're going to be able to find your 2 test subjects in P3 remotely. As soon as the word P3 left her lips, Alec, who was already tuned in, leaned forward even further, and his eyes trained on the 2 of them. That's what I was talking about earlier, Talia continued. They aren't linked together. None of them? Talia shook her head. Closed system. Kenna leaned back, stunned. I could almost hear the wheels in her head turning. They're speeding up the process, not even pretending to be doing this for our benefit. Her words landed on the cold floor, not directed to anyone in particular. How is the council on board with this? Talia sniffed. Either they've been completely corrupted, or they don't know. Chapter 26. It wasn't long before we pulled to a stop. I opened my eyes, and my head and stomach were grateful for the lack of motion. Pash pulled the latch on the door, and we tumbled out one after another. He looked almost as green around the gills as I felt. He stumbled forward and walked quickly away from the group to lean over a log. Zane and Kay slid off the seats in the front. Lucky. They probably got to look out the windshield instead of rolling around in the back feeling nauseous. My eyes widened when I saw Ames follow. Without thinking, I ran to the side of the transport and threw my arms around her. I took her by surprise, but she returned my embrace. Thank you. I'm so sorry you had to leave and come all the way out here. I pulled back and she smiled. Worry was etched in the lines around her eyes. I'm just glad you got out. She gripped my shoulders firmly. 2 other coalition members walked past and I nodded in gratitude. Ames slipped something into my palm. Without looking, I knew exactly what it was. She grinned conspiratorially, and I turned back toward the transport as I hurriedly ripped open the packaging and took a desperate bite of the pressed bar inside. Circle up, Kenna called. I turned and joined the others near the back while I chewed as fast as my jaw would allow. I passed the bar to Kay first, who then passed it along to Zane and Alec. Each of their eyes lit up when they saw the food. It wasn't much, but right now, it felt like a holiday feast. Kay seemed to be coming back to life after her breakdown in the darkroom, though the despair hadn't left her eyes. Alec took the final bite and crumpled up the packaging, then shoved it in his pocket. Satisfied that everyone was present, Kenna motioned for Talia to speak. Our initial plans are shot, she stated the obvious. But with the supplies in the transport, I believe you could still make it. Ames handed her a tablet, and she swiped across the screen to project a map into the air. It's not nearly as risky on foot as it would be by transport. You'll be much less obvious. Talia drew a line that arced up and over the P7 boundaries, then dropped down toward the narrow peninsula to the east. She circled an area about the size of my thumb on the map. This is where you're headed. I still have the life watch. Zane held up his wrist. Just no way to charge it. Ames put a hand on her hips. I think I might have something. Let me look. She shooed us out of the way and opened the back of the transport. She pulled out one of the crates and rummaged through it. Alec cleared his throat. I can't go. My eyes narrowed and I wondered if I'd heard him right. Can't go where? I asked. He met my eyes and the sadness I saw there was like a punch to the gut. I have to go back for them. What? There was no other option for us at this point. We'd gotten out by the skin of our teeth and now he wanted to go back in? I get it, Alec, I started. I hate that Nat and Simeon are stuck in there, but... No, Mila. He gave me a small smile. His body was calm and sure. I have to go back for Channel. My heart dropped, and I shook my head. Alec, it's too dangerous, you can't. He didn't flinch, didn't move a muscle, or try to argue his point. Kenna walked up next to us. Alec, as much as I admire your loyalty, I'm not sure we know enough at this point to— She has a tracker. Alec's voice was low. What? Kenna tilted her head to the side. She has a tracker, doesn't she? He repeated. Isn't that how Ames found us? Yes, Kenna admitted. But a location doesn't tell us much. She could be locked up in some community basement for all we know. And it's not like I can communicate with her beforehand. It doesn't matter. Alec folded his arms across his chest. She's been in there for a week. That's half her timeline. We don't have enough time to figure out a better option. If we don't pull her out now, she'll be— He stopped short and swallowed hard. Kenna nodded slowly. No. I looked between the two of them with exasperation. This is crazy. Do you not remember what just happened to us in there? We're lucky to be walking around freely right now, and you want to go back in blind? Kenna turned to me. Weren't you the one that said we needed to pull out Nat and Simeon? What do you think that's going to involve? I stared at her, and my mouth hung open. Or did you mean we, as in the coalition? Not anyone you care about? I rubbed my temples. My head began to pound. We're just kids. A hand landed on my shoulder, and I looked up into Kenna's face. You can't have it both ways. Her expression was empathetic, and I remembered our confrontation in the clearing. I demanded the coalition include us in decision-making and not leave us in the dark. I wanted that. We all wanted to be taken seriously. But that was before I knew what it meant. Even when we went into P3, I didn't fully get it. I didn't get it until I was sitting in that room with cuffs biting into my wrists. I don't think I'm ready. A lump formed in my throat. I wasn't ready to lose this fight. I wasn't ready to lose my freedom. I wasn't ready to say goodbye to the people I loved. Kenna squeezed my shoulder lightly. Nobody ever is. Mila? Alec walked over to me after the coalition members and Talia dispersed to divide our supplies. Yeah? I snapped out of whatever world I'd zoned off to during the last few minutes. Once discussions started about splitting up, who would go where, what each team needed, I couldn't focus. Now his voice forced me into a reality I didn't want to accept. I couldn't think about Alec and I going separate ways, so I wrapped my arms around myself and squeezed tight. The night air was cold and humid, and it made everything seem more bleak than it already was. I shivered. Alec stopped in front of me and inspected my face. What are you thinking? His attempt at being gentle was largely overshadowed by the fact that half his face was swollen to twice its size. I opened my mouth to answer him, but couldn't find the words. What was I thinking? I was thinking that this felt worse than sitting in P7 in cuffs. At least I knew what was happening there. Now? If we split up, what if I never knew what happened to the rest of our group? Ever? What if I needed help and Alec wasn't there to protect me? And how could I possibly decide where I needed to go without him there to talk through everything? I don't know how to answer that, I whispered honestly and adjusted my mask. We'd be here all night. Alec laughed, but his face was drawn. I'm sorry, Mila. I don't want to split us up either. But I don't see any other way. We've got 4 people in 2 different locations who need help. And who knows how many others who will be linked without knowing what they're signing up for if we don't find a way to stop this. I took a deep breath and nodded. I understood that. I did. I just didn't want to accept the fact that doing the right thing meant sacrifice on my part. Kenna's words had been right on. I suddenly felt a pang of compassion for Channel's decision to go back to paradise. What changed your mind? Alec looked at me quizzically. About Channel, I clarified. Before she left, you were convinced she wanted to go back. What makes you think she needs or wants saving? Alec's eyes dropped to the ground. I wasn't thinking straight. He swept his hair behind his ear. She talked to me, you know. Told me she was going back because it was the right thing to do. She did? I nodded. Almost exactly the same sentiments about people needing help that you just expressed. Alec glanced up and his eyes were glassy. Yeah, I think I massively screwed that up. You think? Another reason why I have to go. I groaned. Couldn't we just go back to when our only goal was finding a new place for our family? Stop all this caring about people and saving the world stuff? Good call. Why don't we do that? Alec grinned and wiped his eyes with the back of his hand. I couldn't help but smile, despite the ache in my chest. I was proud of him. For being willing to do something brave, yes, but mostly for admitting he'd been wrong. Hey, Reels. Pash called and we turned. He motioned for us to join him in back of the transport. Conversation over, apparently. As we walked, my heart began to pound in my chest. We wouldn't be staying here through the night, which meant I had to make a decision. Maybe Alec and I didn't have to split up. I could go with him. It would only mean we wouldn't be able to go east, at least not yet. But maybe after? I played through this scenario in my head, and it quickly disintegrated. We didn't have time, just like he'd said. But I could still choose it. I could give up on the saving the world stuff, couldn't I? I chewed on my lower lip as Kay and Zane approached. They looked like they'd had a conversation more intense than mine and Alec's. Kay's face was drawn and sullen. Zane caught my eye and smiled, and that flooded my mind with yet another level of confusion. I wasn't ready for this, any of it. I wanted our friends to be safe. I selfishly wanted to be distracted by Zane, which was something I'd never admit out loud. I mentally berated myself for even thinking along those lines when lives were in danger. I wanted our family and friends to have a future, a real one. I wanted a lot, and I wasn't sure I was ready to give anything for it. Who's going where? Pash asked. Alec stepped forward. I'm going to P3 with Kenna. And Ames, Pash added. They're taking the transport, so I'll stow this in the back for you. Alec nodded and stepped back in line with the rest of us. I'll go to P3 too. Kay spoke up and my eyes widened. That way we each have a partner. A partner? I turned to Zane and he shrugged. That's a lot to assume. How so? Kay asked with genuine confusion. How do you know Zane and I want to go to the same place? I blustered as my cheeks flushed. Because I'm going wherever you are, Zane said simply. He stared straight ahead. So, this was what they'd been discussing. I don't need you to protect me. I marched past them and searched for a place to breathe as a million emotions exploded in my chest. I liked Zane. I really liked Zane, but those feelings scared me to death, and I hated that everyone else was colluding to make decisions for me. I hated that he didn't want to go with Alec. Together they'd have better odds. I hated that I didn't want him to go even though it made sense. Mila. Zane walked up behind me. I slowed but didn't stop. Mila, can we talk for a second? There's nothing to talk about. I desperately tried to gain control of my breath as spots began to appear along the edges of my vision. He didn't respond, but simply walked in front of me and blocked my escape route. What's going on with you? What was going on with me? Was that a real question? We were in an impossible situation with terrible odds of success. That's what was going on. My nostrils flared and I shrugged. His jaw flexed. You haven't said 2 words to me since we were taken into P7. When exactly would I have done all this talking? My eyes flashed. When we were being tossed into a moving vehicle in handcuffs or running for our lives down the stairwell?
We had plenty of time to talk in that holding room.
Right, I scoffed. When I was so scared I could barely breathe. Perfect time to catch up.
You're avoiding me,
Zane growled. He mirrored me by folding his arms in front of him. I am not.
You're being all standoffish. What was that back there? I did something I thought you'd appreciate. I wanted you to know I'd come with you. I knew you wouldn't go back to P3 with Alec.
How would you know that? I haven't even made up my own mind.
Ugh.
He groaned, exasperated.
You're so...
Zane ran his hands through his hair and met my eyes.
Because I know how much your family means to you. We've come this far and I was fairly certain you'd want to make it to the other reels and figure out how to get back to your parents. Sorry if I was completely wrong on that.
I scrutinized him and waited for a sarcastic grin or an eye roll, but it didn't come. Despite my best efforts, the corner of my mouth lifted slightly. Did you just say you might be wrong? And that you're sorry? He glowered at me.
Seriously, Mila.
I straightened my face and felt slightly guilty for the cheap shot. You're not totally wrong.
I know.
I reached out and tried to smack him, but he dodged and sent me off balance. He grabbed my arm before I fell over and pulled me against his chest. I tensed at the sudden closeness, but then relaxed into his warmth as he wrapped his arms around my shoulders. He was solid, and his strong arms enveloped my body so fully that I couldn't help but feel safe.
It's going to be okay, Mila.
His breath whispered against the top of my head. I sighed. Now you sound like Alec.
Maybe Alec's a smart guy.
Not that smart. Zane rubbed my arms and I shivered.
You told me that Alec was being an idiot for not telling Channel how he felt.
My heart raced, which only made the shivering get worse. I wasn't able to form actual words.
I'm good at a lot of things, but I'm not good at this.
His words were stripped of any pretense, and I was reminded of the first time he'd talked to me this way, when he couldn't walk any further up the mountain by himself. Was that when my feelings for him had begun to shift? I don't know what this looks like. My head rose with his chest as his lungs expanded. What do people do when they... I trailed off, not sure how to finish that sentence. When they cared about each other? It sounded silly and childish. I wasn't even sure I liked him all the time anyway, or if I was capable of understanding my feelings in general. But after what we'd been through, he definitely meant something to me, and it seemed like he was trying to tell me I meant something to him too.
Mila,
Alec called from the transport. Without turning around, I could tell by his voice that he was annoyed. I guess I was kind of ignoring a massive time crunch. We better get back. Zane's arms didn't budge. His heart rate sped up under my cheek.
I won't go with you if you don't want me to, but you're making it extremely difficult.
He cleared his throat.
Mila, you're my person. You've been my person since we were kids.
I froze and took that in. What did he mean I was his person? He paused, then sniffed as he said,
I didn't mean to make you mad, you know.
I knew it, and as I stood there pressed against him, something in my life finally started to feel solid. Chapter 27.
You're sure?
Alec asked as Kenna impatiently tapped her foot next to the vehicle. I'm sure. I nodded definitively, and Zane squeezed my hand tight. We're going to find the other reels, Alec. He walked forward and pulled me into a tight hug, clapped me on the back a few times, then pulled back and held me at arm's length.
Be safe.
His voice broke as he clenched his jaw. I should be the one saying that to you. I laughed, and tears brimmed in my eyes. I wasn't going to be okay if I didn't see Alec again. My emotions began to spiral, and I bit the inside of my cheek.
I will. He didn't tell me that he was going to find Channel and Aave, even though I desperately wanted him to. He didn't promise to come and find me once they got out, and he didn't tell me it was going to be okay. He didn't tell me anything I wanted to hear, because we both knew better at this point. Take care of each other, Alec whispered hastily as he glanced up at Zane. They nodded, as if making a solemn promise. It all seemed too final, and I couldn't take it. I shrugged my brother's hands off my shoulders and walked to Kay. Are you sure you want to do this? If they catch you with the coalition. It's okay, Mila. Kay nodded definitively. Back there? I'm sorry I broke down. No, don't apologize. I reached out and touched her arm. You know you're incredibly brave, right? She laughed lightly. I know I could be. I smiled and stepped back toward Zane. See you two. Soon. It was the same thing I'd said to Mom before we'd left. Alec nodded. Love you. Love you too. They both gave one final wave as Alec closed the door of the transport. His bruised face looked almost ghoulish in the pale light drifting from the interior of the vehicle. We stood with Talia and Pash as we watched them fade into the night, and I suddenly felt naked, vulnerable. I reached out and held Zane's hand to remind myself I wasn't in this alone, then adjusted the strap of my new pack on my shoulder. I guess this is it. Talia's voice was solemn. I swallowed hard. How are you going to get back in? And find Nat and Simeon? I've got people. She smiled and winced as the motion pulled on her swollen skin. I'd offer to help you with anything else you need for the journey, but... She chuckled and motioned around us. I don't have any way of following through on that. No. I pointed to the pack Pash gave me. This is more than enough. Thank you. Pash nodded and ran his hand over his bare head. Hey, I'll take the credit. Talia rolled her eyes. Good luck. If you can make it down to the docks without attracting attention, you can ask for Sloane. She'll find a way to get you out there. But I understand if you'd rather not risk it. I looked up at Zane. What do you think? I'd already made up my mind, but I wanted to hear it from him. He clicked his hand light off and on 3 times before he answered. I think it's been too long since we've seen the ocean. Part 6. Channel. April 18th, 2161 through April 19th, 2161. Chapter 28. I looked in Vera's mirror skeptically. After a good night's sleep and a gradual increase in my food intake over the past 12 hours, I appeared almost normal again. Well, I had appeared normal before Vera did her little makeover. You really think this will work? I turned my face from side to side in the mirror and inspected her handiwork. Vera put a hand on her hip. Do you recognize yourself? I shook my hairless head and ran my fingers along my cheekbone. If I hadn't known it was me, I wouldn't have believed it. My barely there stubble along my scalp was a brilliant white blonde. It made my skin look tan for the first time in my life. The scarf she tied around my head to hide the cord protruding from my skull was a deep purple. My jet black eyelashes were long and thick. She'd physically glued them to my eyelids, and they still felt a little strange. Streaks of pink and pale purple adorned my upper lids, which matched the scarf motif, and my eyebrows were filled in with fine chocolate-colored strokes. Right, and neither will anyone else. She turned and put away the tools she'd used to augment my form. The fact that I could be augmented without the edge was mind-blowing. It was exponentially more work and much less comfortable, but I couldn't argue with the results. How do you have all of this? I asked, in awe of her toolkit. Her cheeks flushed lightly. There's a kind of black market for stuff like this. It's hard to come by, but I've been collecting. I smiled. And you used it on me? Desperate times. She raised an eyebrow. But don't lose those eyelashes. I only have one pair.
I laughed, shocked at the idea of these flimsy things being reusable. I blinked and again took in my reflection. And you're sure I won't suddenly connect? I bit my lower lip. Vera sighed. I'm positive. I'd already asked her this question twice this morning. When you receive Cerebrolink, your old implant is deactivated. It makes no sense to have them both running, and, as you're well aware, nobody has ever returned from Cerebrolink. Each time she assured me of this fact, I breathed a sigh of relief, even though I didn't fully believe her. If P3 could deactivate the edge, couldn't they decide to press a button and turn it back on? If I was being honest, a small part of me still wondered if any of this was real. The only thing grounding me was the fact that I hadn't been able to turn off the pain yesterday. I'd certainly tried. No monitoring system, no relief. Whenever I found myself questioning, I returned to that moment to ground myself. This had to be real. Ready? Vera pulled on her jacket. I laughed nervously. No. Right, me either. She stood and walked out of the bathroom, dragging the chair she'd been sitting on along with her. I knew I should stand and follow her, but something caught my eye. 2 toothbrushes. A pair of glasses with lenses too thick to be Vera's. I gasped. Someone else lived here. Was Vera with someone? Did she have a family? This hit me hard. A family. Mine was torn apart. All the people I cared about were either alone in their own world or searching for a new one. Our future and any hope of a real family for any of us looked bleak. Would we even find a way to be together again? Let alone think about families of our own? I wiped an unexpected tear from my cheek, careful not to smudge Vera's detailed artistry, and forced myself to stop staring at the stranger in the glass. Once we were on the street, the weight of what we were about to do settled on my shoulders. I needed to distract myself. So, you dress up like this every day? Vera shrugged. Not every day. Mostly special occasions. But why? It takes so long to put all this stuff on your face, and you still upload your form into the Edge, don't you? I thought of Cass, her large chest, tiny waist, and silky long legs. What's the point of doing both? She exhaled. I know it sounds crazy, but we have to look at what all of you are projecting each day. We know what you expect. She turned a corner and I walked quickly to keep up. When you come to a meeting with a community worker, you're not expecting to see some plain, boring physical form. You're expecting to see someone like you. Actually, better than you, because we're supposed to be leaders in the community. No, I get the digital form, but why do all of this on the outside? If all you community leaders are real, wouldn't it make sense to be natural? Vera laughed mirthlessly. Wouldn't that be nice? But no. Once you've looked at perfect forms over and over, day in and day out, she drew a deep breath. Plus, you've gotten used to seeing your augmented self for most of your life. Let's just say it's difficult to see this in the mirror every day and not compare. She gestured to herself from head to toe. I grabbed her arm and pulled her to a stop. You're beautiful, Vera. That's kind, Channel. She flashed a thin smile, tugged her arm away from me, and continued walking. I rushed after her. No, I'm serious. It's true. You don't look anything like people do inside the Edge, but you're still very pleasing to look at. Vera coughed a laugh and her cheeks blushed slightly. I appreciate that, but right now I think we need to focus. That was precisely what I didn't want to do, but I closed my mouth. As much as I wanted to be distracted, it probably wasn't the best idea to prevent Vera from thinking straight. I wondered what I would have thought about her explanation before the real world. Would I have agreed that augmentation was always needed? Would I have found it less tragic that, even as a community leader, she didn't believe she was enough? We passed community members in gray on the street.
Vera and I looked like we'd recently escaped from a painting compared to them. People smiled and waved at her, but nobody looked in my direction. Exactly what we'd planned for. I couldn't help ruminating on appearances. It was shocking how much my preferences had changed. My eyes were drawn to the subtle beauty of the people we saw. Their asymmetricities and uniqueness drew me in. It wasn't the immediate shock of attraction I felt seeing the extreme styles in the edge, but rather a slow, soft pull. I smiled as I watched my old neighbors in the real world. Vera walked up to the door of the community center where I'd met her last time, and I took a breath to steel myself. A pang of sadness pulsed through me as I remembered Mom and her sincere desire to do what was best for our family. She hadn't known. This thought fueled me as we walked into the hallway. "Good morning." Vera walked briskly past the intake desk toward her office. The woman sitting there smiled politely at me as I passed, and my stomach twisted. I feigned something resembling professionalism, smiled, and walked forward. "Vera!" A voice sounded down the hall, and we stopped in our tracks. "Hi, Cass." Vera's voice was steady, but I had a difficult time keeping a straight face as I turned. This was Cass? She was shorter than I was, her frame stocky and not at all curvy like her form in the edge. She was straight up and down, and her hair was cropped just above her shoulders. It was blonde. At least that was similar. "I've been looking everywhere for you since yesterday." Cass looked away from Vera and noticed me for the first time. Her eyes narrowed. "Who's this?" "Maya," Vera answered without missing a beat. "Another intern." I was grateful she had a backstory ready because I certainly hadn't put any thought into it. Cass moved closer and looked up into my eyes. I swallowed and took a breath as my brain quickly scanned through possible appropriate reactions. "You're Cass? The Cass?" I said excitedly, and lifted my voice to a higher register. "Vera, you never told me I'd be meeting people from the committee today." I nudged her and winked conspiratorially. "She knows I've always wanted to meet you officially." I threw my hand out into the small space between me and Cass. "I'm really hoping to work with you someday." Cass stepped back, but didn't drop her gaze. "You haven't had your implants taken out yet. Is that scheduled?" "Not until she passes her final test," Vera answered before I could open my mouth. "She still struggles with a few things." She reached out and patted my shoulder patronizingly, and I shrugged. How could she tell I still had my retinal implants? And hadn't Vera barely gotten hers removed? Why would mine be happening so soon? "It's the flicker." Cass read my face. "That's how I can tell. Have you ever noticed that people with implants flicker pale blue when light reflects off their retina?" I blinked. Cass looked back to Vera and cleared her throat. "Anyway, regarding the, incident yesterday, I need to speak with you. Do you have a moment?" "Sure." Vera took the last few steps to her office door and scanned her wrist. "Maya, wait here a moment. I'll join you shortly." She pushed the door open and I gratefully slipped inside. I pressed my back against the solid surface and closed the door behind me, then squeezed my eyes shut and slid to the floor. I focused on my breath and dropped my head between my knees. Of all the people I expected to have to fool today, Cass was not one of them. She was looking for me. I was missing, and I'd just stood directly in front of her. Had it actually worked? I wouldn't have believed that any facial makeover in the world would have been enough to keep her suspicions at bay under these circumstances. I told myself to breathe. In and out. In and out. Slowly, my heart rate calmed, and I moved away from the door. My eyes widened as I stood and took in the room. The colors and decorations in Vera's office looked nothing like they had in the Edge, but it was still wild and eccentric with pieces of art, fabrics, and natural objects mishmashed together to make a whimsical collage. Much like the bodies outside, I preferred this to perfection. I'd barely begun to examine the first wall when the door swung open and I jumped. Vera swished in and closed it as she strode toward her desk. "Is everything okay?" I asked. "For now."
Vera opened a drawer and pulled out a tablet. What did she want? What do you think she wanted? I nodded. Right. Stupid question. What did you tell her? That was a better one. Vera didn't look up, just tapped on the screen in front of her. That we scoured the room and all we found was a smear of blood on the floor. I was so traumatized by the whole thing, I staggered home and had to lie down. I came in this morning to see if there had been any updates, only to find you waiting here for me. I'd forgotten I had a training session. She looked up at me. Cass told me to be quick and meet her in the medical center by 10:30. Is that going to give us enough time? My hands began to sweat. Vera returned to her tapping and swiping. We'll need to move fast. I waited patiently as my eyes darted around the room. Vera, how is this real? Vera grinned to herself. You thought it was only decorated in the edge? I nodded, then pulled myself away from the wall and spun to take it all in at once. I didn't know something like this could exist in the real world. It's so detailed. Vera looked amused. What do you think people did for thousands of years before the communities existed? Right. I reached out and touched a gnarled branch standing in the corner. How did you get this one? If you hadn't already noticed by the mess in my bathroom, I'm a little bit of a collector. It took a lot of years to find everything, and patience. She drew my attention away from a swath of fabric with loops of golden thread and pointed at her tablet. Time to focus on the task at hand. Vera gestured at the projection now hovering above her desk. This is the layout of our current Cerebrolink stacks. Stacks. The word made me want to vomit. The schematic turned and displayed thousands of tiny individual capsules stacked one on top of another in neat, orderly rows. They can be rotated, she explained. There's a panel on the wall on either side of the building. All you have to do is use one of these, she held up her sensor, and type in the number you're looking for. That's it? I only have to type in their number? Vera nodded. Right, but that's the easy part. After that, you have to figure out how to connect. I nodded, and the projection disappeared only to have another one jump into its place. This is how the tables work. Vera zoomed in and showed me the small depression on the connection port where my cord had been tethered. I inspected it closely. It's a Hurricane 3 connector, based on the tip at the end of my cord. I reached up my neck to confirm and forgot mine had been tucked away under the scarf. Right. The problem is, I have no idea where that data is going. Nothing that I have access to is connected to those streams. I analyzed the virtual rendering of the table, then reached over to the tablet and spun the image to see it from all angles. My only option is to hack in at the site. Vera pursed her lips. The only thing that makes sense is accessing those databanks. They wouldn't be there if they weren't somehow processing the information coming from the stacks. Where that information goes from there, your guess is as good as mine. I thought of the metal against my cheek as I hid behind the databank yesterday. Had it only been yesterday? The warmth, the familiar hum. My cord isn't long enough to plug in and hide. I'd be completely exposed. Vera closed the projection and returned to her drawer. My mind continued to spin. And I'll need a sensor. If I find them, I'll need a way to rotate the stacks. Vera's eyes flicked to her wrist. No, I shook my head. Too obvious. If I use yours, Cass will know you were involved. It has to be someone else. Vera pinched the bridge of her nose and took a breath. She was quiet and still long enough that I started to get antsy. Finally, she spoke. Do you, by chance, know how to use a tranquilizer syringe? I raised an eyebrow, and my heart began to pound. Pretty sure I could figure it out. Chapter 29. In the small bathroom off the main hallway, I quickly washed the makeup off my face and tucked the eyelashes into my pocket. From here on out, I was on my own. I didn't want anyone to tie me back to Vera, and the purple was far too memorable. I dipped my head into the sink and scrubbed my head with a soap tablet to remove the tincture she'd used on my hair, then carefully stepped back and found a drying sheet. I took in my appearance in the mirror that hung in front of me. Better. I tossed the scarf in the trash and exposed my cord at the base of my neck. Careful not to displace the syringe I'd hidden in my waistband, I reached into my gray pants and pulled out the knit hat Vera had found for me. I pulled it low over my head and tucked the cord inside. She told me she'd taken the tranquilizer solution from a mutual supply. She hadn't needed to scan for it, which meant there was no risk of it being traced back to her. It wasn't a gun. That meant it required closer contact, but I could handle being up close and personal. Less chance of messing it up. It was terrifying to step out into the hall alone, especially in the community center. The walkway was empty, but I knew that wouldn't last for long. I had to move quickly. Finding the room Vera had shown me wasn't the tricky part. It was simple to locate the last room on the left. It was effortless to hide behind the curve of the wall in a dead-end hallway. What would not be easy? Somehow slipping into the office without being seen and dropping a full-grown man without him recognizing my face or calling for help. The seeing my face thing was optional. Hopefully he'd be down long enough to prevent him from causing any problems regardless, but the not calling for help portion was absolutely essential. According to Vera, community leaders could contact each other with just a few taps on their sensor, which meant I had very little time to make this work. I slipped into position and waited with only the sound of my nervous breathing to keep me company. The man I was waiting for, Rapian, had been chosen strategically. He was one of 3 community workers who had assignments with Vera in the stacks, so using his sensor to gain entry wouldn't set off any alarm bells. More importantly, his personality was just off-putting enough that he likely wouldn't have anyone looking for him. I was expecting him any second now. Everyone knew he took his morning break like clockwork, always in his office, by himself. I silently pleaded that today wouldn't be a departure from his regular routine. Footsteps sounded down the hall, and my heart began to race. I pulled the syringe from my waistband and peeked carefully around the corner to get a quick glimpse of a man wearing a rumpled collared shirt. He stared at a tablet in his hands as he walked. That was him. The short, curly hair and long, thin face. He looked exactly like the picture Vera had shown me earlier. I bent my knees and crouched, ready to spring forward and catch the door when he threw it open. The handle turned. I dashed around the corner and caught the knob just before the door closed. There was no time to hesitate. I slipped in and, before he had time to turn, jammed the needle through Rapian's shirt and into the muscle on his back, then depressed the plunger. A gasp of surprise escaped his lips, but he was so disoriented and focused on the tablet in his hand, he saw nothing before his eyes drooped shut. I reached out and did my best to lower him gently to the floor. He still landed with a thud, and his tablet clattered against the tile. Adrenaline pumped through me. My whole body jittered as I knelt next to him. With clumsy, shaking fingers, I fumbled with Rapian's sensor and finally succeeded in slipping it from his wrist. I clasped it around my own and began to stand when something caught my eye. Vera's name. Front and center on the screen of his tablet. I didn't have much time, but I quickly picked up the device, too tempted by the classified information to leave it be. Alert. Vera Nolan. Wanted for questioning concerning the disappearance of Cerebrolink patient. Failed to appear before fellow committee members. If seen, please report immediately. The first sentence made my blood boil. Of course I was just a Cerebrolink patient to them. I glanced down at my newly acquired sensor and checked the time. 1100. That hadn't been a casual meeting with Cass at 10:30. It was a meeting with the committee. She hadn't disclosed that tidbit of information, and she obviously hadn't shown up. Vera, what are you up to? Whatever it was, I needed to move. I pulled the hat lower over my head and stepped back into the hall, then walked as calmly as possible to the auditorium. I avoided Vera's end of the building altogether. As I passed the large metal doors, I was hit with a wave of nostalgia. This place held countless core memories for me. Since I was a kid, this building had been the center of our community, a place where we heard from leaders and connected with each other, surrounded by grand, austere columns and swirling colors overhead. Now, looking at the worn stone walls and sagging ceiling, it felt like I'd been betrayed by the very brick and mortar holding this place together. I kept my head down and pushed through the double doors, careful to be as silent as possible. Out here, none of the Unreals could see me. But given the alert I'd seen, I assumed it would be less than ideal to create any kind of disturbance. "Rapian!" A woman's voice called and I froze. My heart pounded in my chest as she approached. Rapian? I looked down at the sensor on my wrist, and my stomach dropped. They couldn't see me, but Rapian's sensor was still active. It would be projecting his form wherever I went. "I'm glad I caught you." The woman put a hand on her hip. "I still haven't heard back on that request." My hand started to sweat. The second I opened my mouth, she was going to know I wasn't who she thought I was. My mind spun as I searched for a way out of this. I quickly coughed and wheezed as I answered. "I'm not feeling well. I'm sorry. Heading home to rest." I stole the tactic Vera had used when we were returning to her home from the stacks, and desperately hoped I'd disguised my voice well enough to be believable. The woman took a step back. "Oh, you sound awful." "Thank you for your patience." I turned and walked briskly away from her. "Thank you for your patience?" What kind of statement was that? I quickly glanced back and found the woman had returned to her prior conversation. I had to get out of here. I weaved briskly and quietly through the handful of people in my path and gave the community center a wide berth before rounding back toward the walkway leading to the stacks. I couldn't walk fast enough to clear my nervous energy. My heart felt like it might explode. The moment when I'd pressed the needle into Rapian's skin flashed back on replay over and over again, and it made me nauseous. The pressure as the needle broke through his skin, the sensation of it sliding into his flesh, the friction as I dispensed the liquid into his body. I shuddered and shook my head to clear the memory. It didn't work. My legs moved on autopilot and I was unable to hold still or slow. My lungs began to burn, and I nearly slapped my forehead in frustration. Where had I left my mask? Probably in Vera's office? I needed to find one before I reached the building because in my weakened state, even the short walk was arduous. Focus channel. Alex's voice over the comms from our last mission seemed to ring in my head. Right. I needed to make a plan. Mom and Aave were both in there. I knew their numbers. As soon as I could connect with them, it should be easy to pull them out. Ha! I laughed internally. So easy. To carry 2 full adults out of there without anyone noticing me, when I could barely carry myself. I thought back to Kay trying to carry a young boy out of P3, how Zane had to go back and help her. Vera had promised she would meet me after her meeting, but now I wasn't so sure. I didn't know if I could count on her to bail me out. My limbs began to feel tingly. I turned down Vera's street and saw the Stacks Tower looming in the distance. How tall was that thing? Though I'd seen plenty of buildings like that in the Edge, I'd never seen anything like it in real life. I took a slight detour and stopped at Vera's door. I was about to knock, and then realized there wouldn't be anyone there. I pushed in and scanned the room for an extra mask. When I didn't see anything obvious, I tromped down the hall and scoured the bathroom, then moved on to the next room and looked inside. A man with dark hair spun around, and his eyes went wide. "I need a mask." I was so shocked I couldn't think of anything else to explain my inappropriate entrance into his bedroom. He leaned over cautiously, pulled one from his bedside table, and handed it to me. "She's in trouble, isn't she?" he asked. I nodded and pulled the mask over my mouth and nose. Without another word, I turned and bolted down the hall. My brain buzzed as I half walked, half jogged up the empty street. When I reached the door, I held out Rapian's sensor and silently pleaded for it to activate. The light on the panel turned green,
and I yanked on the door, then slipped inside the dark, cavernous room. I gasped for breath and braced myself against the wall with my forearm. My body was already weak. I could feel my energy sapping with every step. And as the smell of that room reached my nostrils, I felt woozy. Memories flashed through my mind. The cold table, my bare skin, the blood oozing down my arm. My stomach gurgled and I gagged. No time, I reminded myself and peeled my arms off the wall, then forced myself to search for the least conspicuous databank. Tearing off the hat, I straightened out my Cerebrolink cord and slid to my knees in front of a cage near the far corner. Probably the one I'd hid behind yesterday, if I was remembering correctly. I pulled open the front access panel and scanned for a Hurricane 3 input. 2 of them, near the bottom. My cord wasn't long enough to reach them sitting up, so I dropped onto my back, pulled the wires to the side, and stretched them toward the housing. Before inserting the plug, I hesitated. As far as Vera and I knew, nobody had ever done this before. We had no idea what to expect, or if I'd even be able to find the people I was looking for. My eyes wandered over the sheer number of tables in front of me. I swallowed the bile in my throat and pushed. Chapter 30. The sudden burst of light was so intense it hurt. I squeezed my eyes shut and rested my head back against the floor, then pressed my fingers to my temples while I waited for my brain to calibrate. Individual rivers of light hurtled past me, and I frantically attempted to center myself before I threw up. Though Cerebrolink was definitely active, it didn't feel anything like it had before. I could still sense my surroundings and feel the ground beneath me. I was in control. I did my best to focus on the epicenter of light beyond the chaos around me, and the closer I got, the more familiar it became. Though there weren't icons or simplified user-friendly menus to navigate, there was organization. Hundreds, maybe thousands, of clusters swirled like tiny galaxies in unique patterns and colors. They hovered in front of me as the rivers of light flowed through them. Where did I go now? I had no idea how to navigate this. The pull toward the orbs was magnetic. Weak and disoriented, I relented and allowed myself to drift toward the greenish-blue bundle closest to me. I was immediately thrown into a vortex of color and light, and I braced myself with my hands against the floor. Just as suddenly as it had started, the motion stopped, and I was standing flat on my feet in someone's kitchen. Hello? My head whipped toward the sound. Hi, I stammered. The woman looked older than me, but not by much. Her dark auburn hair flowed around her shoulders, and she looked at me with brilliant green eyes. Who are you? She studied me, her hands on her hips. Nobody, just a friend. I imagined what it would have felt like for someone I didn't know to randomly show up when I was linked. You've got a beautiful home. She shrugged. Thanks. How long have you been linked? I don't know. She spoke hesitantly. A few weeks? Time passes differently here. She laughed. And there's nothing to keep track of, so I guess my mind doesn't pay attention to things like that anymore. Amazing how quickly we adapt, isn't it? You seem different. She placed her hands on the counter in front of her and leaned a bit closer to inspect my features. I had no idea what I looked like. I hadn't consciously chosen a form to project. Different how? She shook her head slowly. I don't know. Just different from the other people here. Because they're all in your own brain. She didn't have the same control over me. My purpose in being here broke through the strangeness of the situation, and I took a deep breath. Thank you for letting me stop by. I've got to get going. Come back sometime? Sure, I promised, knowing I wouldn't be able to keep it. Just as I'd moved close to her cluster, I envisioned myself pulling back, stepping back into the room with the churning galaxies. The room began to blur, and I was yanked upward as my path reversed.
I landed dizzily back where I'd started. It was unlikely I would ever get used to that. I scanned the dynamic orbs in front of me. If each of these belonged to one of the bodies in the stacks, how would I ever find Aave and Mom? I had no idea how long I'd be able to stay. Based on the information Vera had given me, nobody was scheduled to visit our area for maintenance this afternoon. But, given the current situation, I wouldn't be surprised if it were crawling with community workers any minute. I didn't have the luxury of trial and error. I moved along the row and searched for anything that could distinguish one data bundle from another. Numbers. The thought popped into my head and I remembered. The alert I'd seen on Rapian's tablet listed my placement number, and I knew Mom and Aave's. There had to be some way to search. I focused my thoughts on the series. 765312. Aave's. But nothing happened. 7, 6, 5, 3, 1, 2. I repeated them in order out loud. Again, nothing. This had to work. What was I missing? I wiped my sweaty palms on my pants and forced myself to breathe in slowly. I had to try again. 7. This time I visualized the numbers. 6. I superimposed them one after another in the air in front of me. 5, 3. Each number appeared in sequence. 1, 2. This time, the organized bundles began to shift, rapidly rolling in and out of focus until one, brilliantly green, sat in front of the rest. Without giving it a second thought, I rushed forward. When I landed, I was just as disoriented as the first time, but I didn't get a chance to gain my bearings. Someone's hands landed on me roughly before I could take in my surroundings. This is new. Aave spun me around and leaned down to kiss my neck. His lips were soft against my skin, and for a moment, the force of his hands and tingling sensation spreading across my shoulder made me forget where I was or what I was supposed to be doing. I blinked, took a breath, and pushed him away forcefully. Aave! Whoa! He jerked back and his brow furrowed. What was that for? What do you think it was for? My eyes flashed and I was breathing hard. You attacked me the second I came in the room. Aave blinked at me, thoroughly confused. I didn't attack you. You didn't even say hello. Aave grinned mischievously. I thought you liked being surprised. I was becoming more annoyed by the second. This was not how I anticipated my arrival going in the least. Aave, we don't have time for this. We need... Is this a game we're playing now? Ave's mouth curled into a half smile. You're going to pretend we don't have endless time? Spice things up a bit? He swaggered toward me and waggled an eyebrow. I gaped at him. What in the world was happening right now? This was Aave, right? He looked like Aave, sounded like Aave, but he certainly wasn't acting like the Aave I knew. Watching him saunter my way, it hit me. We were in his brain. He didn't know he'd been in his head the whole time. Aave! I put out an arm to halt him in his tracks. Stop, please. My tone was serious, and he suddenly looked unsure and slightly embarrassed. I cleared my throat and started again more gently. Aave, do you remember when Mila woke you up in the middle of the night? Back before we were linked? He shrugged. Yeah, but I know. I put my hands in pockets that suddenly appeared in my pants. It seems like forever ago, but this is another situation like that. I know this seems crazy, but I'm going to need you to trust me. Aave nodded and looked more troubled by the second. I need you to remember why we came here. Can you do that? Yes, Aave nodded. I remember. Okay, good. I inhaled deeply. It's me, Channel. The real Channel. I was able to override Cerebrolink, and there are a lot of things happening that Kenna doesn't know about. I have someone helping me, but we're all in danger. Wait. Aave shook his head. You got out? You're in the real world? I'm plugged into a databank in the room where you're linked, and I have to get you out of here, I answered bluntly, before the P3 committee figures out what I'm doing. Ave's mouth hung open, and for a second I was worried I'd broken him. Should I have gone slowly? Eased him into it? I walked forward and put a hand on his shoulder. I can explain everything later, but I think this will be easier if you can push out the way I did. Okay. He nodded but still looked dazed. I was trying to figure things out, searching for answers. I pursed my lips. It's fine, I whispered. I got lost here for a while too. Turns out it's difficult to want to leave your literal perfect world. Yeah, Aave scoffed. But you did. His face twisted into an expression so heartbreaking, I had to hold myself in the room. Force myself not to retreat back into the mainframe. I knew what he was feeling. I knew how strong the pull was to give in. I'm sorry, Aave. I know this is hard, but we don't have much time. He sniffed. Right. Okay. What do I need to know? There was no easy way to say this, so I gave it to him straight. Your body is dying. Right now, you're lying on a table wasting away. Ave's face blanched. I need you to try your best to get back to reality, but don't move if you wake up. He nodded slowly. If? What if I can't? Then I'll figure out a way to do it for you. You haven't been under long enough for your links to cause lasting damage. I don't think. You don't think? Ave's eyes widened. I threw my hands up. I don't know. I'm kind of flying solo here, but I know I'm not leaving you in the stacks. My internal clock was ticking, and I was beginning to panic. This was taking far too long, and I still had my most important stop to make. I put a hand on his shoulder. I don't know if it will be the same for you, but I had to truly want out. I told Cerebrolink I wanted to see the source code and then, I don't know, visualized it, looked for my links. And you found them? Kind of. It's hard to explain. Just try your best. Experiment. I have to go find my mom, Aave. Then I'm going to unplug and pull you both out. I hope it's not too late. She might have to find her way out before I can do anything. She's been linked for too long. And these connections will be much stronger. Aave nodded with new determination in his eyes. Hurry. I'll see you on the outside. I quickly hugged him, then retreated into the void. Chapter 31. 6, 8, 4, 9, 6, 3. I visualized the numbers, one after the other like I had before, and waited for Mom's cluster to move to the forefront. The orbs shifted and faded, and eventually left a pale orange swirl in front of me. I hesitated. I was desperate to see her, but my hands already felt clammy when I thought about what I'd find. I clenched my fists, pushed forward, and braced myself for the vertigo. My stomach swooped, but then my feet landed on solid ground. I blinked my eyes open and took in my surroundings. I was standing in my living room, the one I'd grown up in. It was a bit larger and grander. The ceilings were taller. Deep green foliage and brilliantly colored flowers peeked through the windows along the back wall, and that made me smile. Mom always did love her garden. Overall, I was shocked at how similar everything was. Channel? Mom's voice sounded behind me, and emotions flooded through my consciousness. I spun on my heel and rushed to her, then threw my arms around her waist. Oh! She gasped in surprise, then returned the hug. What's this all about? I've missed you so much. I breathed the words into her shoulder. Mom laughed. I saw you just this morning. You can't be missing me that badly. You have no idea. She stiffened slightly and rubbed my back. Are you okay? No. I shook my head and pulled back. Mom, we're in trouble. Her brow furrowed. How so? This is going to be really hard to explain, I muttered as I took a step back. Mom, remember when we went in for our implants? She nodded hesitantly. Well, I didn't ever get mine. She smirked. Channel, that's not funny. No, I know, it wouldn't be, but I'm not kidding. I started in and summarized my story as quickly as possible. I told her how I'd disappeared that night, about the coalition and the reals, about how I suspected that the communities were heading in the wrong direction, and how my inkling turned into fact when I'd come back and learned more about how Cerebrolink was being implemented. She watched me and listened intently. Cocking her head to the side, she folded her arms over her chest. A moment later, she dropped them, narrowed her eyes, and then pursed her lips. And that's why I'm here, I finished. We have to get you and Aave out, before I lose you forever. I stopped talking and allowed silence to settle between us. Where would we go? Her voice was a whisper. I began to pace. I'm not sure yet. We'd need to get out of P3 first, then find a way back to the coalition, then take it from there, I guess. And who's to say we wouldn't die in the process? I stopped and put a hand on my hip. Nobody. That could happen, but at least we'd have a chance. Mom shook her head and squeezed her eyes shut. I just don't understand. You were here this morning, Channel. We had breakfast together, and then you left to see Aave. That wasn't me, Mom. That was your imagination of me. Everything here is in your own head. It doesn't exist. I don't exist here with you. Her face scrunched up even tighter. Somewhere in the back of my mind there was a click and a scrape. I turned my head, but quickly realized it wasn't coming from here. A door opening? I became brutally aware of my back pressed against the cold floor back in the real world. Mom, we don't have much time. I began to panic. Right now, I'm in the real world, connected to you through a databank, and I have no idea how long I'll be able to stay. She began shaking her head again and pressed her fingers to her forehead. I pleaded with her. Mom, listen to me. You've been linked too long for me to simply find your body and pull you out. I could cause serious damage by unplugging you, and your physical body is going to be so weak. My breath caught as the reality of her situation sunk in. I could barely walk after being linked for less than half the time she'd been. I'd barely been able to handle getting to the stacks in the first place. Would I be strong enough to carry her out in her weakened state? Channel. My name echoed in ethereal waves and broke through my subconscious. I looked up in search of the source, since Mom's lips hadn't moved. Mom, something's happening. I think I have to go soon. I focused on the room and forced myself to stay put. You have to choose to leave. Tell Cerebrolink you want to go, to be in the real world. She opened her eyes and looked at me as the walls around us began to flicker. Tears began to spill over onto my cheeks. I think I can help you figure out how to wake up. But you need to try. Channel! This time the voice boomed, and I reached up to cover my ears. Mom, we have to go. I can't! She shrieked as her face twisted in anguish. I like it here. We're all together, and it's peaceful. I startled as Dad walked around the corner and stopped next to Mom. He slid a hand around her waist. Mom, this isn't real. We're not all together. I shouted over the vibrations in my head and fought against the pull with all my energy. You told me once to live in reality, remember? That it wasn't doing any good. I needed to heal and move forward. Mom winced as she glanced at Dad, then looked back at me. I'm sorry, Channel. This is my life now. But you're going to die! I screamed at her, then doubled over as sobs escaped my lips. I'm going to lose you both. I can't lose you both. I wrenched against the forces pulling me back into the vortex and desperately reached toward my parents, but I couldn't make any forward progress. I tried to step ahead, only to have my leg pulled backward. My feet began to fade. I can't lose. Before I could finish my sentence, The world swirled around me, and I was thrown through the orbs and rivers of light in reverse. I landed heavily back in my body with a jolt. Channel! My eyes flew open to find Vera holding the end of my cord. I shot up to sitting and shoved my head between my knees. I gasped for breath as tears streamed down my cheeks. Vera dropped my connector and pulled me close, shushing me as she rubbed my shoulder. It's okay. You're okay. She repeated the words over and over. It's not, I blubbered, when I finally had enough air to speak. She won't leave. Channel? She wants to stay, even though it's not. Channel. Vera's tone was soft but stern. I lifted my head and silenced my sniffling. They're onto us. This statement sobered me. I wiped my nose with the back of my hand. I know. I saw your name on an alert. When I got this. I held up my wrist. Vera nodded. We have to get out of here. Now. Chapter 32. I used my shirt to dry my cheeks and rushed to the panel. Though I doubted it mattered at this point, I used Rapian's sensor again and turned the console over to Vera. She typed as I repeated Aave's placement number aloud. As soon as the last digit was entered, machinery kicked into gear behind us with a hum. I dashed back and scanned the stacks until I spotted the column in motion. They're going to know we're here, Vera called after me. Nobody moves these for fun, and this timing doesn't align with a regular scheduled shift. I heard her words but didn't respond. My eyes were trained on the rotating capsules, and then the column ground to a halt. I rushed forward and ignored Aave's nudity completely as I reached for his face, gaunt and sallow. Hurry, Channel. Vera recognized my hesitation. My heart slammed in my chest. Aave's eyes were still closed, which meant he hadn't found his way out yet. I had no idea how jarring this would be, but I didn't have time to think too hard about it. I felt for the cord and pulled. Aave's head, now free to move, didn't lift immediately. I remembered how weak and disoriented I'd been when I woke. I patted his cheeks, careful not to displace his mask, and leaned down to the ear closest to me. Aave? Hey, Aave, you need to wake up now. I lifted my head and watched as his eyelid flickered slightly. Vera, I need your help. I reached down to the tubing protruding from his skin, and Vera ran up next to me, holding out the edge of her shirt. Wait. I froze. This is going to trigger the alarm. The piercing sounds echoing off the walls and flashing lights rushed into my memory. Vera turned to look at the console, then reached for my wrist. Rapian's been very busy tonight, she muttered, then used his sensor to open the screen. She mumbled to herself as she swiped forward and backward, searching for anything that could help. Ha! I think I did it. She looked up proudly. Disabled his vitals. There shouldn't be an alarm. I looked at her skeptically, but there was no time to be sure. I pulled the needle from his skin, and Vera pressed her shirt tightly to his arm over the wound. Aave blinked awake, startled. When he spoke, his voice was raspy. Channel? What am I? You're safe, Aave. I just unplugged you. Your body is weak. He nodded slowly and tilted his chin to orient himself to his surroundings. Before he could react to the shocking sight of his emaciated flesh, Vera slipped an arm under his shoulders and pulled him to a sitting position. This is awkward, he croaked, barely able to hold his head up. Trust me, I've been there. I stepped to the side and held on to his lower legs, then pulled him off the table as Vera leaned his head against her shoulder. We slid him forward until his feet hit the ground, then supported him as he stood. He was wobbly, but at least able to hold his own weight. Better than I'd done initially. Here. Vera pulled off her sweater and secured it around Aave's waist while he leaned on my shoulders. Better than nothing. Thanks. His lips were cracked and dry. Vera turned and pulled Aave's left arm over her shoulder so we each had a side. You know the drill. Out the door, down the street to my house. Let's hope it's empty. We walked forward, and kept Aave balanced between us until I stopped short. Just a second. I slipped out from under Ave's arm, made sure he wasn't going to fall, and then rushed back to the panel on the wall. "Channel, we don't have time," Vera shouted tersely. I didn't answer as I swiped my sensor and quickly typed the numbers into the screen like I'd seen Vera do. "Channel." "I know, but I have to see her. This might be the last time." My voice caught as the stacks again hummed to life. This time the belt closest to me began to rotate. I tapped my foot and willed it to move faster. Voices sounded outside the building, and I tensed. From what I'd observed, people didn't hang out near the stacks. If someone was outside, there was a reason, and no reason could be good for the three of us. "Hurry," I begged internally, and my body began to shake. Vera didn't say a word as the mechanism finally stopped, and I ran to the table in front of me. I wondered for a brief second if I was going to regret seeing her like this. Though she'd always been thin, my mother's body was now skin and bone. Her pale lips and nearly translucent eyelids made me nauseous. I leaned over her gently and pressed my cheek against hers. "It's not your fault," I whispered. "I told you I'd be with you, and I didn't keep my promise." I choked on the words and sucked in a breath as I squeezed my eyes shut. "I didn't keep my promise. I'm so sorry, Mom." A metallic click sounded behind me and I jumped. "I activated the emergency lock when I came in." Vera's face was panicked. "But anyone with clearance will still be able to open it. We have to move, Channel." I kissed Mom's cheek and ran my hand over her head. Her stubble was longer than mine. "I'm sorry." I tore myself away and bolted back to Vera and Aave. My eyes filled with tears and the world around me blurred. "Utility door." Vera was already pushing toward the back of the stacks. I didn't question her. I slid under Ave's opposite arm and walked, then reached out to slam a hand on the door handle, but Vera stopped me. She put a finger to her lips. "Stairs," Vera whispered as she slid the door open, and we cautiously stepped out into the glow. Vera caught the door behind us with her free hand and closed it softly. It took my eyes a moment to adjust to the light, but we kept moving, one step after the other, dropping our feet as soundlessly as possible on each thin, grated platform. Finally, we reached the ground, and Vera arced us to the left. "Your house is to the right," I hissed, and realized she didn't have a mask on. Not safe. If they're here, that means they already stopped there. We walked as quickly as we could with Aave between us and flanked the back of the tower, then rounded behind the closest community leader's house. When we were completely hidden from the street, we paused to catch our breath. "Vera, I went to your house. Before I came here, someone was in your bedroom. He gave me this." I pointed to my mask. "Dale." Her brow creased with worry. "He asked if you were in trouble." Vera nodded. We both knew it was a risk. "Helping me?" She looked to the right, then the left. "Asking questions." We traveled past 6 more homes before we were forced to stop again. Aave was fading fast, and Vera pushed us behind a partial wall, then told us to stay down until she returned. We were only minutes from the stacks, and being out in the open like this in the middle of the day made me anxious. What if someone was home and saw us? It was nerve-wracking, but there wasn't a better option. I crouched down next to Aave. "Surviving?" I asked, my voice low. Aave leaned his shaved head back against the stone. His breathing was erratic. "Shh." I placed a hand on his chest. "She's getting you something to eat and drink. You're going to be fine, I promise." My heart squeezed as I watched him struggle. Vera's sweater was tied around his waist, but it didn't cover his protruding ribs. Something scuffled in the dirt behind us and I froze. My heart dropped to my knees. I knew it wasn't safe here. I should have listened to my gut and... The sound came again. And without turning my head, this time I could tell it was still a ways off. "Be quiet," I mouthed to Aave and pressed my body against his as I attempted to flatten us both closer to the wall. The sound came a third time, and it was definitely closer. Blood rushed in my ears, and every muscle tensed. I couldn't have moved if I'd wanted to. I squeezed my eyes shut and waited. Hey. Aave spoke the word out loud, and I nearly choked. I pushed back off the wall to look at him. He was smiling. Was he delusional? Having some sort of low blood sugar vision? I needed to get him under control before whatever was making that noise got closer. I moved my face in front of his and shook my head meaningfully. Aave looked past me with recognition in his eyes. My mouth hung agape as he lifted his limp arm and waved. Chapter 33. My head whipped around, and the shock of what I saw was so intense, I fell sideways and landed heavily against the wall. Whoa. Alec rushed forward to pick me up. Don't go hitting your head again, okay? He grinned through his mask, and I closed my eyes tightly, then blinked them open again in utter disbelief. Alec? His face was swollen, and there was an angry purple bruise covering the middle of his forehead, but it was definitely him. How? Kay scrambled up behind him, and Kenna and Ames appeared on her right. They crouched and joined us in our hiding place. What in the... I couldn't finish my sentences. My eyes flitted among the three of them in confusion. If ever I doubted whether I was in the real world, this was it. Was I delusional? Ames held up a tablet. Trackers, remember? A wave of emotion crashed into me, and I started to cry and shake all at once. I looked down at the faded mark on my arm. Trackers. Aave and I had trackers. I laughed and spluttered in relief, then reached out and pulled Alec down to my level and hugged him with all my strength. You look awful. My words were muffled against his neck. I could say the same to you, but I won't because I'm a good person. I laughed harder, and tears stung the corners of my eyes. You came back for us. Had to. He gripped me tightly, and for the first time after waking up, I felt hope. After a few minutes, I reluctantly released my hold and shifted forward to rest on my knees. Alec looked me and Aave over. His eyes landed on our bald heads, and Ave's bare skin, and the muscles in his jaw flexed. He slipped the bag he was carrying off his back and reached inside. He pulled out a shirt, opened it up, and gingerly slid it over Ave's head, then helped him put his arms through the sleeves. Aave nodded in gratitude. Just as he pulled the fabric down over Ave's midsection, another noise sounded behind us, and I fell to the ground. What the? Vera cursed under her breath and turned to run. Vera! I hissed when I heard her voice. Stop! I scrambled to get up off the dirt. She froze mid-step and looked back over her shoulder with wide eyes. I pointed at Alec, Ames, Kay, and Kenna. These are our friends, from the Coalition. She stared at them skeptically, but after a moment her shoulders relaxed. She walked back next to us and crouched down. I continued as quietly as possible. They gave us trackers. Before we came back and met with Cass. They followed us here. Vera nodded slowly as she processed this new information. Eventually, she stood and picked up the item she'd dropped earlier. She knelt next to Aave and lifted his mask, then tore open a packet like the one she'd given me on the floor of her house. She squirted a tiny amount into his mouth. Aave coughed, but Vera reached out and held his mouth closed, forcing him to swallow. Who are you? Kenna asked. Vera. I'm a community leader. As soon as Aave recovered from the first portion, she opened his mouth for another small dose. I turned to Kenna. She works with people who are linking. I met her before I went in for Cerebrolink. Vera's cheeks colored slightly. I didn't know about everything that was going on. She observed Aave as he successfully swallowed, then reached into her waistband for a small bottle of clear liquid. So, it's the same here? Kenna asked. Withholding nutrition? Vera nodded gravely, and Kenna pursed her lips.
Are you sure it's good to feed him anything? Vera shrugged. I know it's not good for him to pass out while we're trying to get out of here. Fair point. Footsteps sounded on the street. People were running in the opposite direction of the stacks. Kenna raised an eyebrow. I assume those are because of you three? I nodded. We have to move. Alec reached past Vera and pulled Aave toward him. I've got this. Vera gratefully stepped back, and Kenna took the rest of the pilfered food and shoved it into her pack. Alec rotated and pulled Ave's hands over his shoulder. With a grunt, he slid him onto his back. I readjusted the sweater around Ave's waist as Alec hoisted him up and turned to retrace our steps. Ames tapped her tablet. Our transport is just outside the boundaries, further north. We didn't want to get too close to this side of the community. They might already be looking for you, Vera warned. They think you may have something to do with Channel's disappearance, and now that Ave's gone too? We should get out of here. Kenna's voice was terse. Let's move. With the commotion on the street moving closer, we ascended the slight ridge behind the house and turned to the left to move north as Ames described. The passing houses changed abruptly into the uniform box houses I was used to, and I immediately felt more secure. People here wouldn't be able to see us, even if they looked our direction. Kay took over Vera's job and continued to give Aave small amounts of gel as we walked. Whatever was in that packet, it was working. I remembered how much better I'd felt after Vera had given it to me. Within a few minutes, Aave was off Alec's back, walking partially on his own. Alec kept his arm wrapped tightly around his waist, and Ave's arm was slung over his shoulder for support. How did you get here? I asked Alec and Kay. I was feeling more confident by the second now that we were further from the stacks. And what happened to the others? That's a long story. Alec's voice was strained from the effort of dragging along another human. Quick version? Kay gave Aave a small sip of water. Quick version is, we tried to go with Kenna's friend in P7. Friend? Talia, she clarified. I sniffed. Wait, was that the person that helped us when we were pulling you out of P3? Kay shrugged. If someone helped you, I'm guessing it was her, but you'd have to ask Kenna to be sure. I glanced over to see Kenna, Vera, and Ames in deep conversation as they walked. Another time. Sorry, keep going. I want to hear the rest. We were captured. Taken into P7. One of the guards, with Alec's help, made it possible for us to escape. I glanced at Alec's bruised face and saw the corner of his mouth lift slightly. Did everyone get out? I asked. Kay's face fell, and a weight seemed to settle on my chest. Is Mila okay? Zane? They're fine, I think. Alec grunted. At least they were when we left. It was Nat, Kay whispered. Him and Simeon, one of the coalition members who came with us. They were left behind. My breath caught. Not Nat. We have to go get him. What they're doing there, we can't let them. You and Mila both. Alec shook his head. What? Kay smiled. That's why some people stayed behind. They're working on it. I nodded, suddenly terrified for the rest of our group. We met Bryn, Kay added, and my brow furrowed. Bryn? Her nostrils flared. The guy you told us about, Bryn Lee. My jaw dropped. You met him? He was there in P7? Alec nodded, and his lips drew into a line. My mind spun with this new information. Bryn Lee. In person? That was terrifying. We're getting close to where we'll need to change direction, Ames called as she watched her tablet closely. It'll be just over 3 miles from that point. Aave groaned, and Kay put the packet up to his lips. What about you? Alec asked. What happened? I took a deep breath and blew it out slowly. I don't think there's a short version for me. We're going to need a full debriefing. It'll take a while. Alec glanced my way and grinned.
Heat rushed to my cheeks. Just like Aave clearly had memories with me that I wasn't privy to, I had plenty with Alec. I wanted to ask him why he came back when he'd avoided me like an overwrite virus back at the warehouse. Did he believe me now about not wanting this life, now that I had the scars to prove it? The sound of an engine humming in the distance made me forget everything I'd been thinking, and I turned to scan the horizon behind us. We'd left the buildings behind at least 5 minutes ago, and there wasn't much to see. I turned back to find that our entire group had stopped walking. "That sounds big," Alec grunted. Vera nodded. "There's no way P7 could track us at this point. They'll be shooting blindly, hoping they get lucky." "Nobody's connected to the edge?" Kenna asked as she searched our faces intently. I smiled and raised an eyebrow at Vera. "What?" Kenna shrugged. "That's a reasonable question." Vera grinned. "It is. Channel has asked it more times than I can count. But the answer is no. Those connections are inactive for Channel and Aave, and the only way I connect to the edge is through my sensor and tablet, both of which I left back in the stacks." She trailed off, and a look of horror crossed her face as her eyes slowly fell to my arm. My blood turned to ice when I realized what she'd caught sight of. My face blanched, and breath caught in my throat. Rapian's sensor was still tightly affixed to my wrist. Chapter 34. Stupid. I ripped the sensor from my arm and threw it angrily to the ground. How could I have missed that? "It's not your fault, Channel." Vera reached out and touched my shoulder. "I should have remembered. I took mine off when you were with your mom, and then there was motion outside the door. I got distracted." "So stupid of me," I muttered under my breath and rubbed my face with my hands. Kenna stepped forward. "Okay, new game plan." "There is no game plan," I shouted. "They know where we are. There's no way we can travel 3 miles before they catch us in whatever is making that sound." Kenna said something in response, but I didn't hear it. I couldn't hear anything. We'd gotten out. We'd gotten Aave out. We'd done everything right. And now this? Their voices swirled around me as my thoughts spiraled into despair. Vera had risked everything for me. And now she was in danger. Alec, Kay, Kenna, and Ames had risked their lives to come back and find us. They left their friends and family to chase after me and Aave. And now my carelessness was putting them in danger. Again. Kenna trusted me to come back and find a way to hack into the Cerebrolink network, and I wasn't able to do that either. All of this, all this risk, was for nothing. "Stop." I held up my hands. Aave lifted his arm from Alec's shoulder and stood on his own as he watched me closely. "Please, stop," I repeated, and waited for the others to quiet down so I didn't have to talk over them. "There's no time for a plan B." Kenna looked at the ground. She knew I was speaking the truth. I clenched my fists and wobbled slightly on my feet. They're not going to stop until they find someone, and I think that person needs to be me. "No, Channel. Vera, you have a partner at home. You're already in enough trouble because of all this." She shook her head. "Not because of you. I was already in trouble before I found you that day in the stacks. I'd been poking into things, and the committee didn't like that." I scoffed. "Regardless, you know Cass isn't going to stop until she finds me. I'm the one she wants. I was with the coalition, I came back, and as far as she knows, either escaped with these guys or found a friend inside of P3. Both of those options are impossible for her to walk away from. Finding you won't stop her." Vera pursed her lips. "I have to go with you." Alec stepped forward as Kay shifted and took his place next to Aave. I opened my mouth to protest, but he cut me off. "Just like they won't stop looking until they find you, there's no way they're going to believe you made it this far without help." I didn't like where he was going with this, but his rationale was solid. I knew he was right. There was no way I could have survived and made it this far out of the community without assistance. It should be me. This time Kenna stepped forward. I'm the one she wants. You are definitely the one she wants, Alec agreed, but she's not going to get you. You're too important, Kenna. Right now, Talia needs your help in P7. My sister needs your help with the reels. I can't fill those shoes, and neither can anyone here or back at headquarters. He paused and waited for this to sink in. If I go with Channel, we'll at least be able to stave off a more intense search long enough for the rest of you to get out. By the time we mess up and say something that allows them to figure out we weren't on our own, you'll be long gone. I should go, Aave croaked. Instead of Channel. I'm only going to slow everyone down, and they know I'm gone too. I gave a wan smile. Aave, you barely unlinked. I hate to say it, but you're too weak to keep them occupied for long. Hurt briefly flashed in his eyes. The hum was growing louder. I walked to him and patted his arm. You're right, though. You are going to slow people down. You have to go now. Go as fast as you can. Alec and I will start running. We'll stay on our current trajectory while you turn to head to the transport. If they're watching us, our path will be completely consistent. I leaned down and picked the dusty sensor off the ground, then snapped it back into place. Kay watched us with tears in her eyes. You can't make me explain this to Mila. Tell her I love her. Alec's voice was rough. I love you all, and thank you. He nodded to Kenna and Ames. I couldn't do this. I turned my back and walked briskly away from them, pressure building behind my eyes. This was too much. Channel, Aave called, and I froze mid-step. I hesitantly turned back, and he opened his mouth to speak, but then shut it. He slowly lifted his hand and traced something in the air instead. Though it was a mirror image, I knew exactly what he was writing. Channel plus Aave. The words on our bench. I lifted my index finger and drew a heart. With tears streaming down my cheeks, I wheeled around and bolted. 5 minutes later, I was somehow still running, now with Alec next to me. My muscles began aching the second I'd started, but the hope of saving my friends pushed me onward. The engine continued to get louder behind us, and it made me more and more positive we'd successfully led the community leaders away from the transport. Alec and I panted, and our masks fogged up as we ran. Alec cleared his throat. You're fast. I'm faster when I haven't been malnourished. A cloud passed across his expression. About that. What was it like? Being linked. Exactly what you'd expect. Perfect. Alec's face remained blank, but his pace increased slightly. You were there. I gasped between breaths. This statement got his attention. I was? Mm-hmm. What was I doing? I shrugged. Lots of things. He rolled his eyes. We're literally running for our lives, and you won't give me the satisfaction of knowing? I selfishly enjoyed every second of his frustration. Like, you didn't give me the satisfaction of knowing? When I was leaving? Possibly forever? And you didn't even come to say goodbye? Oh, after ignoring me for days on end, by the way. My breath came in short bursts, and it took me a solid minute to get all those words out. Alec picked up his pace again, and I pushed harder to keep up. I tasted blood in the back of my throat. I did come to say goodbye. He gritted his teeth. You'd already left. Early, by the way. I scoffed. That's no excuse. You could have come and talked with me any time. Kenna was trying to keep you away from everyone. And that's all it takes to stop you? My face felt like it was on fire. Alec finally slowed, breathing just as hard as I was. I pulled back, and my legs felt like rubber. I was going to pay for this. I knew I'd met my max a few minutes ago. Alec lifted his hands and held them on the back of his head as we walked. Do you have any water in that pack of yours? I asked. He nodded and slipped it off his back. He passed it to me, and I opened the top flap. The water bottle was right on top. I pulled it out, then handed the pack back to Alec and unscrewed the top. I moved my mask to the side and took a long drink. When I was finished, I passed the bottle to him so he could do the same. We started forward again and tried to ignore the ominous drone behind us that was building by the second. Alec sniffed and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. I was scared. The words landed between us, and I waited as my heart pounded in my chest. I didn't want to say anything that would prevent him from telling me more. Alec cleared his throat. I've never felt strongly about anyone before. I couldn't talk to you because... He paused and looked straight ahead. Because I didn't have the words to tell you how I felt. I don't think I even knew how I felt until... This time when he paused, I stopped and reached out for his hand. I turned him toward me. You changed my whole life. I stared straight into his eyes, and I wondered if the reason I couldn't stop thinking about you was because of that. When I was linked, I was in a world of my own making. I wasn't connected to anyone like we thought. I know. Talia told us about that. I nodded. Everything I saw was what I wanted. My eyes dropped, and I felt his gaze on me. My heart skipped a beat. I couldn't feel my toes, and while I wanted to blame it on running with my failing body, I knew that wasn't it. Hearing these words from Alec somehow erased the fears racing through my head moments before. It was irrational and lovely. I was there? In your reality? He squeezed my hand gently. I wanted to meet his eyes, but this felt too real. I didn't know what to say or how much to say. He reached up and rubbed my prickly head with his hand. The motion took me off guard and I laughed as I realized what I must look like to him right now. Then my heart swelled with pride as I recognized I hadn't thought about my appearance or physical form once since we'd started walking. Not once. He traced his fingers down the side of my face and under my chin and tipped it up until my eyes met his. Even though we'd stopped, my heart rate hadn't decreased one bit. I'm sorry. His hand lightly brushed my neck and landed against my collarbone. I shouldn't have left you alone. Thank you. The tension between us was so thick I could barely breathe. Your turn. For what? Was he expecting me to apologize for something? For real? Because I didn't think there was... Alec laughed as he read my expression. When we were together, in your imaginary world, he clarified. What exactly were we doing? My eyes widened, and heat rushed to my face. Alec raised an eyebrow. That good, huh? He grinned mischievously. I pulled back, wholly embarrassed that I'd given myself away, but he caught my hand and reeled me back in. He leaned close and held me, his breath a feather against my cheek. In my world, we would have been doing a lot of this. His lips brushed my skin, and I closed my eyes. I didn't care about that engine anymore. We'd gone far enough. The others were safe. I didn't care about anything other than soaking in every sensation. And this. His lips fluttered against mine, and my whole body tingled. Alec pressed with more intensity, his mouth soft and warm, and his hand against the small of my back sent electricity pulsing through my entire being. I was not making this up. I slowly slid my hands along his arms, then reached for him and ran my fingers along his shoulders and neck. I twisted the hair I'd felt so many times when I was linked. This time, I knew it belonged to the real him. I kissed him, like he was the nourishment I'd been missing for days. With my lips, I tried to apologize for all the hurt I'd caused by leaving, and worked to take back all the moments I'd missed. I wanted more moments exactly like this, and knew we weren't likely to get them. I reveled in his touch, and ached to stretch those seconds into an eternity. Until the engine roar became impossible to ignore. I want more time. I clung to him as the vehicle approached. I want all of it. He pressed his forehead against mine. All with you. Chapter 35. Nobody broke me out. I stared across the room at Cass, Rapian, and 4 other people I'd never seen before. P3 committee members, I assumed. The ride back had been torturous. Alec and I sat in the back in silence as our minds raced through possibilities of what would happen when we finally stopped. So far, it hadn't been as bad as the eventualities my mind had envisioned. I touched the tender skin on my wrist where Rapian's sensor had been before he'd ripped it off my arm as we walked through the door. I was glad to be rid of it. Alec sat in a chair next to me with his bag on the floor. After searching through it to verify we didn't carry any immediate threat, Cass had allowed us to keep it. For now. Though there wasn't anything there we could use to our benefit, the fact that we were sitting together, unrestrained, with our possessions intact, showed they were still underestimating us. While I was happy to draw this interview out as long as possible so our friends could escape, there was no way I was going down without a fight. You expect us to believe you just woke up? Cass, the real Cass, asked, her voice cold. As far as I could tell, she didn't recognize me from earlier with Vera, and I was holding out hope. That's impossible, a man next to her scoffed, and Rapian shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Just because I'm the first doesn't mean it's impossible. My voice was clipped. I realized it wasn't real, and I asked to leave. Cass tapped her fingernails on the table in front of her, and her beady eyes bore into mine. When you arrived, you told me you wanted Cerebrolink. You and your friend, who's also coincidentally missing, said you wanted nothing to do with the coalition. And yet? She pointed at Alec and glanced between the two of us. I'm not exactly a member of the coalition. I'm real. Alec's voice wavered slightly, and I knew what it meant for him to admit that, here, in this room. Cass leaned to the man next to her and whispered something. The committee member immediately began tapping on his tablet. Alec recognized the situation and continued. They took me in and trained me. I've been running missions with them, hoping to become a full-fledged member. The eyes of the committee members lit up, and I breathed a silent sigh of relief. Perfect, Alec. Keep baiting them. How did you get here? Cass asked. And where did you think you were going? With only 1 bottle of water and a handlight? Alec shrugged. I bribed a coalition member to drop me off outside the boundaries. They run raids in all the communities, so it wasn't hard. I figured we'd walk until we ran into someone. And you wanted to leave? She turned to me. I knew she wasn't going to buy a pathetic story of teenage love right about now. Not after what I'd been able to accomplish. I had to give her something she could bite into. I was intrigued by the code. By Cerebrolink. I've worked my whole life to become a world builder, and I couldn't move forward without seeing it for myself. But once I did, I shrugged. It wasn't as good as I'd hoped. Cass pursed her lips, and her eyes flashed. Which is why you left? I nodded and watched the wheels in her head turn. She was heavily invested in the success of Cerebrolink, which was why I knew that comment would get under her skin. Hopefully this next one would pack even more of a punch. Why was I so weak when I woke? I asked calmly. It felt like my body was wasting away. Cass's nostrils flared. You'd been lying in a prone position for days. It's to be expected. No. I shook my head boldly. Being stiff would be expected. Being so weak I could barely lift my arm to pull out a tiny cord. I reached around and held up my connector. If you were that weak, you must have needed help. Did someone inside our community take care of you? Nurse you back to health? No, I answered flatly. Why are you starving Cerebrolink patients? We're not... Cass started in a huff, then caught herself. You know nothing of what you speak. I have no reason to answer to you. Something clicked in my brain as she spoke. I have no reason to answer to you? When I'd first talked with Kenna in our temporary camp, she said the committee wasn't all on the same page, that Bryn had an agenda, and she didn't believe everyone else was on board. Cerebrolink had been rolling out at breakneck speed. Now Bryn Lee was here, seen physically in P7. The pieces began to click into place. Closed network. Databanks. My heart began to race. There are a couple of things in there that are bogging down the whole system. I spoke flippantly and tried to remain calm. I could show you if you want. Should be an easy fix. I looked down and pretended to be distracted by a broken nail. I needed to find out where that data from the stacks was going, and I hoped this was my ticket. The man next to Cass turned his screen so she could see what I was looking at. You severed your connection. Cass's lips drew into a tight line. From inside the system? Like I said, there are some inefficiencies. She sat up a little straighter. And you can show them to us. I shrugged. I'd be willing to try. Her eyes narrowed and she inspected me skeptically. You expect me to believe after all this, you're going to help us make Cerebrolink better? What can I say? I'm a sucker for good code. I smirked and leaned forward in my seat. But no, definitely not. I'd be sharing this with you in exchange for his release. I gestured to Alec. He spun toward me. Chant, not yours? Cass looked intrigued. Alec continued to protest. No, you can't. With what I know, I'm not naive enough to think you'd let me go regardless of what I'm able to show you. I spoke over him. But he's of no use to you. If you let him go tonight, I'll show you anything you want to see. Channel. Alex started up again, but I shook my head resolutely. Please, trust me, I pleaded internally, and hoped he wouldn't get desperate and do something to mess this up. It's okay, Alec. I looked calmly into his frantic eyes. I've loved our time together, but we both need to go back to our own worlds. You said it yourself. I've never been cut out for the real world. Alec's face clouded over, and I chose my next words carefully. Without the edge, I'm toast. His eyes narrowed so slightly, I almost missed it. Then he sniffed and turned away from me. I'm really going to miss you. His voice was thick with emotion, and I had to work to keep my expression sober. Message received, and he was selling it. Me too. I cleared my throat and turned back to Cass. Can we get this over with? The committee members rose one by one, and Cass motioned for them to walk toward the door. You two. She pointed at Alec and me. Stand and put your hands behind your backs. So much for underestimating us. We did as she said, and a community worker walked into the room and clasped restraints tightly around our wrists. Alec groaned, and I looked over questioningly. Don't ask, he muttered under his breath. Follow me, Cass commanded, and the worker stood at attention, then joined us as we trailed after Cass into the hall. We walked past the turn to Rapian's office toward the auditorium, then took an immediate left. I'd been in this hallway earlier, and was sure it was a dead end. There were no doorways in sight. Cass brushed past the other committee members and stood in the middle of the blank wall, then flashed her sensor. My eyes widened as a panel lit up, and the wall pushed inward. Cass entered, and the rest of us walked single file through the narrow doorway. Inside, we were greeted by blue light, warm air, and a comforting electronic hum. I turned in a circle, and my jaw dropped in awe. Massive databanks flanked the room like Roman columns. They created a multi-layered rectangular border around 3 consoles, linked together to form a semicircle at the room's center. This was it. This had to be where they were funneling the data from Cerebrolink patients. Here's how this is going to work. Cass started as the other committee members spread out around the edge of the room. I'll pull up Cerebrolink code and simulation here. She motioned to the console in the center. Any changes you make will be visible to us only, but won't go live. I'll record your changes so we can analyze them later. I nodded and swallowed hard.
There were two things I had to find without Cass noticing. First, I had to confirm my hunch that data was being aggregated from community members who were linked. I kept asking myself why. Why keep the network closed when it would be more efficient to... I stopped mid-thought and sucked in a breath. Cerebrolink wasn't the end point. Cerebrolink was a means to an end. Hello? Cass snapped her fingers in front of my face. I exhaled and looked at her blankly. I'm listening. Cass gave me a strange look, then walked toward the console and swiped along the screen. New plan. Find the data. Then find a way to blast the data to the Coalition. If my hypothesis was correct, Bryn was running the most extensive human experiment in history. And based on his timeline and personal oversight, I'd have been willing to bet not everyone knew they'd signed off on it. Cass swiped through displays and entered password after password while blocking my view with her body, then finally stepped back. A string of seemingly unintelligible numbers populated above us. The code flew upward until it hit the top of the projection boundaries. My chest felt warm at the sight of it. This I could work with. I scanned and searched for something I could use. There. I tried to point, but my arms were held back by my restraints. Cass nodded to the community worker by the door, and he walked over to remove the cuffs from my wrists. When I was free, I stepped closer and swiped on the tablet. Do you see that? 2 lines of completely conflicting instructions. They're canceling each other out. Cass looked closer, and her face pinched as she scrutinized the section I'd highlighted. I'd mostly been bluffing about the inefficiencies in Cerebrolink's code, but thankfully, this was way more of a mess than I'd first realized. The communities clearly had software organizing data as it poured in from linked patients, or this would have been completely unusable. But the programming wasn't sufficient. And there, I scrolled again and pointed at another set of redundant instructions. It's happening everywhere. It's like you've got world builders that can't agree on what they want the program to do. I laughed lightly, but Cass didn't join in. It's bogging everything down. What do you propose? Cass's lips were drawn tight. May I? I pointed to the tablet and Cass nodded. Move fast. Even though Cass was a community leader, like Vera, she clearly wasn't a coder. If I worked quickly, I highly doubted she'd be able to pick up on what I was doing. My fingers flew across the console as quickly as possible with the less than user-friendly platform, all the while wishing I could take this to the grid so I could really cruise. The room was silent as I switched back and forth between screens until one of the community members piped up. Why are you looking up integrations? My heart dropped and I clenched my jaw. Apparently, there was a coder present, which meant I had to explain myself. There are 2 ways to deal with this, in my opinion. Either you set parameters to favor some information over others, based on your preferences, or you write an algorithm to remove repetition or conflicting information once it's been initially filtered. The man was silent, and I took it as a sign that my words were convincing. I need to pull some examples of code integration to show you what I mean. Though I was able to make my voice sound confident, I was anything but. I may have had a reason to open the box on thousands of streams of code, but there was nothing I could say to justify saving a file detailing their sources. As if sensing my unease, Alex spoke up. These restraints are really uncomfortable. You've already seen I have nothing to use against you, and I'm surrounded by your people. There's no way I could make a run for it. I continued to search and finally found what I was looking for. With a purposeful tap, I pulled up a screen showing real-time data streams directly from the stacks. Those were the streams of light I'd witnessed personally just hours ago. They were flowing into one central system and mixing together to create a series of worlds so vast, the possibilities would be essentially infinite. Ah! Alec cried out as the worker reached down to remove the bands. You're going to break my wrist. What are you doing? Cass asked as her attention was drawn to what was happening behind her. Alec's outburst created just the distraction I needed. I tapped the instructions into the tablet and created a 15-second snapshot of the stream, then told it to save under a new folder named
toast. It was the first thing that came to my head. I stifled a laugh and quickly returned to highlighting sources for my example. Why would you remove those without permission? I heard Cass asking with annoyance, but she froze when a committee member's voice called out, "Hey!" My stomach flipped. I squeezed my eyes shut and hovered over the console. "Shouldn't you use more sources than that?" he asked. I let go of the breath I was holding, and my shoulders relaxed. "Good idea." I nodded gratefully and highlighted a few more. Cass stepped closer as she gave up on Alec and peered over my shoulder. "This is a simple example," I narrated as I created the finite program using the snippets of source code. "But as you can see, it eliminates that particular problem of redundancy." Cass leaned in, and I reached up to wipe my forehead. One piece down. "I can show you how to sort for channel. This is good information, but I don't need you to build anything else for me at this time." Cass analyzed the data in front of her. "I've got plenty of coders at my disposal to work through this." No, I thought. I needed to get in there again to be able to broadcast the information. I nodded slowly. "Sure. I'm glad it was helpful, but if I could just... What's his name?" Cass turned suddenly toward Alec. My eyes darted between the two of them. I subtly shook my head. "Alec, from Southwest Territory, correct?" she asked. Alec visibly stiffened. I hadn't given her any of that information, so how did she... "I've heard about you. From my friends in P7. Cass continued sweetly. "P7? They're going to be thrilled you turned up here after they lost track of you, don't you think?" Alec's whole body tensed. He looked like a caged animal, ready to spring. "Channel," Cass went on, "you were wrong about one thing back there. This boy is actually incredibly useful to me. We've been working to clear out the Southwestern Territory for years with minimal success. The Council gives us rules and protocols we have to follow, and unfortunately, Southwest Territory hasn't been willing to fully integrate, despite our efforts. Now..." She took a step toward Alec and looked him up and down. "I think we might have a little bit more leverage." "You said if I helped you, you'd let him go." My voice was shaking. I'd been so distracted by sending information to the coalition, I'd forgotten to force her to make good on our agreement. Cass turned back toward me. "And you said you didn't have help inside the community, but we both know that's a lie. Seems like we're even." Her lip curled, and she motioned for the community worker to put Alec's restraints back on, but before he could take a step, a shrill horn sounded throughout the room. Committee members clapped hands over their ears, and all of us dropped to the floor. Chapter 36. The sound was so intense, I watched full-grown men and women curl up in the fetal position as they attempted to shield themselves from the piercing noise. But I didn't have time for that. I winced at the ringing in my ears and staggered to my feet to face the console. There was no way I'd be able to find Kenna's IP address, but I did have one trick up my sleeve. Kenna had told me once that only the Coalition used the I.O. towers to communicate these days, even though the communities were still capable of it. New tech could still send over old tech, at least theoretically. If I could broadcast this information over the edge through those old towers, someone in the Coalition was bound to pick it up. "What's going on?" a man shouted as Cass staggered to her feet. She turned toward the console and slapped my hands away from the tablet. "Don't touch another thing." "I didn't do this," I spluttered. She ignored me and tapped on the tablet to open the alert and turn off the blaring horn. Her face blanched as a red box blinked on the console. "Someone cut power to the stacks." She spoke the words in complete disbelief, and the room erupted into chaos. A committee member ran up behind her and peered over her shoulder, distrusting what he'd just heard. Rapien's eyes widened to double their size, and he ran toward the door, then stumbled into the hall. "Cass!" a woman yelled over the noise. "Without power, everyone could... they could wake up."
Cass swiped on the tablet furiously as she attempted to find the source of the problem remotely. She hit dead end after dead end as she continued to swipe away larger-than-life alerts above her head. "We don't have time for this," the woman reiterated. "We'll only have minutes to—" "Fine!" Cass spun and stomped toward the woman. "You!" She pointed to the community worker who'd restrained us earlier. "Do not let them out of your sight." Then she rushed out of the room. As soon as she was gone, Alec turned to me. I nodded, and he rushed at the worker without a moment's hesitation. The man shouted in surprise and held Alec's restraints out in front of him as if that would stop him from barreling into his chest. Alec knocked him into the closest data tower, and his head smashed against the metal housing. He crumpled to the floor. "Good hit," I muttered. I'd already jumped back up to the console to work on sending the file. Alec breathed heavily. "We need to go, Channel. Now." "I know, but I have to send this." "Channel?" Alec growled and I jumped. "Trust me, Alec. I have to send this file." I could hear him pacing behind me, and I frantically searched for an I/O connection. It didn't immediately pop up, so I dropped into advanced settings and flicked between screens. A groan sounded behind me, and I could feel Alec's eyes boring into the back of my head. "Think, Channel. Where would it—" And then I saw it. Hidden at the end of a row of legacy settings, I finally found the option to connect to I/O. I tapped it, and immediately the connection was live. I frantically scrolled back to the file and swiped send, then waited for it to upload. I gripped the console and tapped my foot as I watched the progress bar. "Done!" I swiped away the screen and ran toward Alec and the door. Footsteps sounded in the hall, and we screeched to a stop. Alec grabbed me around the waist and pulled me behind the column to the left of the door. We made ourselves as small as possible and pressed our bodies against the warm metal as two men flew into the room. They caught sight of the downed community worker and rushed past us without a second glance. My heart was in my throat, and my hands shook as Alec gripped my arm and pulled me from our hiding place. The men didn't look behind them as we tiptoed as quietly as possible toward the door. I didn't take a breath until we were safely in the hall, searching for an exit. Without thinking, I grabbed Alec's hand and darted back to the main hallway. I turned right toward Vera's, where we'd first come in. The alarm still raged in full force, all flashing lights and ear-splitting noise. My head pounded, and adrenaline coursed through my body as we sprinted through the empty space. Suddenly, a flash of blue caught my eye, and I skidded to a stop as we passed the intake desk. Someone had left their community blazer. I ripped it from the chair and hastily thrust my arms into the sleeves, then bolted through the double doors after Alec. The cool night air felt glorious, but the courtyard was pure chaos. People in gray stood in groups and stared at the community center. Leaders moved from group to group and assured people that everything was fine. They'd simply experienced a power outage to one of the sectors. Alec and I walked along the outskirts and pretended to move through the groups as if we were also relaying this message, just like everyone else in blue jackets. As we finally neared the edge of the open space, Alec pulled on my arm and pointed. The transport Cass had used to pick us up sat behind the building. Dark and empty, it hung in the shadows, just begging for us to try it out. I dropped the jacket as soon as we passed the edge of the building. For all the action on the front side, the alley behind the building was completely deserted. Alec broke into a run and jumped into the front seat of the vehicle. "How do we start it?" He searched the dashboard. "How did Nat start the coalition transports? Did he have a key or something?" I didn't ever pay attention. Alec grumbled as he mashed every button he could find. "Wait." I pointed next to the steering wheel and hopped up into his lap to get a closer look. I flicked my wrist, then looked down to find it empty. I'd forgotten I no longer had a community sensor. Alec reached into his pocket and produced a slim black band. My eyes widened in surprise. "Where did you get that?" "When you were sending the file. I saw it on that guy's wrist and thought it might be useful." I laughed giddily and took it from his outstretched hand, then scanned it in front of the panel. The transport roared to life.
I scrambled over Alec and flopped into the passenger seat. "Go!" I shouted, and motioned for him to close the door. He hesitated. "What if they can track us, like they did before?" "I don't think we have a choice. How else are we going to get out of here?" Alec looked around the vehicle, searching for something. He reached over, pulled the sensor from my hand, then threw it out into the dirt. Without a word, he slipped from the seat and dropped out of view. "Alec, what are you doing?" I called out the open door, but he didn't answer. Moments later, he climbed back into the vehicle with a large rock held between his hands. I gasped. "What if it kills the engine? Alec!" Before I could say anything else, he smashed it into the dash and shattered the screen between us. He lifted it up and hammered it down again and again until the lights inside the vehicle fizzled and disappeared. Somehow, the engine was still purring. "There." He caught his breath. "Try tracking us now." He leaned down and tossed the rock to the ground, then finally swung the door closed as I brushed bits of glass off of my seat. "Do you know how to drive?" I clicked in my safety restraint. He grinned. "Theoretically." Chapter 37. Alex sped, and I gripped the door handle for dear life until the transport finally ran out of fuel. We'd only gotten a small respite from the bumping and jolting for a much-needed bathroom break, and my brain felt rattled. Alec had left his bag in the committee room of P3, which meant we had no supplies besides what we'd been able to scrounge from inside the vehicle. Plenty of tranquilizers, and a few safety vests, 3 canisters of water. No food. With a dead transport, nothing to eat, and no obvious destination within reach, there weren't many decisions to make. Our bodies were exhausted. That was first priority. We climbed into the back, rolled up the vests into pillows, and lay down to at least attempt to rest. "Do you think we drove far enough?" Alec dropped his arm protectively over me. I shifted my hips on the hard metal floor and tried to find a comfortable position. "I don't know. Do you think we should get out and walk?" "There's no way you can walk." "And you can?" Alec sighed. "You don't trust my destructive efforts up there?" I shrugged and lifted my hand to my mouth as I yawned. "It doesn't really matter. We need sleep." He let that evasive answer slide and nodded in agreement. Now that I was lying down, I could barely keep my eyes open. Alec reached around my midsection and pulled me close. He wrapped himself around me as I curled into myself. I shivered, grateful for his warmth. Though my eyes were closed and it felt like I was already drifting, the reel in my mind wouldn't shut off. Images of people and places flashed in my head. Aave, Mom, Vera, Cass, the horns, flashing lights. "Hey," Alec whispered as he rubbed my arm. "We're safe now. We'll figure this out." His chest rose and fell slowly against my back, and I made a game of trying to match my breathing to his. I counted the breaths. 1, 2, 3. As my body stilled, I noticed his heartbeat against my shoulder. I focused on the repetitive rhythm and allowed it to lull me into an uneasy sleep. I blinked awake to bright lights shining through the back window of the transport. My body jolted, and I gripped Alec's arm, still looped around my waist, in panic. "Someone's here," I hissed, and Alec scrambled to get up off the floor. "What do we do?" Before Alec could answer, the back door of the transport flew open. I scurried to the storage panel and groped around in the blinding illumination for the syringes we'd found the night before. "Channel! Alec!" Our names blasted into the night, and I froze. I held up a hand and squinted as I looked back toward the light. My brain was fuzzy from sleep, but not that fuzzy. I knew who that was. "Get out! Hurry!" Kay motioned for us to follow, and we obediently crawled toward the open door. Before we could drop fully to the ground, she threw her arms around us, and I nearly wept with shock and gratitude. "How did you find us?" I asked. My voice was groggy and hoarse. She pulled back and pointed to my arm. Ames never stopped watching your tracker. As soon as she saw it moving outside of P3, she turned around. Those blessed trackers. I peered over my shoulder and searched for Ames, but was unable to see anything past the headlights. Come on, we need to go. Kay led us back to their transport. We hopped in the back, and Alec immediately threw an arm over my shoulder so I could rest against him instead of the hard side of the vehicle. You made it, Aave said with a shaky smile, and my eyes filled with tears. They'd made it. They were all still here. He looked up from the ground, and I could see he was wearing pants now. Lying flat on his back, his head was propped up by supply bags. His eyes fluttered closed, and I reached across the floor to squeeze his hand. I realized he'd probably seen Alec and me looking cozy, and remembered how he'd rushed to me when I'd linked with him in the stacks. This was all going to be very awkward when he recovered. Right now, the last thing I wanted to do was add stress to his current condition. Maybe I should sit there next to him? The thought briefly crossed my mind, but I couldn't bring myself to commit. Ave's eyes were closed, and being even a body length away from Alec felt like too much. I selfishly leaned back into his warmth. Kenna turned in her seat. Good time in P3? I laughed, giddy with the ridiculousness of the question. We got an interesting broadcast a few hours ago. She held up her tablet and showed me the stream I'd sent over I.O. Any idea how this got here? I smiled, closed my eyes, and rested my head against Alec's shoulder. I had a great mentor. Right, Vera? The silence that encompassed the vehicle was ominous. I waited, but no answer came. My eyes fluttered open and I sat up abruptly. Where's Vera? I whispered. I frantically searched the transport for her profile, but her round face and soft bob didn't materialize. Nobody said a word. And then I knew. The power outage in the stacks, chaos with Cass and the other community leaders, our all too convenient getaway. No, I shook my head. No! I beat my fist against Alec's shoulder. Not Vera! We have to go back for her. Kenna, turn this thing around! Alec pulled me tightly into his chest as I began to sob uncontrollably. After everything we'd experienced tonight, this was the thing that broke me. Not Vera. She was supposed to get out. She was supposed to be safe and get back to Dale. She had a person. She'd started a family. Not Vera. My breath came in short, hysterical bursts as the vehicle rumbled to life and began to move. Go back, I whimpered, and Alec held me. For how long, I didn't know. Until my sobs finally slowed. Until my eyelids drooped. Until I coughed, and my throat felt like sandpaper. The voices and pictures in my head became too big, too loud. And then everything became quiet. Like a veil had been pulled over my consciousness, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't see clearly. I pushed against it, and wanted so badly to keep hurting because I knew I deserved it. How could I feel safe and at peace when Vera was still there? When Mom was still linked? When community members were still hurting and dying? My thoughts grew thick as the transport bumped over the earth, and eventually I dropped into a place in between. A state of stillness. Of momentary forgetting. A state of rest. When I awoke, I was lying across Alec's lap, and my knees were curled up against my chest. Hey, Alec murmured, and I tilted my head to look at him. He brushed his hand lightly over my cheek. Do you need anything? The ache returned to my chest in full force, and I winced. Vera, I croaked, coughing to clear my throat. What did she say? Kenna turned her head. I think she's hungry. Alec looked at me steadily.
Get her some food. Ames motioned to the supplies. And water. I rubbed my eyes and tried to sit as Kay passed a bag to us. We have to go back. Alec shook his head. Eat. His tone was non-negotiable. I reached into the bag and pulled out a square packet, then ripped it open without reading the label. I took a bite and swallowed before I'd even properly chewed. Don't make yourself sick. Alec pulled out a packet of his own. I couldn't help it. I ignored the comment and ripped off another huge chunk. That's the best thing I've ever tasted. I forced myself to slow down and enjoy the rich, fruity flavor. Even just one bite seemed to breathe new life into my body. I could practically feel the sugar rushing into my bloodstream. That one's my favorite too. Kay tried to lighten the mood. We're not going back, Channel. Alec fixed his eyes on me. He knew the food wasn't going to be a good enough distraction. And it's not because we don't care. He looked over at Aave, and I followed his gaze. His color was sickly, almost green. And it didn't look like he'd moved at all from his position the night before. He put his hand on mine. I promise we'll do everything to help when we can. But we need to help everyone in this vehicle first. I nodded reluctantly and took another bite. When he was sure I'd accepted this news, a slow smile lifted on his face. What? I asked, my mouth still full. He shrugged and leaned over. His lips brushed against my forehead. How does it feel? How does what feel? Being in the real world? I realized last night. You've chosen it twice now. I scoffed. Like it hurts? So bad. And my body wants to crawl in a hole and die. Every part of me ached. My legs were stiff, my head was throbbing, and my back muscles felt like they might have turned into rocks. He smiled knowingly, then took another bite of his bar and chewed slowly. I'm so sorry, Channel, about your friend, and about how hard the real world can be sometimes. I'm grateful, and I'm sorry. I nodded, and tears stung the corners of my eyes as the reality of Vera's absence again washed over me. Shaking my head to keep my emotions at bay, I reached over to pull a canister of water from the bag. I didn't want to break down again. I didn't think my body could take it. I twisted off the cap and took a drink, then snuggled back up to Alec's side. He was right. For now, I couldn't think about it. The risk, the loss. There was nothing I could do about it, and it was too hard to keep wishing I could. Right now, we had to rest and take care of our own in this vehicle. Tomorrow, we could work on finding a way to help all our friends who'd been left behind. I closed my eyes and tried to push out the grief and worry. My attempt failed miserably, but at least I knew I wasn't alone. Alec ran his hand gently against my arm, and I took a deep breath. The weight was there. It was true. But this time, it somehow felt lighter, more manageable. It wasn't just me they were counting on. It was us. All of us. My friends had risked everything to come back for me and a friend they barely knew. A friend who'd also been with me every step of the way. I opened my eyes and looked at Aave, still sleeping peacefully. How many times had I pulled him from the known to the unknown? Every single time, he jumped willingly. I remembered his reaction when Glenn admitted to taking our work and pretending it was her own. His excitement when he heard my voice over Mila's comm in the middle of the night. How he immediately trusted me when I met him in Cerebrolink. I wiped a hot tear from my cheek and glanced around the transport. All of us here. Aave, Alec, Kay, Kenna, Ames, and all of us not here. Mila, Zane, Nat, and Vera. Somewhere out there. We were all working toward the same goals. Trying together. Failing and succeeding together. I was linked. Part of a family now. A family I hadn't chosen initially.
but one I was choosing now. We hope you enjoyed this production of Unknown, Book 2 in the Unreal series. Written and narrated by Cindy Gunderson. Copyright 2022, Button Press.